Then someone mentioned that a certain young lady had developed a rash, and someone laughed and said, maybe it's because Miss Shen was trying to prevent the Prince of Jing'an from stealing a kiss from her, so she deliberately put some poison on her lips. A girl with such a personality, not to mention the Prince of Jingyang's son liking her, even just hearing about her makes them like her. Marrying a princess consort like this would make life truly interesting. Shen Tang was unaware of these discussions, but she kept sneezing. Just as Xia Guimo jumped in through the window, Shen Tang sneezed and asked, "Did you catch a chill?" He was met with a glare from Shen Tang and a blushing face. "You still have to talk about it? It was all because of your marriage proposal that things got messy." Xia Guimo walked over and put his arm around Shen Tang's waist. "The marriage is finally settled. Why does this man keep hugging her? The maid is still here. Doesn't he have any shame?" Upon seeing Xia Guimo enter, Inxing and Qiutong quickly went out. However, as they left, they glanced back and witnessed the scene, covering their mouths as they went out. Shen Tang struggled, and Xia Guimo said, "You asked me for help, but you won't even let me hug you?" Shen Tang's hand, which was pushing him away, froze, and she quickly asked, "Did you find out?" Xia Guimo turned his head to the side. "Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you." "What a bastard!" Shen Tang glared at him angrily, but Xia Guimo had a look on his face that said, "If you don't kiss me, I won't tell you." Shen Tang was anxious, but what could she do? She could only kiss him. She didn't even know how many times they had kissed each other. It was too late to be reserved now. Shen Tang kissed him on the cheek and said, "Tell me quickly." "That's really perfunctory." Xia Guimo tightened his grip on Shen Tang's waist slightly, and Shen Tang pressed against him, his kiss following. He only let go of Shen Tang when she could no longer stand. Shen Tang was both anxious and angry. If he didn't say something, she would have kicked him out of the window. Knowing that Shen Tang was anxious, he couldn't help himself when he saw her. Thinking that the marriage had only just been arranged and that he would have to wait until the second prince held his wedding banquet before it was his turn, the gentleman's good mood diminished somewhat. Shen Tang was so anxious she was practically jumping up and down. "Just tell me already." Xia Guimo stopped teasing Shen Tang and told her about the matter Shen Tang had asked him to investigate. Back then, Princess Jinda had a difficult childbirth and gave birth to a baby girl, but the baby was already dead at birth. Princess Jinda also suffered severe postpartum hemorrhage and almost died. The eldest son-in-law was waiting outside the gate and received one piece of bad news after another. He could hardly stand up. Giving birth to a stillborn child was considered unlucky, and the royal family would not hold a funeral for a newborn child. So the eldest son-in-law had the child taken out of the mansion and buried, so that Princess Jinda would not be saddened when she saw her again. But since she was his daughter after all, and they could not be father and daughter in this life, the eldest son-in-law could not bear to part with her, so he took off the jade pendant he always wore and used it as a burial offering for his daughter. There is a mountain outside Kyoto that is specifically used to bury unborn children or children who died young and could not be buried in the ancestral graveyard. The servants did not dare to ask the eldest son-in-law where the child was buried, and simply sent him to that mountain. Princess Jinda suffered a massive hemorrhage and barely survived before waking up. Upon learning that her child had been hastily buried, she was devastated. Even if the child could not be buried in the ancestral grave, she felt that such a haphazard burial was unacceptable. She wanted to relocate the child's grave and burn paper money for the child. Princess Jean Dekang wanted to do something, and the eldest son-in-law couldn't dissuade her, so he had the servants rebury the child. But when the servant went to dig up the grave where the child was buried, there was only a small empty coffin with nothing inside. Several servants watched as the child was buried, and then he vanished without a trace. From then on, this matter became a source of deep anxiety for Princess Jinda. She always felt that it was not a glorious thing for her daughter to have her body stolen while she was still alive. Therefore, the royal family concealed the matter and very few people knew about it. The jade pendant was buried with her daughter, and for many years Princess Jinda had been searching for that jade pendant, almost to the point of obsession. The older nannies in the palace all recognized the jade pendant. When they saw the pendant while tidying up the messy Taikang palace, they immediately sent someone to inform Princess Jinda, which led to all the subsequent events. As Xia Guimo spoke, Shen Tang was horrified. Could it be that the second madam had sent someone to dig up the grave of Princess Jinda's daughter in order to cover up the fact that she had switched her own daughter with the eldest son's family? The thought flashed through Shen Tang's mind, but she immediately dismissed it. The second madam didn't have the courage to do that. Besides, the second madam clearly didn't know that Shen Ran was Princess Jinda's daughter. If she had known, she would have definitely switched the baby with a girl and returned Shen Ran to her. The second madam would be grateful for the daughter that Princess Jinda had risked her life to give birth to, and that favor would ensure her a lifetime of wealth and honor. Even if she didn't return her, keeping her by her side would prevent her from being neglected. Seeing that Shen Tang was lost in thought, Xia Guimo asked, "Why are you asking about this?" Shen Tang said, "When my third sister was born, her whole body was purple and her breath was weak. It was my grandmother who saved her by pricking all 10 of her fingers." Xia Guimo said, "You mean? My third sister is very likely the daughter of Princess Jinda and her husband." Chapter 164. Son-in-law. After Xia Guimo left, Shen Tang thought about it more and more and felt that her guess was correct. Things were too coincidental. She didn't believe there could be so many coincidences in the world. Thinking about how the second madam had hastily betrothed Shen Ran to the eldest son of her own family, the Wang family, in her previous life, Shen Tang felt uneasy. Although the eldest son of the Wang family had already married the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis family in this life, the second madam was not a kind person. If Shen Ran was really the daughter of Princess Jinda and the eldest son-in-law, it would be like a talisman. The second wife will definitely be firmly in her grasp. She had to remind Shen Ran from the sidelines, lest she be pushed into a fire pit by the second madam again like in her previous life. It was not good to go to the south courtyard to find Shen Ran. Shen Tang called Seer in and instructed, "Go find the third miss and ask her if she took my fan by mistake." After Seer left, Shen Tang served tea, but she didn't bring the fan into the palace. Shen Ran should be able to guess that she had something to ask her. Besides, as long as Shen Ran didn't leave the mansion, nothing would happen for the next day or two. Shen Tang felt she had been too hasty. In fact, she could have just reminded her when she saw her during the morning greetings. However, Seer returned shortly after leaving and said, "Miss, third miss went to the Wang family with second madam and hasn't returned yet. I'll ask her when she comes back." They went to the Wang family's house? Shen Tang's heart skipped a beat. Shen Han is definitely going to marry the second prince, and the wedding will be soon. Instead of staying in the mansion to prepare Shen Han's dowry, the second madam has the leisure to take Shen Ran to the Wang family. Something unusual must be going on. Especially considering that Shen Ran married the eldest son of the Wang family in her previous life, Shen Tang had to be careful. Shen Tang got up and walked towards the window. She glanced out and Chen Shan appeared. "What are your orders, princess consort?" Shen Tang then said, "Could you go to the Wang family for me and see what the second madam is doing there?" Chen Shan was quite adept at helping Shen Tang follow the second wife. After agreeing, he leaped out of the window and disappeared. Chen Shan was going to the Wang family and wouldn't be back for a while. Shen Tang had nothing to do, so she read to pass the time. When she got tired of reading, she did some needlework and waited patiently for Chen Shan to return. But by evening, instead of Chen Shan returning, she received news that the second madam had returned. Shen Tang put down the embroidery frame, raised her hand to rub her temples, and Seer came in from outside and said, "Miss, second madam has returned, but third miss did not come back with her." Shen Tang frowned. "Didn't the third miss come back with the second madam?" Fourth sister shook her head. "Second madam came back alone, and she looked very unwell." What if what I feared really happened? Did something really happen to Shen Ran at the Wang family? Even if Shen Ran has an accident and the second wife returns, Chen Shan doesn't need to stay in the Wang family anymore, in case something happens to him. Shen Tang was already impatient, and now the wait was agonizing. After a quarter of an hour, the sound of knocking on the window finally came. Shen Tang quickly went over and saw that it was Chen Shan. Shen Tang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Second madam has already returned to the mansion. Why did it take you so long to come back?" Chen Shan wanted to say that he had barely rested since the crown princess gave him the order, and he said, "The second madam is going to scheme against the third miss for the eldest Madam Wang's nephew." Shen Tang. Shen Tang felt a surge of anger rising to the top of her head. The second wife was determined to keep Shen Ran in her grasp. Since her own nephew was already married, she plotted to give Shen Ran to the first wife's nephew, intending to keep this protective darling of the Wang family. Mrs. Wang's nephew and the eldest son of the Wang family are cut from the same cloth. Both are womanizers. Shen Tang felt so sorry for Shen Ran. She was heartbroken. Chen Shan said, "Your subordinate arrived in time, preventing Madame Wang's nephew from succeeding." Shen Tang was stunned. They didn't succeed? Then why didn't my third sister return to the manor with the second madam? Chen Shan said, "The third miss has been taken back to the residence of Princess Jinda by the eldest son-in-law." Shen Tang was stunned. This is a long story, so Chen Shan simply started by telling the tale of how Shen Tang instructed him to go to the Wang family. After he rushed to the Wang family, he quickly found the second wife and learned that she had tricked her daughter into marrying the eldest wife's nephew by drugging them. Chen Shan felt he was too late, but before leaving, he still took a look. The eldest wife's nephew was about to assault her, but he hadn't succeeded yet. Chen Shan barged in, knocked him unconscious with a single slap, and carried the drugged and nearly delirious Shen Ran out of the Wang family by climbing over the wall. Chen Shan was about to take Shen Ran to a doctor to see if he could save her, but by sheer coincidence, just as he brought Shen Ran to the pharmacy, they happened to see the imperial son-in-law riding by. Chen Shan then took Shen Ran to find the Grand Prince Consort, introducing himself, "I am a bodyguard of the Prince of Jingyang's heir, ordered to protect the second young lady of the Pingyuan Marquis Mansion." The third young lady of the Pingyuan Marquis Mansion may be the daughter of the Grand Prince Consort and Princess Jinda. She is currently under the influence of an aphrodisiac. The eldest son-in-law's brows furrowed into a tight knot. Princess Jinda had only given birth once, and it was stillborn. Although Princess Jinda felt that her daughter was still alive, the eldest son-in-law never thought so. When the midwife showed him the baby, the wrinkled and bruised daughter could not possibly still be alive. Although the jade pendant that was buried with his daughter has been found, the eldest prince consort only wants to follow Princess Jinda's wishes, find his daughter's remains, and rebury her. On his way back to the mansion to have dinner with the eldest princess, someone suddenly appeared and blocked his way, telling him that his daughter might still be alive. If Chen Shan hadn't claimed to be a man of the Prince of Jingyang's heir, the eldest son-in-law would have been furious. The eldest son-in-law glanced at Shen Ran, who was already delirious, and with just one glance, a strange feeling flashed through his heart. Her eyebrows and eyes do resemble his. At that time, Shen Ran's condition had become so serious that she was tearing at her clothes in the street. Chen Shan had no choice but to carry her into the pharmacy and ask the doctor to treat her first. Chen Shan knew that aphrodisiacs were different from other poisons, and doctors might not be able to cure them. What if he ended up having to find a man for Miss Shen San in the end? He first informed the eldest son-in-law, and whether the eldest son-in-law believed him or not was not his concern. Chen Shan entered the pharmacy. The imperial son-in-law hesitated for a moment, then dismounted. The doctor couldn't save Shen Ran, so he could only soak her in a bath to alleviate her symptoms. As for counteracting the effects of the medicine, he would have to rely on yin and yang balancing. The imperial son-in-law asked, "Why do you say she is my daughter?" Chen Shan said, "I don't know either. That's why Miss Shen suspected it. So I brought her out of the Wang family. Please treat her as your daughter and choose a husband for her." The prince consort looked at Shen Ran's eyebrows and eyes, which were so similar to his own, and his heart stirred. Then he picked out a husband for Shen Ran on the street. Even though time was of the essence, the eldest son-in-law truly treated it as choosing a son-in-law for himself, selecting the son of the Huaihua general who had returned from the military camp from among more than a dozen scions of prominent families. Chen Shan said, the eldest son of the Huaihua general's mansion gave the third miss the antidote, and the imperial son-in-law sent someone back to the mansion to ask if Princess Jinda's daughter had any birthmarks or anything like that. I can only wait and wait. If it's not true, he'll have to bring Miss Shen back. The man who was the eldest son-in-law returned and said that Princess Jinda's daughter had a birthmark on her thigh. The eldest son-in-law asked the eldest son of the General Huaihua's mansion and confirmed that it was true. Overjoyed, he wept and took Shen Ran back with him. The eldest son of the General of Huaihua was utterly dumbfounded, his face turning bright red. The imperial son-in-law had given him orders for other things, but why was he being asked to do something like this? Chapter 165. Surround. Shen Tang breathed a sigh of relief when Shen Ran didn't fall into the hands of the eldest wife's nephew. Now that she knew the eldest prince consort had brought Shen Ran back to the eldest princess, Shen Tang was already looking forward to the eldest princess's wrath tomorrow. Shen Ran's jade pendant ended up in Shen Han's hands. Princess Jinda specially summoned the second wife to inquire about it, but the second wife concealed the truth and even asked Princess Jinda to help Shen Han secure the position of the second prince's consort. However, she turned around and plotted to give Shen Ran to her own sister-in-law's nephew. This was clearly because she was afraid that if Shen Ran found out, she would take her away. Princess Jinda was willing to turn a blind eye to the fact that the second madam had raised Shen Ran for so many years, so she had to find a barely acceptable husband for Shen Ran. However, the first madam of the Wang family was a nephew from her maternal family, a man who couldn't even get into the princess's mansion. He was good at everything from eating and drinking to gambling and whoring. This was deliberately pushing Shen Ran into a pit of fire. The fact that the second wife favored Shen Han was already enough to break Shen Ran's heart. This move completely destroyed the years of kindness in raising her. It would be good enough if Princess Jinda and the eldest son-in-law didn't hold the second wife accountable. How could they expect them to remember the second wife's kindness? This protective charm is now broken. Shen Tang waited for Princess Jinda and her husband to come and take Shen Ran away. She wanted to see how the second wife would explain to everyone that she had been pregnant for 10 months and had given birth to Princess Jinda's daughter. In a good mood, Shen Tang ate half a bowl more at dinner, while the second madam struggled to eat and felt extremely uncomfortable. Their daughter disappeared right under the noses of so many members of the Wang family, and even after being drugged with an aphrodisiac. It was as if she had been ghosted. The Wang family searched high and low but couldn't find her daughter. The second wife couldn't stay overnight at the Wang family's house and had to come back, but her daughter was missing. How could she explain this to the old lady tomorrow? That night, no matter how soundly Shen Tang slept, the second madam tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As usual, after breakfast, Shen Tang took her maid to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. She stayed in Songha Hall for half an hour, and her bottom was already hard from sitting, but the second madam still hadn't arrived, which showed that she had gotten up late. Shen Luo said, "My third sister and second aunt went out of the mansion yesterday, and it seems they didn't return." The old lady was drinking tea when she heard this, and her brows furrowed. "Ranner hasn't returned?" Shen Luo shook her head. "I had dinner yesterday and was bored, so I wanted to go talk to my third sister, but the maid said she hadn't returned." These words weren't just casually spoken. Even though the Wang family was Shen Ran's uncle's family, they couldn't just let someone stay overnight. The third madam quickly said, "Perhaps she returned late and Luo'er didn't know." Shen Tang said, "Third sister did not return to the manor yesterday." The old lady's face darkened. 15 minutes later, the second mistress entered, her eyelids slightly dark. Before she could even bow, the old lady asked, "Where is Ranner?" The fact that her daughter hadn't returned home couldn't be kept secret any longer. The second wife said, "I took Ranner to the Wang family yesterday, but I don't know where Ranner ran off to." The old lady's heart sank to the bottom. "What do you mean, I don't know where she's gone?" Ranner is always obedient. She wouldn't wander off like that. You went to the Wang family yourself, fine, but you took Ranner with you? And you didn't even keep an eye on her? If a daughter stays out overnight, who knows what rumors will spread? If there weren't other people in the house, the old lady would have given the second wife a good scolding. The second wife said, Ranner came to the Wang family with me, but no one saw her leave the mansion. She just disappeared without a trace. I already turned the Wang family upside down yesterday. The old lady said angrily, Then what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go to the Wang family to continue searching for me. Why would she return home if her daughter is lost? The old lady was so angry that her vision blurred. The second wife turned to leave when a maid rushed in, saying hurriedly, Madam, Princess Jinda has arrived, accompanied by many guards, and has completely surrounded our manor. Shen Tang sat there, her eyes wide open. She had anticipated that Princess Jinda would seek out the second madam, and she thought that Princess Jinda would send someone to summon the second madam to the princess's residence for questioning. However, she did not expect that Princess Jinda would directly lead her people to the Marquis's residence. She likes it. Shen Tang forced herself not to smile, while the old lady found it strange. It was surprising enough that Princess Jinda came to the Marquis's residence, but why did she bring guards to surround it? What was she trying to do? The second wife was pale, a dense, subtle fear spreading throughout her body from the depths of her heart, making it almost impossible for her to stand. Shen Tang looked at the fourth madam and said, Second aunt doesn't look well. Fourth aunt, why don't you go and greet Princess Jinda? The fourth wife was also bewildered. She glanced at the second wife before getting up and leaving. The old lady looked at Shen Tang. Do you know why Princess Jinda came to our Pingyuan Marquis's residence? Shen Tang said, Grandmother, you will know when Princess Jinda arrives. Regardless, Shen Ran's life was saved by the old lady. Princess Jinda may be angry with the second wife, but she will definitely acknowledge the old lady's kindness in saving her daughter and will not implicate the entire Pingyuan Marquis's mansion. Shen Tang remained calm, and for some reason, the old lady's anxiety subsided. Ever since Shen Tang found Shen Yan, the old lady had trusted Shen Tang completely and seemed to regard Shen Tang as her pillar of support. The old lady waited patiently for about 15 minutes when Princess Jinda entered. Princess Jinda came with a face full of anger, which made the old lady even more uneasy. The old lady rose to greet Princess Jinda. Despite her anger, Princess Jinda helped the old lady up, saying, Old Madam Shen, you are too polite. She came in anger, then helped her up, leaving the old lady bewildered. The old lady asked, May I ask what brings Princess Jinda to our Pingyuan Marquis's residence? Princess Jinda's sharp gaze swept over the second madam, and with just one glance, the second madam's knees buckled and she almost knelt down. She forced herself to stay composed, her face unable to show any expression. Princess Jinda wished she could skin the second madam alive. She said coldly, I've come to demand an explanation from the second madam of the manor. How exactly did that jade pendant end up in the hands of the eldest daughter of the manor? Why didn't you tell the third daughter of the manor that she is my daughter? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The waves stunned everyone in the room except for Shen Tang and Qiu Tong. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Is the third sister the daughter of Princess Jinda? How is that possible? Princess Jinda sat down, her face contorted with rage that seemed to threaten to lift the roof off. The second wife's face turned deathly pale. If the maid hadn't caught her in time, she would have fallen to the ground. The old lady turned to Princess Jinda and asked, Princess, could you be mistaken? How could Ranner be your daughter? Princess Jinda looked at the old lady and said, There's no mistake, Ranner is my daughter. I've already brought her back to the princess's residence. But the second wife in the residence, knowing that I was investigating that jade pendant, concealed it from me and even harbored malicious intentions. Chapter 166. Deny. The old lady's brows remained furrowed as she asked, What jade pendant? Princess Jinda looked at the old lady and said, Back then, I mistakenly thought my daughter had died at birth. My husband gave her the jade pendant he always wore as a burial gift. I searched for that jade pendant for more than 10 years. It appeared in the palace on the day of the Empress's birthday banquet. It was said to belong to the eldest daughter of the family. I even called the second wife of the family to ask her. Didn't she tell you? She had no dealings with the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion, so when she suddenly went to see the second wife, no one in the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion was curious or asked a single question. The old lady asked, but the second wife said that Princess Jinda had come to her for a painting or calligraphy, but she never expected it was for a jade pendant. If there were no shady dealings involved with a jade pendant, the second wife wouldn't have kept it a secret from the old lady. Could it be that Ranner is really Princess Jinda's daughter? The old lady turned to look at the second wife, whose face had turned completely pale, showing only the fear of impending doom. Shen Ran disappeared at the Wang family's residence yesterday and was taken to Princess Jinda's residence. Doesn't that mean Princess Jinda and her husband both know that she drugged Ranner and arranged for Ranner to marry her maternal sister-in-law's nephew? The second wife trembled violently, but she still stubbornly refused to kneel down. She vehemently denied it, saying, "Ranner is my own daughter. The whole capital knows that Princess Jinda gave birth to a stillborn child. If you and the eldest prince consort like Ranner, I will be happy from the bottom of my heart. But if the eldest princess wants to take my daughter away, I will never agree to it." Shen Tang truly admired the second madam. She was so steadfast that she wouldn't shed a tear even when facing death. But it was no wonder, since the second madam knew that Shen Ran was the daughter of Princess Jinda, and she quickly used dirty tricks to keep Shen Ran by her side. This was clearly an attempt to use Shen Ran to control Princess Jinda, and in a desperate situation, to use Shen Ran to seek help from Princess Jinda to save her own life. Now that his scheme has failed and Princess Jinda has found out and come knocking, he can only deny it to the death. After all, everyone knows that Princess Jinda gave birth to a stillborn child back then, and he is hoping that he can get away with it. However, the second madam underestimated Princess Jinda. She had already angered Princess Jinda and was now truly challenging the powerful Princess Jinda. It would be strange if Princess Jinda let her off lightly. Shen Tang looked at Princess Jinda and saw the murderous intent in her eyes. Instead, she laughed and said, "I only want to know how Ranner came to be by your side, considering how you raised Ranner for so many years. Since Madame Shen is so certain that Ranner is your biological daughter and has nothing to do with me. Very well. Then we'll go to the Ministry of Justice for a blood test to verify paternity. If Ranner is truly your daughter, this princess will apologize to you. If not, you can forget about ever leaving the Ministry of Justice again. Do you dare to go?" Princess Jinda's eyes were sharp, and her voice was like pearls falling to the ground, leaving no room for doubt. The second wife was truly panicked now. She had been so eager to deny it that she never expected there was such a thing as a blood test for kinship. The second wife didn't dare utter a single word, and the old lady already knew what was going on. There were also people watching the show with amusement. Shen Tang said, "Second aunt, go ahead. You can't lose face even if you lose the game. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." The second wife dared not glare at Princess Jinda, but Shen Tang certainly wouldn't dare. The people in the room twitched at the corners of their mouths. They had seen people stirring up trouble before, but they had never seen the second young lady stirring up trouble so blatantly. Wasn't she afraid that Princess Jinda would be angry with her? Princess Jinda glanced at Shen Tang without any hint of blame. If it weren't for Shen Tang, she and her daughter would still be separated by blood. Her daughter's life would have been ruined by Madame Shen. She was too grateful to blame Shen Tang. Princess Jinda withdrew her gaze from Shen Tang's face and looked at the second madam. "Second Madam Shen, are you afraid to go?" The second wife opened her mouth but didn't utter a single word. Princess Jinda, however, lost her patience and stood up abruptly. "Take her to the Ministry of Justice." Princess Jinda's men immediately stepped forward and seized the second madam. This time, the second madam was truly frightened. As the nanny approached, she knelt down with a thud, pleading, "Your Highness, please calm your anger." With this kneeling, Shen Ran's true identity was revealed. As Princess Jinda said, she only wanted to find out how her daughter entered the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. As for the second madam's mistreatment of Shen Ran, although Princess Jinda was very angry, Shen Ran had grown up by the second madam's side and had not made any irreparable mistakes. The second madam's actions directly destroyed the years of nurturing her daughter, and she could not repay the favor in the future. In addition, Shen Ran pleaded for the second madam with tears in her eyes. Her daughter had returned to her side and asked her, as her mother, for the first thing. No matter how angry Princess Jinda was, she had to comply with her. So she won't pursue the matter with the second wife today, but it's uncertain whether she will in the future. Princess Jinda sat down and said, "Tell me, what exactly happened back then?" She was the eldest princess and had grown up by the Empress Dowager's side. Her lack of anger already revealed a certain degree of authority, let alone her fury. The second wife knelt on the ground, her face deathly pale, and said, "Ranner is indeed not my biological daughter, but I really didn't know she was your daughter, princess. Back then, I made a mistake and my husband wanted to divorce me. I had no choice but to pretend to be pregnant. I just gave that as a cover and I had to keep up the act. But my belly was empty and I couldn't conjure up a child. So I bribed the midwife to find a stillborn baby. The midwife brought the child to the manor and I didn't inquire about its origins. Back then, the midwife and the doctor both said that Ranner wouldn't survive, and even if she did, she would be an idiot. It was the old lady who saved her by pricking Ranner's 10 fingers with a hairpin. I saw that she was lucky and would surely be a blessed person in the future, so I kept her by my side. That jade pendant was tucked into the swaddling clothes back then." Shen Tang sat there, her face growing darker and darker as she listened. She hadn't expected the second madam to be so eloquent. Knowing that after Princess Jinda left, the old madam would ask her where the child she had given birth to had gone, she directly said that she had faked her pregnancy and had never given birth at all, in order to shut the old madam up. Princess Jinda never expected that her daughter would end up with the second madam in this way, and for a moment she didn't know whether to be angry or relieved. Back then, someone dug up the daughter that the second wife thought had died in order to make money from her. The daughter was brought into the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion and was rescued by old Madame Shen, which led to the day when the mother and daughter were reunited. She acknowledged the life-saving grace from Madame Shen. But Madame Shen, Princess Jinda felt a surge of anger whenever she saw her. Even if Ranner wasn't her biological daughter, she had still raised her by her side. Just because she knew she was her daughter, she couldn't wait to arrange for her to marry her own sister-in-law's nephew. If he were a decent person, that would be one thing, but this lowly scoundrel was unworthy of having his way with her daughter, and with such despicable means. Thinking of this, Princess Jinda felt like tearing the second madam to pieces. Ranner still pleaded for this cold-hearted and ruthless person. Princess Jinda glared at the second madam and said, "Get out of here. This is something I need to say to the old lady privately." The second wife dared not disobey and quickly got up from the ground, but her legs were so weak that she needed her maid's help to stand up. As Shen Tang was about to leave, Princess Jinda softened her tone and said, "Second Miss Shen, please stay." Chapter 167. Scourge. It's normal that Princess Jinda didn't want to see the second madam, but since she kept Shen Tang, those who left looked at each other in confusion. The old lady was even more uneasy. Only when she saw that Shen Tang didn't show any panic or fear did she feel a little more at ease. After everyone had left, the old lady looked at Princess Jinda and said, "Princess, please calm down. If my Pingyuan Marquis' mansion had known that Ranner was your biological daughter, I would have sent her back long ago." The old lady was met with a cold laugh from Princess Jinda, a laugh that sent chills down her spine. Princess Jinda said, "Does Madame Shen know what the second madam did yesterday after she learned that Ranner was my daughter?" Seeing the frost on Princess Jinda's face, the old lady's heart pounded. "No, I don't know. Please enlighten me, Your Highness." Princess Jinda tried her best to suppress the anger rising in her head. Yesterday, the second mistress of the manor took Ranner to the Wang family, gave her an aphrodisiac, and locked her in a room with the eldest mistress of the Wang family's nephew. The old lady. This wretched child. The old lady's face turned deathly pale. She knelt down immediately, saying, "Princess Jinda, please calm your anger." Princess Jinda quickly helped the old lady up and said, "Fortunately, Miss Shen was on guard and sent the Prince of Jingyang's men to take Ranner out of the Wang family in time and sent her to a pharmacy to find a doctor." Coincidentally, the imperial son-in-law returned to the manor, and the guards informed him of the matter. The doctor couldn't counteract the effects of the medicine on Ranner, so the imperial son-in-law temporarily picked out a husband for Ranner on the street, thus preventing an irreparable mistake. But after such an incident, even if her daughter is found, she won't stay with her for more than a few days before getting married. How could Princess Jinda not be angry? She wished she could keep her daughter by her side for a year or two to make up for what she owed her. The only consolation was that the eldest son of the General Huihua's mansion was good in character, talent, and family background. Otherwise, she would never have let it go. She only acknowledged the kindness shown to her by old Madame Shen and Shen Tang from the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. Princess Jinda said, "If my son-in-law hadn't been chosen by the eldest son-in-law, I would never have let this go. I am extremely grateful to the second wife of the household for raising Ranner for many years, but her actions have chilled my heart and made Ranner feel even colder." Her mother-daughter relationship with Ranner was severed yesterday at the Wang family. "I don't want her to have any further involvement with Ranner in the future." The old lady felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly said, "I was kept in the dark about these things until the princess told me. I will definitely give the princess an explanation for what she did." Princess Jinda didn't say anything. She glanced at her personal maid, who went out. A short while later, a servant brought in 2 large boxes. One thing at a time, Princess Jinda wanted to skin the second madam alive for what she had done, but she was equally grateful for the old madam's life-saving grace, and these 2 boxes were a thank-you gift for the old madam. There was also a box containing a thank-you gift to Shen Tang. If it weren't for Shen Tang, Shen Ran's life would have been ruined again. After expressing her gratitude, Princess Jinda left. The 4th madam welcomed her into the mansion and also saw her off. No sooner had Princess Jinda left than the old lady dismissed everyone in the room except for Granny Wan, then looked at Shen Tang and asked, "Did you know that Ranner is Princess Jinda's daughter?" Shen Tang looked at the old lady and asked, "If I said that my eldest sister is the daughter of my second uncle and second aunt, would grandmother believe me?" The old lady's face stiffened. Now that things have come to this point, even without Shen Tang saying it, the old lady already has this suspicion. The second wife said that her pregnancy back then was fake, but she could pretend for 8 months without being exposed, which the second wife didn't believe. The old lady didn't speak, or rather, she didn't know what to say. The second wife deserved her punishment, but this led to more trouble. Shen Sui and the second master already had a rift between them. Both brothers were her flesh and blood, so how could she, as their mother, face their fratricide? The old lady's eyes dimmed. Shen Tang didn't have any solid evidence at the moment, so she didn't say much. She said, "Second aunt loves the eldest sister the most, far more than the third sister. I have always suspected the origin of the third sister and felt that she is not the daughter of our Pingyuan Marquis family." After the Empress's birthday banquet that day, everyone left the residence, but Princess Jinda hurriedly walked back. Her maid bumped into Inqing, causing Inqing to twist her ankle and hit her forehead. "I found this strange. Princess Jinda then went to find my second aunt, so I asked the Prince of Jingyang to keep an eye on things for me. That day, I had dinner with my grandmother to find out what Princess Jinda wanted with my second aunt. Because my second aunt lied, I became even more curious. The heir of the Prince of Jingyang found out that the jade pendant was a burial item given by the eldest son-in-law to his daughter. I remembered what my grandmother said about how when my third sister was born, the midwife and the doctor both said she wouldn't survive. So I boldly guessed that she might be Princess Jinda's daughter who is thought to have died in the womb. Yesterday, my second aunt took my third sister to the Wang family. I found it strange. My second aunt should have stayed at the manor to prepare my eldest sister's dowry. So I asked the secret guards sent by the Prince of Jingong to go to the Wang family to take a look. Fortunately, the secret guards arrived in time, otherwise our Pingyuan Marquis manor would really have no way to explain to Princess Jinda. The old lady was still shaken. She didn't even dare to think about how Princess Jinda would retaliate against the Pingyuan Marquis mansion if Shenran was really ruined by the second madam. The death of the second wife is not a pity, but the other people in the Pingyuan Marquis mansion are completely unaware of what happened, how innocent they are. The old lady felt a mix of emotions. She didn't know how much Shen Tang had done behind the scenes to protect the Marquis mansion. Such a large mansion required a young woman like her to protect it, which was truly shameful. The old lady said to Shen Tang, "The emperor hasn't yet issued an edict regarding your elder sister's rank. Once word gets out that she might be the daughter of a concubine, the position of principal wife will be out of her reach. There's also no evidence to prove that your elder sister is your second uncle and aunt's daughter. Your grandmother hopes that you..." Thinking of the bigger picture Xiagimo mentioned, and how the first prince's faction was actively pushing Shenhan to become the second prince's consort, Shen Tang knew she couldn't hold the first prince and Xiagimo back. Sending Shenhan back to her second wife won't make a difference in a few days. Shen Tang said, "I know what grandmother said. I just hope that when the evidence is presented to grandmother in the future, grandmother and father can give mother a satisfactory explanation." The old lady said, "As long as it can be proven that she did it, I will not tolerate it." Shen Tang didn't take the old lady's guarantee too seriously. She wanted solid evidence to be presented. She knew the old lady was protecting the second branch of the family, so she would definitely send the evidence to the Ministry of Justice and let the court punish the second wife and the second master according to the law. Out of personal motives, or perhaps because she thought it was for the good of the Marquis mansion, and for the sake of the bigger picture, Shen Tang temporarily suppressed the matter. But what was suppressed was Shenhan's background. The second wife harmed Shenran and angered Princess Jinda. The old lady still had to explain to Princess Jinda. The ruthlessness of the second wife chilled the old lady to the bone. She ordered the second wife to be flogged 30 times and thrown into the Buddhist hall to reflect on her actions. After dealing with the second wife and the second master, and with the mansion surrounded by Princess Jinda, Shen Sui and the second master returned to the mansion. The old lady asked the second wife if the second master knew about what she had done. The second master vehemently denied it. The old lady was utterly disappointed. "The person next to you in bed is a viper. You know nothing about it, yet you still have the nerve to deny it. Someone come here. Drag him down and give him 30 strokes of the cane, then send him to the ancestral hall to reflect on his actions." Chapter 168. Fukuzawa. Shen Tang sat in the room, the sound of the board hitting the floor constantly ringing out, and occasionally the second madam's screams could be heard. The beating was almost over. Shen Tang went out to take a look. Both had received 30 strokes of the cane. The second madam's buttocks were bleeding. It was obvious that the second master had received a much lighter beating with only slight bleeding. Perhaps it was because the second master was a martial artist, but Shen Tang felt that it was more likely that the old women in the courtyard had held back. After all, the second master was the old madam's own son, and even if bones were broken, they were still connected by tendons. After the fight, the servants carried the second master to the ancestral hall, and the old women took the second madam to the Buddhist hall. The maids and old women of Songha Hall all felt that Princess Jinda was clear about her grudges and favors. The second madam concealed the third Mrs. background, and Princess Jinda only targeted her. Princess Jinda was grateful to the old madam for saving the third Mrs. life. But why did Princess Jinda thank the second Miss? Princess Jinda presented the old lady with many gifts of gratitude, including ginseng, deer antler, cordyceps, bird's nest, red jade beads, and a bodhisattva carved from mutton fat jade, all prepared according to the old lady's preferences. The large box that Princess Jinda gave to Shen Tang contained quite a few things, including 2 sets of jewelry, a jade bracelet necklace, a box of pearls, calligraphy and paintings, and jade artifacts. The items were for Shen Tang, so the old woman carried them to Qingyi Garden. Shen Tang stayed at Songha Hall for a while before leaving, only to run into Shen Han, who was rushing over on the way. Shen Han lived in Mingwei Garden, which was quite far away. By the time she received the news and rushed there, the second madam had already been punished and sent to the Buddhist hall. The way she looked at Shen Tang was like a venomous snake lurking in the grass, flicking its tongue, as if it were about to pounce and bite Shen Tang to death at any moment. She looked at Shen Tang with icy eyes. "It seems that my second aunt and I have been living under your nose all along." Shen Tang smiled lightly. "I've lived under your and your second aunt's noses for over a decade, and you're already acting like a cornered dog after I've only been watching you for a few days? You!" Shen Han was so angry that she wanted to raise her hand to hit someone, but she managed to restrain herself. Shen Tang is quite capable. She managed to make the Prince of Jingyang's heir insist on marrying her. This slap could ruin her chance to become the second prince's consort. The Prince of Jingyang's heir couldn't propose marriage himself, so he asked the Emperor to relay the message for him. The Emperor trusts him greatly. Once she becomes the second prince's wife, Shen Tang will be in for a beating. Shen Hanyin dug her nails into her flesh beneath her sleeves. Her eyes, which seemed to want to devour someone, swept across Shen Tang's face before she turned and walked away. Shen Han is ruthless, and Consort Yi is even more so. With these two together, Shen Tang is really worried that it will bring disaster to the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. She must send Shen Han back to the second branch of the family as soon as possible and separate the second branch from the Marquis' mansion. However, Xia Guimo's men who went to Wangzhou to fetch Chunlan have been gone for so long, yet they haven't brought her back and there's still no news. Shen Tang felt a sense of unease. Chunlan may be the only witness to the second mistress's act of switching the beams and pillars, and there must be no mishaps. Shen Tang was extremely anxious, but she knew that Xia Guimo would tell her if there was any news. Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden with unease, while news of Princess Jinda leading people to surround the Pingyuan Marquis' residence spread throughout the capital. Everyone was speculating what the Pingyuan Marquis' residence had done to offend Princess Jinda. Teahouses and taverns were buzzing with gossip about it, and then the news spread that the third daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan was the daughter of Princess Jinda. Everyone who heard about this was shocked. How is this possible? Didn't Princess Jinda give birth to a stillborn child back then? That's right. How could the third daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion be the daughter of Princess Jinda and her husband? The dead cannot be brought back to life. It is said that back then, the second wife of the Marquis of Pingyuan pretended to be pregnant in order to win favor. She had no choice but to buy a stillborn fetus to deceive everyone. It was only because Princess Jinda's daughter was lucky and still alive that she encountered the kind-hearted old lady of the Marquis of Pingyuan, who pricked all 10 of her fingers to save her life. As expected of the eldest princess's daughter, she is truly blessed. The second wife of the Marquis of Pingyuan is ruthless. Knowing that Princess Jinda was looking for her daughter, she deliberately kept it a secret and rushed to marry Miss Shen to her own sister-in-law's nephew. She even gave her an aphrodisiac. Fortunately, someone risked their life to help Miss Shen escape. Yesterday, the Grand Prince Consort chose a husband on this very street to cure his daughter, who has not yet been formally recognized as a member of the family. Who is it? Who has the imperial son-in-law chosen? The eldest son of the general's mansion in Huaihua. It was noon, and many people were having lunch at the restaurant, including the third young master of the general's mansion in Huaihua. Young Master Su. Yesterday, my elder brother returned home very late. When asked why he was so late, my brother blushed and said that something had delayed him. Apparently, he had been stopped by the eldest son-in-law to detoxify his daughter. No wonder my parents were so happy this morning. It turns out my eldest brother's marriage is finally settled. There were also those who were unhappy. After all, yesterday the eldest son-in-law had chosen the eldest son of the Huaihua general's mansion as his son-in-law from among more than a dozen noble families. Today, Those noble families realized why the eldest son-in-law was looking at them. They thought it was because they were not well-groomed, or that the eldest son-in-law had some special fetish. It turned out that the eldest son-in-law was choosing a son-in-law for himself, and he didn't even like them. The rumors circulating in the streets, alleys, tea-houses, and taverns reached Shen Tang's ears through a maid. Shen Tang was surprised that the rumors were spread in such detail. It seemed that Princess Jinda had deliberately spread them. After all, not many people knew about the matter of finding someone to give Shen Ran the antidote. Shen Tang wouldn't spread this information, so it could only be Princess Jinda herself. This is to completely sever the mother-daughter relationship between the second madam and Shen Ran. The kindness of raising is greater than the kindness of giving birth. Otherwise, if the second master and second madam need Shen Ran's help in the future, Shen Ran will not be able to refuse due to her status. Now everyone knows how the second madam treated Shen Ran, so the second madam will have no face to go to Princess Jinda's residence, let alone look for Shen Ran. The second wife's attempt to steal a chicken backfired spectacularly. She lost both her wife and her army, suffering a huge loss. That afternoon, news spread that the general of Huaihua and his wife had come to propose marriage, and that Princess Jinda and her husband had betrothed their daughter to the young Master Su. They had already been intimate, so he had no choice but to marry her. Yes, not only will she marry him, but she will also be married soon. However, while Princess Jinda agreed to the marriage, she made a request. Shen Ran is her only daughter in her life. They were separated for more than 10 years, and she was only found yesterday. She wants to keep her by her side and take care of her for a while longer. Princess Jinda hoped that after her daughter got married, her son-in-law could stay with her daughter at the princess's residence for 6 months. After the 6 months were up, they would move to the general's residence in Huaihua. This request was heartbreaking, but the general Huaihua and his wife were not unreasonable people, and they agreed immediately. The two families are now busy preparing for the wedding banquet. The Empress Dowager has always doted on Princess Jinda. Princess Jinda brought her daughter to the palace to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was pleased and bestowed upon Shen Ran the title of Princess Shen Ran. Shen Ran's name was given by the old lady. Out of consideration for the old lady's life-saving grace to Shen Ran, Princess Jinda and her husband did not change it, only their surnames. The eldest son-in-law's surname was Zhao. Zhao Ran. Chapter 169. Passing by. On this day, the weather was fine, with a clear blue sky and not a cloud in sight. After breakfast, Shen Tang took Yinxing to Songha Hall to pay her respects. When she arrived, the fourth madam and the old madam were discussing Shen Ran, Zhao Ran's appointment as the Princess of Qing Ran. All the civil and military officials sent congratulatory gifts to Princess Jinda's residence to offer their congratulations, so whether or not the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence should send one became a question. I'll send it. I'm too ashamed to go. Not sending it seems even more unreasonable. The old lady was also very worried about this matter. Thinking of the embarrassing situation of the Marquis's mansion, the old lady felt like she wanted to skin the second wife alive. The kindness of raising her for more than 10 years has been wasted, and her reputation has been ruined. According to the rumors circulating outside, even if the second master divorces his wife now, no one will say that the second master is heartless. They will only say that the second wife has only herself to blame. The second wife has a second son who is not yet married. With a mother of such a tarnished reputation, the old lady has already begun to worry about the second son's marriage. Shen Tang walked in and said, "Grandmother, don't worry. It was only second aunt who angered Princess Jinda. Princess Jinda will not implicate anyone else." Princess Jinda didn't take her anger out on the entire Marquis's mansion because Shen Tang and the Prince of Jingong were secretly protecting them. Otherwise, the entire mansion would have been dragged down by the second madam. Thinking of Shen Tang's help to Shen Ran, the old lady said, "We won't see you off from the Marquis's residence. You can go and congratulate your third sister on behalf of the Marquis's residence." "That works too." Shen Tang nodded. The old lady instructed Wang Mama to prepare a congratulatory gift. Since it was just to congratulate Shenran, the gift would be something that a young lady would like. Once everything was ready, Shen Tang got up and took Ginkgo to Princess Jinda's residence. Princess Jinda's residence is quite far from the Pingyuan Marquis's residence, and it is located just past the gate of the Jing'ang Prince's residence. As luck would have it, when Shen Tang was passing by the gate in his carriage, Xiagimo happened to come out of the mansion. He recognized Shen Tang's carriage at a glance and thought it was coming to see him. Even the servants of the Jing'ang Prince's mansion thought it was coming to see their young master. As a result, the carriage passed right by without stopping. Xiagimo, the gatekeeper. Xiagimo rode after them, jumped onto the carriage shaft, and slipped inside while the servant was still in a daze. Shen Tang was startled and blushed. How did you get in? Xiagimo said, You didn't come to see me? Shen Tang said, I'm going to Princess Jinda's residence. She should have taken a detour. Taking a detour would have taken more time than let Xiagimo misunderstand. It's one thing for Xiagimo to misunderstand, but she was afraid that the people from the Jing'ang Prince's mansion would also misunderstand. Xiagimo said, I thought you came to see me. Shen Tang. It's obviously impossible. She's not married to him yet. It's not appropriate for men and women to meet before marriage. If she really needs to contact him, she always sends a message through Qinshan. He knows that. Yinxing was also in the carriage. Although the carriage was spacious, with the addition of the Prince of Jing'ang, she wished she could disappear into the ground. She was so close to the carriage that she almost wanted to sit on the carriage shaft. Shen Tang blushed. We're almost at Princess Jinda's residence. It wouldn't look good if someone saw us. Xiagimo chuckled and whispered in Shen Tang's ear, Everyone's saying I kissed you, so what's a little carriage ride with you? Shen Tang was so embarrassed that she wanted to kick him away. Shen Tang pushed him out. Xiagimo had to go to the military camp, so he stopped teasing Shen Tang and said, I'll come find you tonight. Shen Tang said, You're not allowed to go at night. Okay, I'll try to do it as soon as possible. Before Shen Tang could react, Xiagimo emerged from the carriage and jumped onto the horse. The wind lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, and Shen Tang saw Xiagimo riding on horseback, the sunlight shining on him as if he were coated with a layer of faint golden light. The carriage traveled a little further and turned a corner to reach Princess Jinda's residence. In terms of location, Prince Jingyang's residence was even better than Princess Jinda's residence, as it was closer to the palace, allowing him to sleep in for a little longer before attending court. Since Princess Jinda found her daughter, congratulations have poured in. After Shenran was conferred the title of Princess Qingran, civil and military officials either personally delivered congratulatory gifts or sent their stewards to deliver them, and her door was practically worn out by the crowds. Upon seeing the carriage of the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence, the servant of Princess Jinda's residence was filled with righteous indignation. However, upon seeing that it was Shen Tang who stepped out of the carriage, he quickly suppressed his indignation and diligently helped to move a footstool. The second daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan's family was a great benefactor to their princess's family. They sent someone to inform Princess Jinda while inviting Shen Tang into the family. The maid led Shen Tang to see Princess Jinda, while Shenran stayed by Princess Jinda's side. Although General Huaihua and his wife had promised that Shenran could continue to live in the princess's residence for half a year after her marriage, there was always a difference between a daughter who was married and one who was not. Upon seeing Shen Tang, Princess Jinda greeted her with a broad smile. Second Miss Shen has arrived. Shenran was delighted to see Shen Tang and called out second sister. Shen Tang smiled gently and curtsied to Princess Jinda. Congratulations on the reunion of Princess Jinda and Princess Qingran. Princess Jinda smiled and said, It's all thanks to Miss Shen. You're here to see Rana, right? You two sisters can chat. Sisters. Shenran, who was about to become Zhou, still called her second sister. Princess Jinda did not object to Shenran and Shen Tang getting close, especially after knowing that the second madam protected Shen Han and targeted Shen Tang several times, causing her trouble. Shen Tang never held a grudge against Shenran, making them even more worthy of being friends. Princess Jinda knew that Shen Ran was not yet used to living in the princess's residence. Shen Tang was someone she knew well, and talking to her would make her feel more relaxed. If Shen Tang hadn't already been betrothed, Princess Jinda would have wanted to bring her to the princess's residence to keep Shen Ran company for a few days. Shen Ran stood up, and Shen Tang bowed to her and took their leave. The two went to the garden, and Shen Tang said with a smile, "Congratulations, second sister. You've finally found your biological parents." Shen Ran looked at Shen Tang and said, "I should thank my second sister." After a pause, Shen Ran asked, "Did second sister already know?" Shen Tang shook her head. "If I had known, I would have told Princess Jinda long ago. Why would I have waited until now?" "That makes sense." The second sister has always suspected that the eldest sister is the daughter of the second wife. Once her background is confirmed, the Marquis family will be even more suspicious of the second wife. The thought that the person she had called mother for over a decade had so heartlessly pushed her to the nephew of Madame Wang's family made Shen Ran's eyes redden. Although the second wife had never treated her as her own daughter, in Shen Ran's heart, before the second wife drugged her, she had always regarded the second wife as her own mother. Shen Ran apologized to Shen Tang. "For so many years, I've helped my eldest sister bully my second sister, and not only did my second sister not hold a grudge against me, she even helped me." Shen Tang could have remained indifferent, but if she hadn't sent Shen Shan to the Wang family and hadn't told the eldest son-in-law, Shen Ran might never have recognized Princess Jinda. Shen Tang helped Shen Ran up. "Let's not talk about the unpleasant things from the past. Now that you have Princess Jinda and the eldest son-in-law who love you, I'm truly happy for you." Shen Ran nodded repeatedly. For the first time in so many years, she experienced what it felt like to be the apple of someone's eye. Princess Jinda and her husband wanted to give her everything in the world, even the moon. However, since she didn't grow up around them, she still harbored a slight fear in her heart, though she's felt much better these past 2 days. Shen Ran said, "It's just that I'm all alone in the mansion. Fortunately, the Jingyang prince's mansion is nearby. After my second sister gets married, I can visit her often." Shen Tang chuckled, "You're about to get married, and you're still thinking about having fun." Shen Ran blushed and stomped her feet in embarrassment. Chapter 170. Deliver an imperial order. Despite feeling embarrassed, Shen Ran was genuinely grateful to Shen Tang. Otherwise her life would have been ruined by the second madam. She didn't know how to express her gratitude to Shen Tang, so she could only keep it in her heart. If her second sister needed her in the future, she would do anything to help, even risk her life. Shen Ran accompanied Shen Tang to stroll in the garden. In fact, she had only been to this garden twice and was not yet familiar with it, but she was happy as long as she was with Shen Tang. Shen Tang had never targeted her, and even said some things that she dared not say herself. However, she dared not show her closeness to Shen Tang because of the second madam. Now that Shen Tang has spared her from jumping into the fire pit, and Princess Jinda has also allowed her to address Shen Tang as sisters, she and Shen Tang can talk about anything. She used to play together with her sisters in the Marquis' mansion. But in the Princess Jinda's mansion, she was the only daughter and had no one to talk to. When Shen Tang came to visit her, she cherished it all the more. And as she said, she hoped that Shen Tang would marry the Prince of Jingong soon so that the sisters could visit each other often. As for the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, unless it's the old lady's or Shen Sui's birthday celebrations or Shen Tang's wedding, Princess Jinda would definitely not allow her to step into the Pingyuan Marquis' residence again under normal circumstances. The two sisters strolled in the garden for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, Shen Tang said goodbye. Shen Ran was reluctant to part with her, so Shen Tang had no choice but to stay with her for another quarter of an hour. Shen Ran saw her off to the gate. When she saw Shen Tang off, there were tears glistening in her eyes. Having passed by the Jingyang prince's mansion on the way here, Shen Tang dared not walk in front of the mansion again. He had his servant take a detour, and it took him an extra quarter of an hour to get back to the Marquis' mansion. However, this short period of time was not wasted. Shen Tang was able to kneel one last time. He took the carriage back to the Marquis's residence, but stopped before reaching the gate. Shen Tang lifted the carriage curtain and saw the blue brick courtyard wall. Yinxing asked, "Why did we stop here?" The servant said, "There are carriages in front of the Marquis's mansion." Yinxing lifted the carriage curtain, and Shen Tang saw a carriage parked at the gate of the Marquis's mansion, along with guards on horseback. Shen Sui was seeing her father-in-law out. They must have come to deliver an imperial edict. After the messenger from the palace left, the servant drove the carriage over. Once the carriage stopped again, Yinxing got off and helped Shen Tang down. The servant couldn't wait to tell Shen Tang. A decree just came from the palace that the emperor has bestowed upon the eldest daughter the title of second princess consort, and the wedding will take place on the 18th of this month. It was expected that the emperor would grant Shen Han the position of the second prince's principal wife. Shen Tang was not surprised. After all, she had the strong support of the first princess faction, and she had even gotten engaged to Xie Guimo at this critical juncture, thus forcibly placing Shen Han in that position. Today is the 10th of the month, which means Shen Han will get married in 8 days. And that day will be the end of her 1-month marriage period, so the timing is just right. Shen Han, the second wife, and the old lady could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the position of the second princess consort now settled, the old lady's worries of the past few days finally subsided. Overjoyed, she rewarded everyone in the Marquis's mansion with 3 months' wages so that everyone could share in the happiness. They didn't have to do anything and just got 3 months' wages for free. The maids and servants in the mansion were all overjoyed. But whether this was a good thing or a bad thing was really hard to say. Shen Tang went to Songha Hall, walked around the screen, and entered the room, where she saw the old lady sitting on the daybed with a smile on her face. When she saw Shen Tang come in, the old lady asked, "Is Ranner all right?" As soon as the question was asked, the old lady realized she had asked the wrong question. Princess Jinda had only given birth to one daughter, Shen Ran, in her entire life, and would only have one daughter. After being separated from her for 15 years, she had finally found her again. How could she not love her dearly? Shen Tang said, "Third sister is doing well, but she has never been loved as much as Princess Jinda and the eldest son-in-law since she was a child, so she is not used to it." These words were a slap in the face, especially for the second wife. Her face was practically swollen from being slapped. If the second madam were to pamper Shen Ran more, with Princess Jinda as her backer, the second master would surely thrive in the officialdom and rise through the ranks. No, let's not talk about it. The old lady sighed inwardly. You'll get used to it. The old lady used to dote on Shen Han the most. Firstly, Shen Han's experience at birth pained the old lady, and secondly, Shen Han looked like her, which pleased the old lady. But she did no less for Shen Ran. She did everything a grandmother should do and had a clear conscience. With Princess Jinda and her husband to dote on her, the old lady can rest assured. Right now, the most important thing for the Marquis's mansion is to prepare a dowry for Shen Han. After all, there are only 8 days left. The Marquis of Pingyuan's daughter is getting married, and she is going to be a princess consort. The wedding banquet must be grand and lively. The second wife was stripped of her power to manage the household, and the old lady forbade her from interfering in the affairs of the eldest branch. The old lady then discussed the dowry for Shen Han with the third and fourth wives. Time was tight, and the fourth wife could not handle it alone, so the third wife had to help share the burden. The old lady said, "Tanger is still too young to get married. The dowry was originally prepared for Honor, so we'll return it to her." Shen Tang, sitting to the side, said, "This does not include my mother's dowry." Shen Han was in the room when she heard this, and her face immediately darkened. "What do you mean by that? You're giving away all of mother's dowry." His voice was filled with strong dissatisfaction, and also had a touch of domineering. After all, she was the future second prince's wife, or rather, she was already the second prince's wife. She was going to get married in 8 days. If she was a little arrogant and domineering, no one in the Marquis's mansion would dare to punish her. But Shen Tang wouldn't indulge her. My mother's dying words were that all the dowry should go to me. What business is it of yours? Tears welled up in Shen Han's eyes, but her fists clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. You promised to give me half. Shen Tang didn't know where she got her confidence from. My elder sister said we sisters are very close, but have you lived up to that? Smack asterisk. These words were like a resounding slap across Shen Han's face. If you treat your own words as mere farts, how can you have the audacity to demand that others keep their word? Money is a good thing. Half of Zhang's dowry is at least 10 or 20,000 taels. Wouldn't it be better to buy more beautiful clothes and jewelry for herself? Giving it to someone who was afraid of being widowed and pushed her into a fire pit is just plain stupid. No one thought Shen Tang had done anything wrong. Shen Han looked at the old lady with a wronged expression, hoping that the old lady could help her. Could the old lady handle this matter? Zhang's dowry was clearly intended entirely for Shen Tang. Even Shen Sui couldn't control his daughter-in-law's dowry, let alone the old lady. Furthermore, Shen Han is very likely the daughter of the second wife. Could the old lady do such a thing when Shen Tang clearly suspects her? The old lady said, "The Marquis's mansion gave you a considerable dowry. There are quite a few, and no one would complain about having too much." Shen Han said aggrievedly, "My second sister has all the dowry left by our mother, but I don't. I'm marrying the second prince, and I still won't have the same grandeur as my second sister. What will consort Yi and the second prince think of me?" Chapter 171. Playing the victim. Her tearful, pitiful appearance was truly heartbreaking, especially since consort Yi and the second prince were unwilling to give her the position of principal wife. If her dowry was even less than Shen Tang's, she would be looked down upon even more. However, the old lady couldn't help Shen Han in this matter. Without rules, there can be no order. Shen Tang and Shen Han are both legitimate daughters of the Marquis's family, and the dowry money from the Marquis's family's public funds is the same. Shen Sui already doted on Shen Tang more. Shen Tang had done a good job in finding Shen Yan and also prevented the Marquis's family from being resented by Princess Jinda. It was only right that Shen Sui give Shen Tang more dowry. Even knowing how much Shen Tang had done for the Marquis's mansion, the old lady couldn't possibly give Shen Han extra subsidies. At most, she would treat everyone equally, without favoring either of them. In other words, Shen Tang always received more dowry than Shen Han, including the amount Jiang Shi provided. Of course, the second wife doted on Shen Han more, and the dowry she gave Shen Han was definitely more than that given to Shen Tang. However, the second wife could not possibly give all of her dowry to Shen Han. Even if she did, it probably wouldn't be as much as the dowry left by Jiang Shi. The old lady said, "You should get married first. Your second sister's wedding date hasn't been set yet." If Shen Tang were to marry first, her dowry would be greater than Shen Han's, which would be a disgrace for Shen Han. However, if Shen Han were to marry first, the situation would be much better. Shen Han didn't expect that the old lady would also side with her. Did she, the soon-to-be second prince's wife, not have as much influence as the princess consort of Jiangong? Shen Han wiped away her tears and said, "My mother didn't love me when she was alive, and now even my grandmother doesn't love me. The Marquis's mansion that gave me birth and raised me doesn't value me. Do you think consort Yi and the second prince will still take me seriously?" What Shen Tang found most disgusting was Shen Han's attempts to gain sympathy, as if everyone owed her something. However, playing the victim isn't as effective as it used to be. People get used to any tactic after using it so many times. Besides, Shen Ran isn't the second wife's biological daughter, and the second wife always protects Shen Han. Everyone is secretly speculating whether Shen Han is the second wife's biological daughter or not. It's only because the second wife isn't around that she's not here. Otherwise, she would definitely help the eldest daughter get a dowry, and it would probably be more than the second daughter's, or even more. Shen Tang almost forgot and said to fourth madam, "The dowry from the Jiang family is also for me. Fourth aunt, remember to separate it out." Fourth madam. The room was filled with people. The eldest daughter complained that her dowry was too small, and the second daughter even wanted to deduct the dowry from the Jiang family share. This was definitely adding fuel to the fire when the eldest daughter was already angry. Shen Han was so angry she almost fainted. Shen Tang said infuriatingly, "It's no use. My elder sister and I are twins. I will have everything that my elder sister has. Besides, it's common knowledge in the capital that mother doesn't love you, elder sister. If Consort Yi and the second prince knew that mother was so biased towards me and that you were being wronged, they might feel even more sorry for you. Isn't that what my second aunt did? My dowry was left to me by my mother, and I have full authority to make decisions about it. Even my father can't interfere, so no matter how much you make a fuss, it won't change anything." Shen Han's delicate face twisted with anger. "Do you really have to flaunt your mother's love for you and stab me in the heart? Is this really hitting the nail on the head?" She didn't say anything even more ruthless, but anyway, she'd already stabbed him, whether it was one stab or two. Shen Tang said coldly, "My mother never treated you as her daughter. She might not like hearing you call her that from the afterlife." "You!" Shen Han was so angry she almost fainted. The old lady had a headache and gently scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." Hearing the old lady's rebuke, which wasn't particularly angry, Shen Han was furious. Knowing that no one in the room was on her side, she got up, wiped away her tears, and left. The old lady knew that Shen Tang's words were excessive, but she could not deny that what Shen Tang said wasn't true. Jian Shi did not recognize Shen Han as her daughter before she died, and even almost strangled Shen Han to death. Shen Tang was just saying what everyone already knew. Although it was hurtful, the old lady knew that Shen Tang believed that Shen Han was the daughter of the second wife. The second wife harbored evil intentions and used her daughter to switch her with her second brother. With such hatred, how could she possibly treat Shen Han kindly? Shen Han left crying, but no one chased after her to comfort her. Shen Tang said, "My elder sister is getting married soon, and the mansion must be in chaos these days. I would like to ask fourth aunt to send more people to watch over my mother's dowry. I am worried that someone with ulterior motives will take advantage of the chaos to steal it." Shen Tang's words were both tactful and direct. It couldn't be said that she was judging others by her own petty standards, because the second madam had previously stolen Zhang's dowry to clean up Shen Han's mess. Now that Shen Han complained that her dowry was not as generous as Shen Tang's, it was hard to guarantee that the second madam wouldn't have ulterior motives for her. The second wife is so open and honest with the eldest daughter. There's no way the eldest daughter isn't her own daughter. The old lady instructed the third and fourth wives, the dowry left by Madame Jiang and the additional dowry given by the Jiang family are not to be taken care of. As for the rest, the two sisters will be treated the same. The third and fourth wives nodded in agreement. Shen Tang sat there listening for a while, but it was really boring, so she took Ginkgo back to Qingyi Garden. Upon entering the courtyard, she saw Qiu Tong at the gate. Seeing her return, Qiu Tong said, "Miss, you're finally back." His voice was urgent, as if Shen Tang had returned late. Could it be that guy? She told him not to come at night, but he said he would come early, even though he hadn't had lunch yet. Shen Tang stepped into the room. Through the beaded curtain, she saw Xie Gimo sitting there with a mournful look in his eyes, saying, "I've been waiting for you." Shen Tang felt weak all over from that look in his eyes. She really didn't expect him to have such an expression on his face. Shen Tang said, "I thought you would come in the evening." The maid left, and Xie Gimo reached out and pulled Shen Tang to sit in his lap. "I rushed here to finish my business, but I've been waiting for you for ages. You have to make it up to me." No one called him. He could have left if he couldn't wait. Why does he want compensation, and why does he have to be so self-righteous about it? Shen Tang was already afraid of his shamelessness, so she kissed him on the cheek. Surprisingly, the man didn't complain that the compensation wasn't enough, and his expression softened a bit. Bai Xiao quietly pushed the door open and came in, saying, "Miss, the main kitchen has brought the food. When would you like to eat?" Shen Tang looked at Xie Gimo and said, "I'm hungry. Have you eaten?" Xie Gimo said, "Let's eat together." Shen Tang. She meant for him to eat at the Jingyang prince's residence, not that she wanted to eat with him. But if that's how she asked the question, then it's fine for him to interpret it that way. More importantly, Ginkgo and Xiaodong had already brought in the food. It was 4 dishes and a soup, with both meat and vegetables, and it was quite elaborate. However, Xia Guimo had 7 dishes for 1 meal. Shen Tang said, "I'm afraid you'll have to make do with this meal." Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the window. Ginkgo went over and opened the window, and then 2 food boxes were handed in. Shen Tang. Ginkgo was momentarily confused, then realized what was going on and quickly took the food box. The food box contained 7 dishes, completely filling the table that already had 4 dishes on it. Xia Guimo smiled and said, "It's very lavish. That bastard never deprives himself of a single meal. I wonder how he survived that year fighting on the border." The food has already been delivered. What else is there to say? Let's sit down and eat together. Chapter 172. Redeeming People. In her previous life, during the year Shen Tang married Xia Guimo, although the two did not get along and their lives were like oil and water, as long as Xia Guimo was in the mansion, they would eat together almost every meal. However, they would ignore each other and truly practiced not speaking while eating or sleeping, which caused Shen Tang to suffer from indigestion during those years. Now that they're eating together, before Shen Tang even sits down at the table, a chicken leg is already placed in her bowl. Try it and see how it tastes. She had been eating at the Jingong prince's mansion for 4 years, and she could tell who cooked which dish. Shen Tang sat down, picked up a chicken leg, took a bite, and said, "It wasn't made by the chefs at the Jingong prince's mansion? Made by the head chef of Zhuixinlu restaurant." Every dish was a signature dish of Zhuixinlu, and they all suited Shen Tang's taste perfectly. On the contrary, she barely touched the dishes made for her by the Marquis's mansion. The two enjoyed their meal immensely, with Yinxing and Xiaotong serving them, their smiles never fading. They were essentially living the life of a bride ahead of time. If it weren't for the eldest daughter standing in front of them, their daughter would definitely have married soon. Yinxing and Xiaotong were quite unhappy that the dowry was given to the eldest daughter first. The eldest daughter was the daughter of the second branch of the family, yet she became the second prince's wife with the title of the eldest daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis' main branch. It was too good for her. The fourth wife will only be able to prepare the dowry after her eldest daughter gets married, which will take at least a month. Shen Tang ate half a bowl more rice than usual and also ate quite a lot of vegetables. She was a little full and wanted to go for a walk in the garden. Xia Guimo also couldn't stay any longer, but just as he was about to leave, there was a knock on the window, and the voice of the guard came, "Master, news has come from Wangzhou." Heaven knows how long Shen Tang waited for news from Wangzhou. Finally, news came back. Xia Guimo walked towards the window, and the guard said, "A message came back from Wangzhou by carrier pigeon. The maid named Chunlan has been rescued, but Chunlan's leg is broken. The carriage can't go fast, and it will probably take another 10 days to reach the capital." Wasn't it supposed to be about redeeming a maid? Why is the word rescue used, and why was her leg broken? Unfortunately, carrier pigeons cannot convey much information, and the secret guards could not resolve Shen Tang's doubts. Shen Tang was unaware that if she hadn't been vigilant and asked Xia Guimo to send someone to Wangzhou to ensure that Chunlan was brought back to the capital, Chunlan would have already died at Baiwalu. Fourth Madam arranged for someone to redeem Chunlan in Wangzhou, taking precautions in case Baiwalu, a brothel, raised the price. People in such brothels have no credibility. Once they've got your money figured out, they'll double the price. Fourth Madam instructed the person going to redeem Chunlan to use the Pingyuan Marquis' residence as a front if necessary. The manager went to Wangzhou and met Chunlan. When the madam saw that someone from the capital had actually come to redeem Chunlan, she immediately raised the price from 4,000 taels to 10,000 taels. The manager was nearly furious. It was already outrageous enough that the fourth madam spent 4,000 taels to redeem a maid, but the 100 Flowers Pavilion was even more outrageous. A maid who had been abused by the 100 Flowers Pavilion for more than 10 years and could not even receive a few customers a day dared to ask for 10,000 taels. Although the fourth wife said that she was willing to spend more money to bring Chunlan back, 10,000 taels was too much. so much that the person in charge dared not make the decision. The person in charge had no choice but to say that he was from the Pingyuan Marquis' residence. But if he hadn't said that, things wouldn't have been even worse, as the price was raised to 20,000 taels. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Guangzhou is hundreds of miles away from the capital. Even the emperor's decree may not be effective, let alone a mere marquis of Pingyuan. Chunlan is a member of Baihualu. Baihualu decides her life and death. Either bring 20,000 taels, or don't bother redeeming her. Their attitude was so resolute that even the manager was helpless. Although he had brought 2 servants with him, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The way the 100 Flowers Pavilion operated clearly showed that they had powerful backers, and it was not something that a mere manager could control. Forget about redeeming her, the person in charge couldn't even have a private conversation with Chunlan before being kicked out of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Chunlan had been trapped in Baihualu for more than 10 years, and every day she longed to leave and return to the 4th Madam's side. It was the secret she carried that sustained her day after day. Now that she had finally waited for the person to come, she did not expect that Baihualu would be so heartless as to raise the ransom from 4,000 taels to 20,000 taels. That's a full 20,000 taels. Where did 4th Madam get so much money to redeem one of her maids? Chunlan was utterly desperate. She contemplated suicide, but even in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, it wasn't so easy to seek death. The madam knew that Chunlan had been sending messages for her all these years, but she thought that Chunlan was too naive and didn't take it seriously at all. But now that the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion has actually sent someone to pick her up, willing to spend 4,000 taels of silver to redeem a fallen woman, this woman must be hiding a secret. Intuition told the madam that this secret was the most valuable thing. The madam interrogated Chunlan, but Chunlan refused to talk. The madam showed no mercy and immediately began to torture her. In just 2 days, Chunlan was tortured beyond recognition. Unable to bear the torment any longer, Chunlan seized an opportunity and jumped from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, breaking her leg in the process. Chunlan fell down the stairs and was caught by a servant of Baihualu. Just then, Siagimo's men arrived, recognized her as Chunlan, and rescued her directly from Baihualu. It was no problem for the secret guards to save the maid, but the unfortunate one was the steward sent by the 4th Madam. He couldn't come up with 20,000 taels of silver, and the reputation of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion was useless. The 4th Madam also said that they must find a way to bring Chunlan back. The steward was at the inn, and dozens of strands of his hair had turned white from worry. He didn't know what to do. Send someone back to ask 4th Madam. It's hundreds of miles away, and even at the fastest horse, it would take half a month to make a round trip. The person in charge was unwilling to make the trip, so he thought about whether he could redeem Chunlan through the local government and consider it a favor owed by the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. Just as the manager was about to do so, the people from Baihualu came knocking. Baihualu was convinced that Chunlan was rescued by the manager's men. Since they couldn't catch the guards and Chunlan, they demanded that the manager take them away. The manager was so angry. If he were that capable, would he need to stay at the inn and suffer this kind of treatment? Chunlan's indenture is at Baihualu. Without the indenture, he can't take her out of Guangzhou. Baihualu thinks this makes sense, but his intuition tells him that the person who rescued Chunlan is inextricably linked to the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. Without saying a word, Baihualu arrested the manager and 2 servants and took them to Baihualu, waiting for the secret guards to exchange Chunlan for them. The person in charge is still locked in the woodshed of Baiwa Tower. As for Chunlan's indenture, the secret guards of the Jingyang prince's mansion had tokens proving their identities. When the secret guards took Chunlan back to the capital, no one dared to stop them. However, Chunlan broke her leg and could not ride back to the capital quickly. Fearing that she might die on the way, she could only recuperate in Guangzhou for a few days before the carriage slowly set off. They would take waterways as much as possible, and if waterways were not possible, they would have to travel slowly by carriage. After waiting for so many days, this is the only news we've received. Fortunately, Chunlan is already on her way back to the capital. Shen Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Guimo said, "My people will definitely bring Chunlan back to the capital alive." Shen Tang trusted Xia Guimo's people to handle things, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked him for help. Shen Tang nodded. The guard said, "Your Highness, the first prince is waiting for you at Zuixinlu." Chapter 173. Impeach. Shen Tang knew that Xia Guimo and the first prince had joined forces, and she was genuinely curious about why the first prince wanted to see Xia Guimo. Because Consort Ye's father died saving Princess Jingyang's father, Consort Ye felt that Princess Jingyang always owed her a debt. The eldest prince arranged to meet Xia Guimo at Zuixinlu, a place bustling with people. If this reached Consort Ye's ears, she would definitely summon Princess Jingyang to the palace and question her about the matter. Shen Tang looked at Xia Guimo, who touched Shen Tang's face and said, "We can't bring down the Marquis of Chomping's mansion for now, so I'll give you some revenge first." Shen Tang wanted to ask a question, but Xia Guimo didn't give her a chance. He leaped out of the window and disappeared. Normally you can't shoo him away, but if you ask him a question, he runs faster than anyone else. It would be strange if he didn't do it on purpose. Shen Tang stood by the window for a while, and Yinxing came over and said, "Miss, you ate quite a lot for lunch. Would you like to go for a walk in the garden to avoid indigestion?" Shen Tang had originally intended to go for a walk in the garden, but she had forgotten about it when she was distracted. As she turned to leave, Seer came in and said, "Second Miss, second Madam has developed a high fever in the Buddhist hall, and the old madam has let her return to the south courtyard." That day, the second wife was flogged 30 times. The old lady ordered that the second wife be sent to the Buddhist hall to reflect on her actions and forbade anyone to call a doctor for her. However, although no doctor was called, there was certainly no shortage of medicine. Unexpectedly, she still developed a high fever. Being punished with a beating and confinement for self-reflection were just minor disciplinary measures. Only Chunlan's return to the capital would expose the second wife's true nature. 10 days passed quickly. Shen Tang went to the garden and saw from afar that the maid of the second branch of the family was leading the doctor to the south courtyard in a hurry. After the doctor was taken to the south courtyard, the second master, who had been locked in the ancestral hall to reflect on his actions, was also released by the old lady. He was, after all, his own son. Taking advantage of the opportunity to release the second wife, he also released the second master. Shen Tang withdrew her gaze and stood by the lake, enjoying the breeze. The second wife developed a high fever. The doctor examined her and prescribed medicine, but it was of little use. The next morning, the imperial physician was summoned to the mansion. The imperial physician's prescription did bring down her temperature, but it returned by evening. It took 2 or 3 days of this to get better. The wedding date between Shen Han and the second prince was set in a hurry. Ever since the imperial decree was received, the Marquis's mansion has been busy preparing for Shen Han's marriage. These past few days, the third and fourth madams have been extremely busy, running to Songha Hall at least 4 or 5 times a day. After all, it's not their own daughter getting married, so they can't make all the decisions. To avoid making mistakes and taking responsibility, they'd rather be tired and make a few more trips. However, the old lady had to take care of everything, big and small, which was tiring for her. Fortunately, the Marquis's mansion had prepared a generous dowry for Shen Han's marriage to the Prince of Jingyang. The dowry prepared by the Prince of Jingyang's wife was also a secret, so that she wouldn't be disgraced as a prince's wife. Otherwise, it would have been even more tiring. Once the wedding invitations were sent out, the mansion became even more lively. Shen Han was marrying the second prince, and Consort Ye's favor with the emperor had remained undiminished for over a decade. Even Empress Su's birthday banquet was only held because Consort Ye persuaded the emperor to allow it. With such favor, it was possible that the second prince would be named crown prince one day, and his principal wife would become empress. With such a distinguished status, people from all walks of life, whether they knew her or not, whether they had a relationship or not, came to the Marquis's residence to offer dowry gifts. Shen Tang suspected that all the young ladies from prominent families in the capital had come, and there was no end to the wave of gifts they brought. Shen Han received so many gifts that her hands were sore, and she couldn't stop smiling. In fact, she had already received quite a few dowry gifts for the previous marriage to ward off bad luck, but she didn't get married and didn't even wear a wedding dress. In addition, this time she was marrying the second prince's wife, and it was a sure thing that there would be no surprises. Which lady of a family would dare not send a gift? Anyway, the dowry gifts were not expensive, just a gold hairpin or a gold bracelet. Frequent visits would help maintain good relations. The second prince's wife is not someone you can easily marry, but the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan's family is someone you can currently marry. This is an opportunity you can't miss. It must be said that Marquis Pingyuan was incredibly blessed with many children. Although his son had gone missing and had not been found to this day, he had 2 daughters, one of whom was the wife of the second prince, and the other was betrothed to the heir of the Prince of Jing'an. Their statuses were both extremely noble, and all the civil and military officials were envious of them. In terms of sons-in-law, probably no one in the entire capital can compare to the Marquis of Pingyuan. Shen Tang helped with welcoming and seeing off guests all day. When she returned to Qingyi Garden in the evening, her calves were swollen and the soles of her feet were stiff from walking. Shen Tang sat on the small couch, while Yin Xing squatted on the ground to massage her legs. Qiu Tian brought hot water and said, "Miss, soaking your feet will make it hurt less." Yin Xing said, "Why are there so many young ladies from prominent families coming to give dowry to the eldest daughter?" "The eldest daughter is being lazy and chatting with those young ladies in the pavilion. The young lady and the 4th young lady are running around doing all this. Why don't you pretend to sprain your ankle tomorrow?" Shen Tang had considered twisting her ankle, but if she tried to avoid it, what would happen to Shen Luo? Shen Luo definitely can't handle it alone. If she pretends to sprain her ankle, there will be a bunch of young ladies in the Marquis's mansion, and it would be too impolite for there not to be anyone to greet the guests. Shen Tang said, "Let's see how things go tomorrow. If all else fails, just quit." Shen Tang soaked her feet for a while, and then the maid brought in the food. Poor thing, she was exhausted after a long day, so she ate with great relish. After eating, I rested for a while and then took a bath. I was so tired that I almost fell asleep in the tub. I didn't have a single dream that night, and then it was dawn again. After washing up, Shen Tang went to Songha Hall without having breakfast. Shen Tang was already betrothed and would be getting married soon. The old lady was reluctant to let her go, so she asked Shen Tang to go to Songha Hall to have breakfast with her these days. When Shen Tang arrived, the maids were setting out the meal. The old lady usually ate light food, but today's breakfast was not only exquisite, but also included several dishes that Shen Tang liked. Shen Tang helped the old lady sit down, and then they ate breakfast together, chatting as they ate. The old lady said, "You must have been exhausted yesterday?" Shen Tang nodded. "Fourth sister is even more tired than me." However, Shen Luo liked to join in the fun, and although it was tiring, she enjoyed it. The old lady said, "I'll have your 3rd aunt call her niece from her maternal family to help. If someone helps take care of those young ladies from prominent families, it won't be so tiring." Shen Tang nodded repeatedly. Grandmother is indeed very thoughtful. Actually, the old lady would have preferred to ask the 2 girls from the Jiang family for help, but since they hadn't had much contact over the years, she didn't want to ask. Besides, Shen Tang believed that Shen Han was the daughter of the second wife, and the Jiang family probably thought so too. So the old lady decided not to do anything that would put the Jiang family in a difficult position. She would ask the Jiang family girls for help after Shen Tang got married. If Shen Ran were still in the Marquis's mansion, the 3 of them would be enough. Now, let alone coming back, it's uncertain whether Shen Ran will even send Shen Han any dowry. With Shen Tang by her side, the old lady ate an extra half bowl of porridge for breakfast. After she finished eating, the maid cleared away the food, and soon after, the 3rd and 4th wives came in. When the 2 entered, they seemed to be chatting. Shen Tang vaguely heard the words Prince Shen. Because of the unpleasantness at the lotus viewing banquet, Shen Tang had no good feelings towards Prince Shen's residence. Whenever something was discussed, it was usually something bad. Shen Tang asked, "What happened to Prince Shen?" The third wife said, "These past 2 days, many ministers have impeached Prince Shen for forming cliques and engaging in corrupt practices, which has greatly angered the emperor." Chapter 174. Joke. Impeach Prince Shen? I've never heard of anyone impeaching Prince Shen in my previous life. Thinking that Xia Guimo said that he couldn't touch Marquis Chomping for the time being, he decided to vent his anger on her first. Could it be that Xia Guimo was behind the impeachment of Prince Shen? In her previous life, Princess Chunin of the Zhao Prince's mansion pushed her into the water, and within a month, the Zhao Prince's mansion was demoted. The more Shen Tang thought about it, the more she felt that Xia Guimo and the first prince were responsible. On the day of the lotus viewing banquet at Prince Shen's residence, Princess Nding helped consort Yi drug her fruit wine. Such a big matter should not have been decided by Princess Nding alone. It must have been approved by Prince Shen and Princess Shen. In other words, Prince Shen supports the second prince. It is not surprising that the first prince had someone impeach Prince Shen. It's perfectly normal for court officials to form cliques and engage in corrupt practices. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the term officials protecting each other. The emperor strictly forbids his subjects from forming cliques and engaging in corrupt practices, but this matter, like embezzlement, is repeatedly prohibited yet still persists, and all the civil and military officials are aware of it. Generally, no minister would easily impeach a prince. If they couldn't bring him down, they would ruin their own future. Moreover, those who could associate with Prince Shen must be either rich or noble. If they were at odds with Prince Shen, it was either because they had solid evidence or because of an irreconcilable conflict. The old lady put down her teacup and casually asked, "Has Prince Shen offended anyone lately?" The Pingyuan Marquis' mansion had little contact with Prince Shen. Whether Prince Shen was extremely powerful or had run into trouble, it was none of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion's business. The old lady just listened to the gossip as if it were a big deal, since it was a major event in the court and she still had to pay attention to it. The third wife said, "I haven't heard that Prince Shen has any enemies." A few days ago, Prince Shen's mansion held a lotus appreciation banquet, which was attended by the most prominent young ladies and scions of noble families in the capital. If something happens at the Prince Shen's residence, the Princess Shen will not have the leisure to hold a lotus appreciation banquet. The women in their boudoirs didn't know much about this matter, nor were they particularly concerned. The third madam didn't think that the charge of forming cliques and engaging in corrupt practices could do anything to the Prince Shen's mansion. After she and the fourth madam paid their respects to the old madam, they sat down to discuss Shen Han's marriage. About 15 minutes later, a maid came to report to the third madam, "Third madam, the 2 young ladies have arrived." When her niece from her maternal family arrived, the third madam smiled broadly and said, "Quickly, invite them in." The maidservant withdrew, and soon 2 well-dressed and graceful young ladies entered. They were the eldest and third young ladies, nieces of the third madam. Both girls were legitimate daughters of the He family and were charming and lovely. They came to the Marquis' residence to help greet the young ladies from prominent families who came to present dowry to Shen Han. The old lady praised the 2 women a few times and then had a maid bring 2 gold hairpins, one for each of them. Upon seeing this, the third wife hurriedly said, "They came to help out. Why did the old lady reward them with such an expensive hairpin?" The old lady smiled and said, "As an elder, do I need a reason to give a gift? Just accept it." The third wife said nothing more, and Miss He and Miss He each took one and bowed to express their gratitude. It was still early, and no one had arrived yet. Miss He and Miss He-sen were not only here to help, but also to bring dowry for Shen Han. The maid led them to Mingwei Garden first. Mingwei Garden is indeed quite far away, but the fact that Qinglan Garden, where Shen Han lives, caught fire is known throughout the capital. Since it happened not long ago and the garden hasn't been repaired yet, it's understandable that Shen Han lives a bit far away. The two women presented the dowry they had brought to Shen Han and chatted with her for a while. Then, one after another, young ladies from prominent families arrived. With the help of Miss He and Miss He-san, Shen Tang and Shen Luo had it much easier. Shen Han was still greeting the young ladies in the garden, receiving so many gifts that her hands were sore. Both are dowries, but this one is much more expensive than the last. After all, last time it was for a marriage to bring good luck, and the groom was a woman who had been poisoned and was in a coma, destined to be a widow for life. This time it's for a prince's consort, aiming for the positions of crown princess and empress. The difference is like night and day, and the difference is evident in the dowry. Shen Tang greeted the young ladies from prominent families, and a maid came over and said, "Young miss, Princess Rugia from the Duan Prince's mansion has come to present you with some dowry." Shen Han then looked at Miss He and said, "Cousin He, please go and greet her for me." Before Shen Han could finish speaking, Shen Tang interrupted, "I'll go greet Princess Rugia." She would rather go and greet Princess Rugia than stay and listen to a bunch of well-bred young ladies flattering Shen Han. She was so tired of hearing those flattering words. Shen Tang stepped out of the pavilion. Before she even reached the second gate, she saw Princess Rugia coming from afar. Today, she was wearing a light purple brocade dress embroidered with lilacs. Her figure was graceful, but her face turned red when she saw Shen Tang, as if she was afraid of seeing Shen Tang. This appearance. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow, walked over and smiled. "Is the princess so afraid of seeing me?" Princess Rugia's already flushed face turned even redder, and "No, I didn't." Shen Tang asked softly, "Has the marriage been arranged?" Princess Rugia blushed deeply and stamped her foot in embarrassment. "Don't tease me. It seems the marriage is truly settled." She said that she had a feeling that her elder brother and Princess Rugia were definitely in love. However, the marriage was arranged, but when her elder brother could be recognized by his ancestors was a real question. The Duan Prince's mansion would definitely prefer to keep Princess Rugia by their side, but Princess Rugia had already come of age and could only stay for a year at most. As the two walked towards the garden, they saw Princess Rugia approaching. Shen Han stood up and went out to greet her from the pavilion, smiling, "Princess Rugia has arrived as well." Princess Rugia smiled, took a brocade box from the maid behind her, and handed it to Shen Han. "Congratulations, Miss Shen, on becoming the princess consort of Qi." Just like in his previous life, the emperor bestowed the title of Prince of Qi upon the second prince. Before getting married, the princes lived in the palace. Except for the crown prince, the princes usually moved out of the palace after getting married. Shen Han smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Princess Rugia." Shen Han took the brocade box and opened it. Inside was a pair of exquisite purple jade hairpins, worth at least 200 taels of silver. 200 taels of silver is quite a lot for the dowry. Shen Han knows that Princess Rugia likes Shen Tang more, and even the dowry she gave her is so expensive. Who knows what dowry she will give Shen Tang in the future? Shen Han invited Princess Rugia into the pavilion to talk. Princess Rugia actually wanted to spend some time alone with Shen Tang, but that was obviously not possible, as Shen Tang had to help entertain the guests. Today's main character was Shen Han. After sitting for a quarter of an hour, the young lady from a prominent family took her leave. Shen Tang saw her off, but Princess Rugia, not wanting Shen Tang to make an extra trip, said, "I'll head back now and come see Sister Shen Tang another day." Shen Tang. She's already engaged to her older brother, so it's not appropriate to still call her Sister Shen Tang, is it? Shen Tang wanted to correct Princess Rugia, but had to give up because there were people around. Shen Tang saw Princess Rugia and the two young ladies from prominent families off. Just as they reached the gate, the carriage of the right Prime Minister's residence stopped. Yuni, the eldest daughter of the right Prime Minister's residence, came to present Shen Han with some dowry, and Shen Tang happened to be there to greet her. Chapter 175. Contacts. Seeing Shen Tang, Yuni's face also turned a little red. Before the Empress's birthday banquet began, she got engaged to Chu Yi, the heir of the Marquis of Xuanyi, because of a toad. Xu Yi and the heir of the Prince of Jing'ong were so close that they were like brothers. Shen Tang and the Prince of Jingyang are engaged. After they are both married, they will definitely have frequent contact. The Right Chancellor did not take sides in court, nor did he side with the second prince. Just for this reason, Shen Tang had a good impression of the entire Right Chancellor's residence. Shen Tang greeted Yun Yi with a smile, and Yun Yi politely returned the greeting. The two had little personal relationship before, but they both had a good impression of each other. From the gate of the Marquis's mansion to the garden, their relationship grew even closer. Yun Yi got engaged at the Empress's birthday banquet. Because she was shy, she didn't dare to stay long and returned to her residence before the banquet even started. Many young ladies from prominent families didn't have a chance to congratulate her. Today, when they saw her, they all offered their congratulations. The blush on Yun Yi's face didn't fade until she finished presenting the dowry and left. Yun Yi only stayed for a quarter of an hour. The Right Chancellor did not side with the second prince, and she had no dealings with Shen Han. However, because of the friendship between the heir apparent of Xuanyi and the heir apparent of Jing'ong, she would definitely send a dowry for Shen Tang's marriage. Shen Han and Shen Tang were twin sisters, so it was unreasonable to send a dowry to one without sending one to the other. Therefore, she also came. Her arrival made Shen Han a little awkward. Everyone in the court knew that Consort Yi was not willing to give her the position of second princess consort. Consort Yi valued Yun Yi. Of course, what Consort Yi really coveted was the power of the Right Chancellor. She wanted to win over the Right Chancellor through the position of second princess consort. Consort Yi showed a hint of this, and Yun Yi became involved with the heir of the Marquis of Xuanyi. On the same day, the second prince and Shen Han had their first meeting. However, guests are always welcome, especially since they came to bring a dowry, and the gift was quite valuable, a gold-inlaid jade bracelet, which was extremely beautiful. Shen Tang greeted Yun Yi when she arrived and saw her off when she left. This time, the coincidence was even more striking. No sooner had Shen Tang seen Yun Yi off than the Jiang sisters arrived. Upon seeing Shen Tang, Jiang Ning and Jiang Li waved repeatedly, Jiang Li especially sweetly greeting her cousin. Shen Tang smiled and said, "You've come too. It's certain that Jiang Ning and Jiang Li will come." Even if they know that Shen Han is not the eldest son's daughter, but was secretly replaced by the second son's daughter, she is still a daughter of the Marquis's family. The Jiang family and the Pingyuan Marquis's family have resumed their relations, so they will definitely come to send a dowry. Moreover, Shen Han has not yet been sent back to the second son's family. She is getting married under the name of Shen Sui's daughter and Shen Tang's twin sister, so the Jiang family can't not send a dowry. Even if they don't want to, they have to come. When other young ladies from prominent families came to offer their dowry, Shen Tang led them directly to the garden. When Jiang Ning and Jiang Li came, Shen Tang first led them to Songhe Hall. This was the first time Jiang Ning and Jiang Li had visited since the two families resumed their relationship, so they should have gone to pay their respects to the old lady first. Inside the room, the old lady was sitting on the daybed, instructing the fourth wife on matters, when a maid entered and said, "Old lady, the two cousins from the Jiang family have arrived." The old lady looked towards the screen and saw two beautiful young women walking out from behind Shen Tang. They looked vaguely familiar as she had seen them before. In particular, Jiang Ning's eyebrows and eyes looked very much like Master Jiang. Thinking about how she had blamed the Jiang family for her grandson's disappearance all these years, and how she had kept Shen Tang from going to the Jiang family, and even reduced her interactions with her cousins, the old lady felt a little guilty. She was also afraid that Shen Yan's disappearance back then was not just due to the Jiang family's negligence, but that they were after the title of Marquis. She was kept in the dark about the brothers' infighting and had blamed the Jiang family for many years. Whenever she thought of these things, the old lady would quickly stop herself, not daring to think about them too deeply, or rather, not daring to face them. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li stepped forward and curtsied to the old lady. The old lady beckoned and said, "Come closer, let me take a good look at you." The two sisters, Jiang Ning and Jiang Li stepped forward, and the old lady said, "You've both grown up so much. Over the years, I've restricted you cousins from seeing each other, but fortunately, it hasn't affected your sisterly relationship." Jiang Ning and Jiang Li were somewhat taken aback, not expecting the old lady to say such things to the two younger generation. Jiang Ning quickly said, "Old lady, you're too kind. My father and the others didn't take good care of my cousin, so it's understandable that you're angry. Even if my cousin was scheming back then, with the Jiang family's careful protection, he wouldn't have been schemed against." Grandparents and father felt guilty about this for more than 10 years. They did not resent Madame Shen for not letting their cousin get close to the Jiang family. Putting themselves in Madame Shen's shoes, it was only natural for them to be angry with the Jiang family. The old lady knew that the Jiang family was of good character, but she did not expect that the two girls had been raised so well. The old lady glanced at Wang Mama, who then went into the inner room to fetch 2 brocade boxes, which were the gifts that the old lady had prepared in advance. Inside the brocade box were 2 mutton fat jade bracelets with only slight differences in style and exquisite texture. The old lady wore them on their wrists. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li looked at Shen Tang, and Shen Tang said, "I cannot refuse a gift from an elder." The 2 women did not refuse and allowed the old lady to put the jade bracelets on their wrists before thanking her. The old lady said kindly, "Come to the mansion often in the future. It's been many years since I last visited the Jiang family. I'll go and visit them sometime." Jiang Ning and Jiang Li were somewhat surprised. Their grandparents had allowed them to come to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, and old Madame Shen had given them such valuable jade bracelets. They were even going to the Jiang family. Could it be that their cousin had really been found? Now that we've found them, there's no reason why they wouldn't acknowledge their ancestry. It's really strange. The 2 suspected that their cousin might be on his way back to Beijing, but there was no point in hiding it from them. Something just felt off. Even Jiang Ning and Jiang Li were so surprised, so the maids and servants in the room found it even stranger. After meeting the old lady, Shen Tang led Jiang Ning and Jiang Li to the garden to present Shen Han with her dowry. South Campus. The second wife is still recovering from her injuries. This time, she was severely beaten and suffered from a high fever for 3 days, which almost cost her life. The second wife patiently rested in bed, as Shen Han was to be married the day after tomorrow. If she didn't recover well, she wouldn't be able to personally see Shen Han off to the bridal sedan chair. The second mistress was lying on the bed, listening to the maid report which young ladies from prominent families had come to present dowries to Shen Han. She was in a good mood when a maid came in and said, "The 2 young ladies from the Jiang family have also come to present dowries to the eldest young lady." It's not surprising that the Jiang family girls came. The maid said the second young lady led them to see the old lady first, and the old lady gave each of them a mutton fat jade bracelet. The second wife frowned slightly. Why had the old lady's attitude towards the Jiang family changed so drastically? Even if the old lady didn't object to the Jiang family's daughters associating with the second young lady, she wouldn't have given them jade bracelets. Soon, the second wife learned from the maid that the old lady had not only given Jiang Ning and Jiang Li the jade bracelet, but also apologized for preventing the cousins from seeing each other for more than 10 years, and even said that she would visit the Jiang family in a few days. With each sentence the maid spoke, the second mistress grew more shocked. "Is this really true?" The maid nodded. The old lady said it in front of many maids and servants. That feeling of unease returned. How could the old lady possibly apologize to the 2 younger generation and then go to the Jiang family? The only reason the old lady could change so drastically is if the eldest son, who has been missing for over a decade, were found and hadn't suffered any hardship during his years away from home. Otherwise, the old lady would never have treated the Jiang family so well. But I haven't heard that Shen Yan has been found. When did the old lady suddenly change her attitude towards the Jiang family? The second wife lay on the bed, thinking about this. After Shen Tang refused to marry the heir of the Prince of Jingong, she frequently visited the Jiang family. Later, Shen Sui prepared generous gifts to visit the Jiang family and even had lunch with Old Master Jiang and Old Madam Jiang. After that, it was Old Madam Jiang. The second wife didn't know exactly when it happened, but her intuition told her that it was related to Shen Sui. Shen Sui and the old lady didn't speak privately many times, but the second madam knew about each one. The old lady's change in attitude towards the Jiang family seemed to stem from the time when Shen Han's scheme against the Prince of Ning's heir failed. Chapter 176. Shameless. Thinking of the Prince of Ning, the second madam recalled how the old Prince of Ning had asked Shen Tang to marry his grandson, but Shen Sui had refused. The old Prince of Ning had even taken the initiative to talk to Shen Sui. The second madam was ruthless and meticulous, and she was particularly sensitive to these abnormal events. She would not be able to eat or sleep until she figured out the reason why the old madam's attitude towards the Jiang family had reversed. While the second wife was pondering this matter, Jiang Ning and Jiang Li were helping Shen Tang greet the guests. However, it was almost lunchtime, and the young ladies who had come to offer dowry gifts had all left, so they also had to take their leave. Shen Tang said, "Since you've come all this way, why don't you stay for lunch?" Jiang Ning shook her head. "When we came, we told Grandma we were going back to have lunch. Next time we come, we'll have lunch with my cousin." Shen Tang was about to see them out when Shen Han looked at Jiang Ning and said, "Cousin, after you go back, please ask my maternal grandparents whether the dowry they sent last time was for me or for my second sister." Jiang Ning was a little confused and looked at Shen Tang blankly. Shen Tang knew Shen Han's cunning ways, but she didn't say a word. Shen Han said, "Second sister said that the dowry was for her." Jiang Li and Jiang Ning looked at Shen Tang, who smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll see you out of the manor." Jiang Ning and Jiang Li didn't take Shen Han's words seriously at all. They bowed slightly to Shen Han and then turned and left the pavilion. After walking a bit further away, Jiang Li couldn't help but ask Shen Tang, "What does she mean?" Shen Tang didn't hide anything from them. "She wanted me to give her half of the dowry my mother left behind, but I disagreed. I also refused to give her the additional dowry that the Jiang family sent before. She was not satisfied and tried to get her maternal grandparents to send her another portion indirectly." Utterly shameless. Thinking of what Shen Tang said, it was highly likely that Shen Han was obstructing and framing their eldest and second brothers from entering the imperial examination hall. The two of them were filled with anger. They were now more and more certain that Shen Han was not the eldest daughter of the main branch. Their uncle and aunt were not people with such a personality. They were simply evil to the core. Shen Tang said, "Just ignore what she said. I know my maternal grandparents value their reputation very much. Tell them that the Jiang family has already sent a dowry. It's my problem if they don't give it to Shen Han. If they send another dowry to Shen Han, I will be unhappy." The Jiang family was not a wealthy family to begin with. Although they were not exactly struggling financially, they were not far off either. Instead of giving the money to Shen Han, they would rather use it to do good deeds. Even if it was just a waste of money, at least they could see some ripples in the water. Shen Tang spoke very harshly, leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li nodded and said, "We will convey this to our grandparents truthfully." Jiang Li said with a sigh, "Isn't there any evidence to prove that she is the daughter of the second wife? She has always stayed in the eldest wife's house, and in the eyes of outsiders, she is your biological older sister. As long as her true identity remains unrevealed, Shen Han will not only be Shen Tang's biological older sister, but also the Jiang family's biological granddaughter. Having such a ruthless granddaughter is a disgrace to the Jiang family." The story of Chunlan's journey back to the capital could go on for ages if it were to be told in detail, so Shen Tang stopped talking about it. She would wait until Chunlan arrived in the capital and had solid evidence, then ask her grandmother and father to deal with the second master and second mistress fairly. If they were not satisfied with the punishment, she would ask her two uncles to come to her house. The second branch of the family had tricked her mother and caused her to die in depression, which was tantamount to murder. If she did not avenge this, she would be unworthy of being a daughter. Shen Tang said, "That day won't be too far away. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li nodded, both hoping that the truth would come out soon so that their aunt, who died with resentment, could rest in peace. Shen Tang saw Jiang Ning and Jiang Li off at the mansion, watched them leave in their carriage, and then returned to Qingyi Garden. She made several round trips back and forth. The little food he ate in the morning had long been digested, and he was so hungry at noon that everything tasted delicious. In the afternoon, some young ladies from prominent families came to offer their dowry, but not as many as in the morning, and Shen Tang greeted and saw them off once. The following morning, even more young ladies from prominent families arrived, such as Princess Chunin of the Zhao Prince's mansion and Princess Anding of the Shun Prince's mansion. Even the pregnant eldest daughter-in-law of the Wang family came. Shen Tang thought that since the child in her belly couldn't be proven to be the eldest son of the Wang family, she would have a hard time. But the opposite was true. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Wang family not only had a rosy complexion, but also had a rather smug look in her eyes. With his reckless and unruly nature, does young Master Wang really find wearing this green hat comfortable? The Yongning Marquis family is not a powerful or wealthy family, and now that Shen Han has become the second prince's wife, it is even less likely that she would tolerate the Yongning Marquis family. Shen Tang suddenly thought of the Marquis of Chongping's heir. He was drugged and crippled by Xie Guimo. Could it be because of this that he values the child in the womb of the eldest young mistress of the Wang family? If the Marquis of Chongping were to acknowledge the child in the womb of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Wang family, the Wang family might actually start to treat her with great respect. Thinking about it this way, it seems to explain the arrogant attitude of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Prince of Tong. It's just so disgusting. Princess Chunin's attitude towards Shen Han has changed countless times in the past few months. Before Shen Han's engagement was annulled by Prince Jingyang's mansion, Princess Chunin targeted Shen Han at every turn. After the engagement was annulled, her attitude softened considerably. It is unknown whether Princess Chunin participated in the lotus viewing banquet at Prince Shun's mansion. When Princess Chunin came to deliver dowry to Shen Han was first surprised and then smug. Her status as the second prince's consort was truly useful. As for Princess Anding, with the support of the second prince, it would be strange if the Prince of Shun's mansion didn't come to send dowry to Shen Han. Princess Anding looked at Shen Tang several times, thinking about the day when her family held a lotus appreciation banquet. The plan was to get the second young lady of the Shen family out of the mansion, but in the end, the eldest young lady of the Shen family disappeared, while the second young lady of the Shen family was fine and returned with the Prince of Jingyang. She didn't ask what exactly happened when Miss Shen was mistakenly sent out of the manor that day, nor did she ask whether the Prince of Jingyang's heir knew about the Prince Shun's mansion's scheme against Miss Shen. In recent days, many ministers have impeached her father for forming cliques and engaging in corrupt practices, pressing him relentlessly until he is almost suffocating. Could the heir of the Prince of Jingyang be behind all this? Seeing Shen Tang return unharmed that day filled her with unease, a sense that impending doom. Not long after, the Prince Shun's residence was targeted, making it difficult for her not to connect the two events. Upon seeing you again, Princess Anding said, that day, my Prince Shun's mansion held a banquet and failed to properly entertain Miss Shen and Miss Shenair. I apologize to you here. Shen Han had deliberately forgotten what happened that day, but now that it had been brought up again, it sent chills down her spine. Her face was slightly pale, while Shen Tang gave a forced smile. Is helping consort you plot against her something that can be forgiven with a simple excuse of not being entertained properly? However, one shouldn't be rude to a smiling face. They came to bring dowry for Shen Han, and guests are guests. Shen Tang just smiled and said, I'm glad that the princess doesn't blame us sisters for ruining the Shunwang Mansion's Lotus Appreciation Banquet. Shen Han also said, let's not talk about the past. Princess, please sit down and have some tea. Shen Han greeted them warmly, and Princess Anding didn't notice anything on Shen Tang's face. They sat down and chatted and laughed. As they were talking, Shen Luo greeted the two young ladies. Upon seeing Princess Anding, she exclaimed in surprise, Princess Anding is here too? Princess Anding frowned and said, Isn't it normal for me to come and deliver the dowry? No, nothing's wrong. Chapter 177. Demoted. The two girls' voices trembled slightly as they hurriedly denied it. It would be strange if there were no problems. Princess Ding's heart skipped a beat. Why are you surprised to see me at the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence? The two girls looked at each other, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Anyone with eyes could see something was wrong. Princess Ding grew increasingly impatient. Her face darkened, and one of the two girls, steeling herself, figured it was something that couldn't be hidden anyway, and said, "We just entered the Pingyuan Marquis' residence and heard that Prince Shen had formed a clique and was guilty of serious crimes. In a fit of anger, the Emperor demoted him to Prince Shenping." Princess of Anding, no. Prince Shen has been demoted, and Princess of Anding's status will also be demoted. She can no longer be called Princess of Anding, but can only be called Princess of Anding County. With such an incident occurring in the manor, Princess Ding would not have the leisure to come to the Marquis of Pingyuan's manor to deliver dowry. She must not yet know about it. Princess Ding couldn't sit still any longer, so she got up and left in a hurry. She walked quickly, so Shen Tang and Shen Luo didn't chase after her. Instead, they sent a maid to escort Princess Anding out of the mansion. After Princess Anding left, everyone was free to discuss Prince Shen's demotion without any restraint. The lively lotus viewing banquet at Prince Shen's residence seemed like just yesterday. Unexpectedly, he was demoted so quickly for committing a crime. The phrase forming cliques and engaging in private affairs meant that Prince Shen was not the only one to be demoted. Who knows which ministers would suffer the consequences? Shen Han's expression was a little unpleasant. From the time she helped Consort Yi plot against Shen Tang at the Shen Prince's residence, she knew that the Shen Prince supported the second prince. The Shen Prince's demotion was not a good thing for the second prince. As the inevitable second prince's wife, Shen Han was eagerly hoping to become the crown princess in the near future, or even the Empress. Naturally, she hoped that the second prince would be well. Shen Tang was in a good mood, welcoming and seeing off guests. Fortunately, things would be better after these few busy days. Before they knew it, it was time for the Marquis of Pingyuan's wedding banquet. The Marquis of Pingyuan was marrying off his daughter to the second prince, who was also the prospective son-in-law of the Prince of Jing'an. All the civil and military officials came to the mansion to drink the wedding wine. Although the Marquis of Pingyuan had no sons, there is an old saying that a son-in-law is half a son. The Marquis of Pingyuan's two half-sons were not to be underestimated. The second master and his wife had recovered from their beatings and were helping to greet the guests with smiles on their faces. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were marrying off their daughter. However, it's understandable that they're happy. Marquis Pingyuan has no sons, not even a son born out of wedlock. His two daughters married into increasingly prestigious families, which in turn elevated Marquis Pingyuan's status in the court. Since there are no sons to inherit the title, the second wife's family ultimately benefits. It's perfectly normal for the second wife's family to be happy. Who wouldn't be envious? Shen Han did not show up at the wedding banquet. She stayed in her boudoir. Shen Tang, Shen Luo, and the two He family girls helped entertain the young ladies from prominent families who came to the wedding feast. After today's busy period, Shen Han would be on her wedding sedan chair tomorrow, and the mansion would be quiet again. The wedding banquet lasted for more than an hour before it ended. Shen Sui saw his colleagues off as they left the mansion. The second master, third master, and fourth master were all seeing off the guests. When the second master saw Prince Zhao off, Prince Zhao asked the second master, "News came from Wangzhou that your mansion sent someone to the Baiwa Pavilion in Wangzhou to redeem a maid named Chunlan. They even brought up the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion, trying to force the Baiwa Pavilion to release her. Did you send her?" The second master was stunned, then shook his head. "It wasn't me." King Zhao said, "If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" The second master also found it strange. How could someone in the manor use the name of the Marquis of Pingyuan to redeem a maid from such a far place as Wangzhou? Could it be the eldest brother? But why would the eldest brother redeem a maidservant, and why would he be willing to spend 4,000 taels to redeem her? The second master felt this was unusual. After seeing off the guests, he returned to the south courtyard and asked the second mistress, "Is there a maid named Chunlan in the mansion?" The second wife asked curiously, "Why would master inquire about a maid?" The second master then told the second mistress what the Prince of Zhao had told him. The second mistress also found it strange, saying, "The name Chunlan sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before." As Mrs. Sun walked in, she overheard this, and she choked out, "Chunlan is still alive?" Her voice was urgent and trembling, startling the second wife. She asked, "You know Chunlan?" Madame Sun choked up, "Madame has forgotten. Chunlan and my daughter Xiaowei disappeared one day. Her daughter was found in a dilapidated temple a few days after she went missing, having been raped and killed. Chunlan, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found." She had always thought that Chunlan had died long ago, but she never expected that Chunlan was still alive. When Mama Sun reminded her, the second madam remembered that Chunlan was the fourth madam's maid. But how could someone from the Marquis's mansion spend 4,000 taels to redeem the fourth madam's maid, and even use the name of the Pingyuan Marquis's mansion to exert pressure, demanding that Baihuala release her? Even if the fourth master and fourth madam had several times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. When Madame Jiang was alive, she sent people everywhere to search for Xiaowei and Chunlan. Later, the Marquis's mansion gave up, but the fourth madam was still searching. 4,000 taels of silver was enough to buy more than 100 nimble maids. The second madam did not believe that the fourth madam valued her maids so much that, even though they had been missing for more than 10 years and were trapped in a brothel, she was determined to rescue them. As the second mistress was pondering this matter, a maidservant serving in the room said, "I just remembered something." Before the fourth mistress returned from her birthday celebration at her parents' home, someone came to the mansion looking for her. That person seemed to be from Guangzhou. Even the maidservant didn't mention it, so the second madam had no idea this had ever happened. "Where's that person? Did the fourth madam see him?" The maid shook her head. "This servant does not know. She only learned about this by chance when she was out on business and bumped into the woman at the side gate on her way back. She asked her casually but didn't take it seriously." The fourth branch of the family was not prominent in the Marquis's mansion, and the servants in the mansion didn't care much about the affairs of the fourth branch either. It was only when she remembered that she reported it to the second mistress. "Go and find out quickly." The maid went to the side gate to ask the old woman who was guarding the gate at the time. Soon the maid returned and said, "The man from Guangzhou came to ask the fourth madam for help on behalf of Chunlan. However, the man was in a hurry to leave the capital and insisted on seeing the fourth madam. The old woman was so angry that she wanted to chase him away. At that time, the second Mrs. Maid happened to see it and called the man aside to talk. After that, the man never appeared again. It's the second daughter again." The second wife's face was drawn long and drawn out. In the past few months, the second miss has brought her and Honor so much bad luck. Anyone who gets involved with the second miss is bound to have a bad experience. Could it be that the person sent to watch over Chunlan was the second Mrs. Man? The fourth wife didn't dare to act under the Marquis's name, but the second young lady did. Considering that Chunlan and Xiaowei disappeared on the same day, leaving the mansion one after the other, it's possible that Chunlan knows something. Shen Tang even knew that Shen Ran was the daughter of Princess Jinda and the eldest son-in-law, so the second wife dared not underestimate Shen Tang and decided to be cautious. The second wife looked at the second master and said, "It's better to be safe than sorry. We absolutely cannot let Chunlan return to the capital alive." Chapter 178. Getting married. On the day the Marquis's family held his wedding banquet, the weather was fine and the sky was clear. But the next day, when I woke up in the morning, the sky was gloomy, with dark clouds overhead, and the air felt oppressive, as if a torrential downpour was about to begin. The date they chose was really not a good one. When the Imperial Astronomical Bureau awoke in the morning and saw the sky, everything went black. The Emperor has bestowed this marriage upon the second prince. Even if the second prince is unwilling to give Miss Shen the position of his principal wife, he still has to personally go to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence to fetch her. If it rains after the bridal sedan chair has entered the house, that's one thing, but if it rains halfway there, the second prince will be soaked to the bone. This date was chosen by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau in conjunction with the birth dates of the second prince and Miss Shen. It is an auspicious and lucky day. As the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, their daily work is to observe the celestial phenomena. They cannot even determine when it will rain. What use are they? The ministers of the Imperial Observatory who were attending the wedding banquet at the second prince's residence kept praying in their hearts, "Please don't rain. Please don't rain." The second prince did not like Shen Han, especially since Shen Han had been engaged to Xiaogimo. After the engagement was broken off, she still longed to marry him again. However, at the Empress's banquet, he inexplicably fell for her and had no choice but to give her a title. I was already annoyed, and then this terrible weather hit me, making me feel incredibly unlucky. Shen Han is getting married today, and Shen Tang got up 25 minutes earlier than usual. After breakfast, Shen Tang went to Songha Hall. She and Shen Han were twins. On Shen Han's big day of getting married, her sisters should have been by her side, since they would be married and no longer living in the mansion. However, Shen Tang really didn't want to make herself suffer. They had already held a wedding banquet yesterday, so today the wedding would only be lively in the mansion, and they wouldn't pretend to be like that. Shen Luo accompanied Shen Han. When Shen Tang went to Songha Hall, the old lady didn't say anything and patiently waited for the second prince to come and marry Shen Han. When Shen Han got married, almost all the well-known young ladies in the capital came to personally present their dowries. However, Shen Ran did not return. She only sent a maid with a jade bracelet. In the past, her granddaughters would laugh and chat with her. Now that Shen Ran had been found by Princess Jinda and her husband, and with Shen Han getting married, Shen Tang was also engaged, and Shen Luo was of marriageable age, the old lady dared not even think about how desolate the mansion would be if they all got married. I only hope that Yener can be recognized by his ancestors and return to the family soon, marry the crown prince's wife, and have 2 more grandchildren. Shen Tang sat with the old lady until she was almost losing patience, when a maid came to report, "Old lady, the bridal sedan chair has arrived at the front street and will be there in a quarter of an hour. We've finally arrived." The old lady was anxiously waiting, but she was also reluctant to let Shen Han marry. Even if the second prince had a noble status, being a wife was not as comfortable as being a daughter in her boudoir. In particular, Consort Yi and the second prince did not want her to be the principal wife. The old lady was afraid that Shen Han would not be happy if she married the second prince. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the sounds of gongs, drums, and firecrackers came from the front yard. The matchmaker helped Shen Han over. Shen Han was wearing a bright red wedding dress and a phoenix crown, and she was crying with tears streaming down her face. She cried genuinely, her emotions were heartfelt. Anyone would feel reluctant to leave the place they've lived in since childhood, especially since the old lady has always doted on Shen Han. It would be abnormal for her to feel reluctant. The second wife was both reluctant and happy. Shen Sui, on the other hand, was a man who had seen life and death on the battlefield and had accepted the fact that Shen Han was very likely not his daughter. He couldn't bear to see Shen Han get married and didn't even say a word. The second prince had arrived, but since it was a wedding for his daughter, he still had to make things difficult for her a bit. The second and third young masters gave her a couple of questions and then let her go. The second prince, dressed in a bright red brocade robe, went to Songha Hall to welcome Shen Han. Shen Han knelt to bid farewell to the old lady and Shen Sui. The old lady covered her head with a bright red veil, and the second prince carried Shen Han out and put her in the bridal sedan chair. The second prince mounted his horse and, amidst a commotion of music and celebration, departed in a bridal sedan chair. Just as the bridal sedan chair was lifted, a thunderous roar boomed in the sky, and lightning seemed to split the sky in 2. The thunder and lightning made everyone in the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion, except for Shen Tang, hold their breath. It didn't seem like the day would last until the bridal sedan chair arrived before it rained. Fearing rain, the wedding procession moved quickly. Originally, they planned to circle the city, but now they had to get back to the Qi prince's mansion as fast as possible. As the speed increased, the sedan chair swayed violently. Shen Tang, wearing the heavy phoenix crown, was so shaken that her vision blurred, and tears of grievance streamed down her face like broken beads. What frightened her even more was the constant rumbling sound and the increasingly dark sky. The royal betrothal gifts and the dowry prepared by the old lady for Shen Tang, along with the gifts from the Marquis's mansion and other mansions, made for a grand wedding with 10 miles of red bridal procession. Many people should have come out to watch the spectacle, but unfortunately, the weather was terrible. No one was willing to get soaked and cold just to watch the show. There were people on the street, but not many, and it wasn't as lively as usual. In addition, Shen Tang was rumored to be a jinx to her husband. Shen Tang and Shen Tang are twins, born on the same day and at the same hour, with the same birth date and time. If they get married in such weather, it is a sign that she will bring bad luck to her husband. The bridal sedan chair had left, and the sounds of music and celebration had faded into the distance. The old lady kept wiping away her tears. Shen Tang said, "Grandmother, don't cry and ruin your health." Before the old lady could speak, a maid rushed in, exclaiming in a panic, "No, something terrible has happened. It's raining." The old lady, the second wife. Shen Tang forced herself to keep her lips from curving into a smile. The wedding procession had only been gone for less than a quarter of an hour when it started raining. It would be strange if the second prince didn't get soaked to the bone when he returned. The second prince, pampered and privileged, had probably never been caught in the rain before. He already disliked Shen Tang, and the fact that she suffered like this on their wedding day only made him despise her more. Despite the bad weather, Shen Tang was in an unprecedentedly good mood. The second madam's face was terribly gloomy. As soon as the maid reported it, she went out and saw the heavy rain hitting the ground, and her heart sank. The second prince rode on horseback, the rain staining his bright red brocade robe dark red. The guards had prepared umbrellas, but the rain was falling at an angle and couldn't stop the rain at all. The wedding procession was also complaining bitterly, and Consort Yi in the palace was even more furious. Originally, the second prince's wedding banquet was to be held in the palace, but due to the short notice, the palace did not have time to prepare, so it was held outside the palace. Since the emperor said that the other princes would also hold the same banquet, Consort Yi did not insist. However, she kept pestering the emperor to agree to accompany her to the Qi prince's mansion for the wedding banquet. Now that it was raining, the emperor gave up. With the rain so heavy, Consort Yi could not disregard the emperor's health and left the palace with a belly full of anger. She even got some rain on her clothes while sitting in the carriage. That's incredibly unlucky. Consort Yi was especially worried about her son. Although it was hot, he was bound to catch a cold. Fortunately, the Imperial Observatory said that this was the best day in recent months. Is the Imperial Observatory really working for the first prince, deliberately making trouble for her son? On this joyous day, Consort Yi was so angry she wanted to kill someone. Chapter 179. Unlucky. When the second prince got married, all the civil and military officials went to offer their congratulations. The wedding banquet was already crowded, and on a rainy day, the street outside the second prince's residence was in complete chaos. Everyone was pushing and shoving, and several ministers were forced to kowtow in their sedan chairs. The ministers stuck in the traffic were inwardly groaning. If it were raining during a minister's wedding banquet, they would simply not go and would send their gifts instead. But with the second prince's wedding banquet, apart from those who were determined to support the first prince as the crown prince, which minister would dare not attend in person? Let alone just rain, even if it were hailing or snowing heavily, they would still have to go. Shen Tang was at Sungha Hall, waiting for the rain to stop so he could return to Qingyi Garden. But as he waited and waited, the rain not only didn't stop, it started to pour down even harder. The rain poured down as if a huge hole had been torn in the sky, with water pouring straight down. When it first started raining, the old lady hoped it would stop, but after a while, she gave up hope. She was already soaked to the bone, so it didn't matter if she got a little more or a little less. The second wife was so anxious that she couldn't sit still, but she couldn't help. All she could do was glare at Shen Tang with a look that made Shen Tang wonder if she was the one who started the rain. The date was chosen by Shen Han and the second prince based on their birth dates and times, but Shen Han used Shen Tang's birth date instead of her own. If she had used her own birth date, she would never have chosen this day. Shen Tang wanted to remind the second madam that this date was set by them after bribing the Imperial Observatory, and that it was on the last day of the month-long period. She didn't believe it was such a coincidence. Shen Tang was in a good mood, but she couldn't show it too obviously. When she couldn't hold it in any longer, she would pick up her teacup, the steaming tea masking her radiant smile. Outside, a servant, soaked to the bone, rushed in and said, "Madam, something terrible has happened. The second prince is in a hurry to take the bridal sedan chair back, and the wedding procession is moving very fast." One of the servants carrying the dowry slipped and fell, scattering more than a dozen loads of dowry. Just as she feared, this heavy rain brought her two biggest worries: the second prince getting caught in the rain and the issue of his dowry. The old lady was restless and could no longer sit still, so she asked Wang Mama to help her back to the inner room to chant scriptures and pray for blessings. The second wife asked anxiously how much stuff was broken. The servant said, "A lot was damaged, and we were worried that things might break, so the second prince ordered all the servants carrying the dowry to stop by the roadside to take shelter from the rain, and to continue the journey once the rain stops." Although it might not look good on one's face, one shouldn't only care about appearances and ignore substance. Besides, with such heavy rain, hardly anyone would care how much dowry a young woman has. Preserving the dowry is the most important thing. The second wife instructed the servant, "Send someone to the Prince Chi's residence to tell the eldest daughter that the Marquis's residence will compensate her for the damaged dowry." As expected of her own mother, she always thinks from her daughter's perspective. But when did it become the second wife's place to make decisions in the Marquis's mansion? Her father and the old lady haven't even spoken yet. Knowing that the second madam's word was not law, Shen Tang was too lazy to argue with her. The day of her wedding was not chosen by the Marquis's mansion. In the face of natural disasters, she always accepted her bad luck. Why should the Marquis's mansion give her a replacement dowry just because more than a dozen loads of Shen Han's dowry were destroyed? The second wife was afraid that Shen Han would be reluctant to part with the damaged dowry and be unhappy on her wedding day, so she hurriedly sent someone to comfort her. She really cared about her so much. When Shen Han returns home for her wedding, the second madam will definitely bring this up. Calculating the date, that day happens to be the day Xie Guimo sent the secret guards to Guangzhou to escort Chunlan back to the capital. If there are no delays on the way, it would be a good opportunity to give Shen Han and the second prince a surprise on their return home. The rain stopped around lunchtime, and at that time, the second prince was returning to the Qi prince's residence with the wedding procession. The rain stopped shortly after the second prince and Shen Han entered the mansion. The civil and military officials looked at each other in bewilderment. Not a single drop of rain escaped. Could things get any worse? Those who came to Prince Qi's mansion to share in the joy should hope they don't leave with bad luck on their backs. The officials were speechless. Of course, no one dared to say these things out loud, unless they were tired of being officials. No, they probably didn't want their heads anymore. After the second prince returned to the mansion, a servant brought him a bowl of ginger soup. Then he went to change into his brocade robe. There was no spare wedding robe prepared, so he wore a reddish brocade robe to make do. Shen Han had to wait a while longer, and she felt extremely aggrieved. She didn't know how many times she cursed God in her heart. After the wedding ceremony, she was taken to the bridal chamber. Her wedding dress was carried by a maid, so it didn't get dirty. However, her embroidered shoes with mandarin ducks on her feet were soaked through by the time she arrived at the bridal chamber. Few girls in the entire capital city get married in such a sorry state, and Shen Han cried in anger. As for Shen Tang, the rain stopped when it was time for lunch. Shen Tang originally planned to have lunch with the old lady, but thinking that the old lady wouldn't have an appetite, she thought it wouldn't be good for her to eat too much in front of the old lady. It would be better to eat in her own courtyard. Once the door was closed, no outsiders would know how happy she was or criticize her. While eating lunch, Shen Tang was thinking about how to surprise Shen Han on her homecoming day. She put down her chopsticks and walked towards the window. After looking around for a while without seeing Chen Shan, Yin Xing called out Chen Shan. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shan appeared outside the window. It was raining, so he couldn't stay in the tree and found an empty house to hide in. But if he needed anything, he could be heard if he called out. Chen Shan asked, "Does the crown princess have any instructions?" Shen Tang said, "Go and ask your master if the people he sent to Wangzhou can arrive in the capital the day after tomorrow, the day the second prince accompanies Shen Han back to her parents' home." Chen Shan didn't know either. Knowing Shen Tang's impatient nature, Chen Shan agreed, "I'll go back and ask." Chen Shan climbed over the wall out of the Pingyuan Marquis's residence, only to realize that Xia Guimo was most likely at the Qi prince's residence for a wedding banquet at this hour. After all, in public, Xia Guimo and the second prince were cousins, and the second prince was marrying Miss Shen, so the two would be brothers-in-law in the future. Others could skip the wedding banquet at the Qi prince's residence, but Xia Guimo couldn't skip it. Miss Shen II wants to expose Miss Shen the eldest's true identity on the day the second prince accompanies Miss Shen back to her parents' home. She needs to send someone to deliver the message as soon as possible. If Xia Guimo returns to the mansion after the wedding banquet, he might not have enough time. So Chen Shan decided to act first and report later. The master has already sent someone to Wangzhou to pick up a maid for Miss Shen II. It's not far from the capital. How could the young master refuse? When Xia Guimo returned from the wedding banquet in the evening, the guards informed him of the matter. Xia Guimo, exasperated, said, "They sent people again?" He also wanted to surprise her, and they ended up thinking the same thing. They even sent 2 groups of secret guards to pick up a maid. The guards only knew that Xia Guimo had sent someone away from the capital, but they didn't know what the person was going to do. So Chen Shan arranged for someone to leave without anyone stopping him. Besides, he only sent a guard to urge them to return, and they would be back the day after tomorrow, which was very quick. So they followed Shen Tang's arrangements. At this moment, no one knows that the second master has sent men to ambush people on the only road back to the capital from Wangzhou. If Chen Shan hadn't sent another secret guard to handle this matter, the secret guard sent to Wangzhou to pick up the people, the secret guard who went to meet them, and Chunlan would most likely have perished outside the city. Chapter 180. Supply. It rained all morning, cleared up at noon, and then rained again in the evening. I don't know when it stopped. When I woke up the next day, everything was basically dry except for some puddles. The sky was clear and blue, and the air was fresh. After breakfast, Shen Tang took Yinxing to Songhe Hall to pay their respects. When Shen Tang arrived, the second and third wives had just arrived as well. The old lady said kindly, "You've all had a hard time these past few days." These words were spoken to the third and fourth wives. The wedding banquet was a joyous and lively affair. The second wife tried to intervene several times, but the old lady stopped her each time. It was the third and fourth wives who were busy. The third wife hurriedly said, "We are part of the household. If the celebration banquet is held in a grand manner, we will also feel honored." The third wife started off with a loud voice, but her voice trailed off towards the end. I said the wrong thing. The marriage of the Marquis of Pingyuan's daughter was peaceful and uneventful, but the second prince's wedding was anything but. However, when the weather is about to rain, no one can stop it. It's just that the date was chosen rather poorly, as it was the date set by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, and he would inevitably be punished. Thinking of yesterday's rain, the old lady's mood was clouded. The second wife said, "Yesterday, Hana got married, and more than a dozen loads of her dowry were damaged, and many paintings and calligraphy were also destroyed by the rain. The Marquis's mansion should make her a replacement. The third and fourth wives exchanged glances, both frowning slightly. It is indeed a pity that Shen Han's dowry was damaged, but there is no reason to repair a dowry that has been taken out of the Marquis's mansion. Besides, the calligraphy and paintings were packed in boxes, and although it rained heavily yesterday, they should not have been destroyed. However, Shen Han was the eldest son's daughter, and the second son's family wanted to make up for it. The third and fourth sons were born out of wedlock, so even if they had opinions, they dared not voice them, lest they be disliked. But the third and fourth wives didn't dare, but Shen Tang did. Second aunt is truly thinking of eldest sister in every way. It wouldn't be too late to discuss this matter after eldest sister returns home tomorrow and brings back the damaged dowry, would it? Allowing Shen Han to marry under the name of the eldest son's daughter was already a favor to her. Yesterday's rain might have been a sign from heaven that it was not going to let her take this advantage. The second wife knew she was being too hasty. She said, "Getting married is tiring enough, but then we had to deal with that awful weather yesterday. Hana must have suffered. I was thinking of preparing things early so she can take them back with her when she goes home." Shen Tang said, "How can we prepare if we don't even know what's been damaged? Are we just going to guess?" One sentence left the second wife speechless. She wanted to refute but dared not. The old lady had already forbidden her from interfering in the affairs of the eldest son's family. Now that Shen Han was married, she was even less allowed to interfere. Shen Tang's words were meant to thwart the second madam and Shen Han's little schemes. Shen Han didn't have as many complaints about her dowry as Shen Tang. She even dropped some of her dowry on the way to the wedding, so she wanted to take this opportunity to ask for more compensation. Shen Tang's words directly thwarted their idea that the Marquis's mansion would prepare according to the list they sent back. Compensation was not guaranteed, and even if they wanted to make up for it, they would have to make up for as much as it was damaged. Are you trying to deceive the Marquis's mansion? No way. The old lady didn't want to bring it up either, saying, "Let's talk about it when Hana returns home." The second wife dared not say anything more. Outside, Stewardly compiled the gifts sent by various households over the past 2 days into a booklet and sent it to the old lady for review. The third madam said, "Last time, when Tanger refused to marry the Prince of Jingong, the gifts from all the mansions were returned. This time, they are basically the same as last time, except for those from the Prince of Ning's mansion." The old lady opened the booklet, and the gift list from the Prince Ning's mansion was prominently listed first. The second wife was sipping tea when she heard the third wife's words. She asked, "What happened at the Prince Ning's residence?" The third wife said, "The gifts from the Prince Ning's mansion are quite numerous, even more valuable than those from the Prince Jingyong's mansion. The Marquis's mansion and the Prince of Jingyong's mansion are engaged, but the second daughter is not yet married. It is normal for the Prince of Jingyong's mansion to send more generous gifts when the Marquis's mansion is celebrating a wedding. However, it is strange that the Prince of Ning's mansion sent even more generous gifts than the Prince of Jingyong's mansion. It was the Prince of Ning who saved the second daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion, not the second daughter who saved the Prince of Ning. The old Prince of Ning proposed marriage for his grandson, but the Marquis politely declined. The old Prince of Ning was magnanimous and didn't feel he had lost face, which was already rare. Because he found it strange, the third madam brought it up separately. The old lady also felt that the gifts from the Prince Ning's residence were too generous. She knew that the old Prince Ning felt bad that his own brother, Yener, couldn't come back to see his younger sister off, so he made the gifts more generous. Knowing that Xiao Huan was her own grandson, the old lady had never met him. She thought that Xiao Huan would come to the wedding banquet at the Marquis's mansion so that she could take the opportunity to meet him. However, only the old Prince Ning came. Xiao Huan did not come. The old lady later asked Shen Sui about it, and Shen Sui said that he had stopped her from seeing anyone. There were so many guests coming to the mansion for the wedding, and the old lady would only see the Prince of Ning's son, which would surely arouse suspicion. Furthermore, Shen Han schemed against Xiao Huan in order to get married. When Xiao Huan came to escort Shen Han to her wedding, Shen Han wasn't embarrassed, but Xiao Huan was. Although the old lady was somewhat disappointed, she had nothing to say. The old lady glanced through the gift list, getting a general idea of what was going on. The second wife sat there, noticing that the old lady showed no surprise at the generous gifts from the Prince Ning's residence, and felt increasingly uneasy. Shen Tang had a terrible headache, feeling that her elder brother's true identity would soon be exposed. Although her father had promised Prince Ning that her elder brother would not be allowed to acknowledge his ancestors for the time being, Prince Ning could not do what he used to do. The old Prince Ning is of noble status. It would arouse suspicion if he consulted his father. It would also seem strange if he sent a generous gift to the Marquis's mansion. His elder brother's features are so similar to his father's. If the two of them stood together, it would be hard to guarantee that no one would guess. Although this is not a bad thing for the Marquis's family, as it allows the eldest brother to be recognized by his ancestors and marry Princess Rugia sooner, she is worried that the old Princess Ning will not be able to withstand the blow. This is also what the old Prince Ning and the eldest brother were worried about. On one hand, he was afraid that his elder brother's background would be revealed, and on the other hand, he was doing things that would arouse suspicion. However, human relationships are complicated and not so simple. From the perspective of Prince Ning, he was also in a dilemma. Shen Tang stayed for a while before returning to Qingyi Garden. She didn't know if Chunlan would be able to return to the capital tomorrow, and no one could give her a definite answer. Shen Tang spent the whole day reading and doing needlework to pass the time, and finally managed to get through the evening. When I woke up, it was already the day for Shen Han to return to her parents' home. Shen Tang went to Songha Hall to have breakfast with the old lady. After breakfast, she and Shen Luo admired the flowers in the courtyard. Shen Luo said wistfully, "Since my eldest sister got married, the mansion seems to have suddenly become quiet and deserted. Although the sisters often quarreled in the past, it was still lively. Now that the eldest sister has gotten married and the third sister has returned to her own parents, Shen Luo misses the days when the sisters would go out to shop and play together. It seems that she can never go back to the past." Shen Tang teased her, "It won't be long before you get engaged. You like lively gatherings, so I'll have your third aunt and grandmother pick out a family with lots of people for you to marry into." Shen Luo's melancholy froze, her face flushed red, and she stamped her foot in embarrassment. "What are you saying, second sister? I'm ignoring you." Shen Luo turned to leave, but as soon as she turned, a maid came over and said, "Second miss, fourth miss, the second prince. Prince Qi has accompanied the eldest aunt on her homecoming." Chapter 181. Returning to one's parents' home. At the main gate of the Marquis's residence, the carriage of the Prince of Qi's residence slowly came to a stop. The return visit to the bride's parents' home is a big day. Although it is uncertain whether Prince Qi, the second prince, will accompany Shen Han on the return visit, the Marquis's residence must make preparations. Shen Sui and the second master are both outside and, knowing that they are coming, they go to the door to greet them. Although the Prince of Qi was her son-in-law, there was a distinction between ruler and subject. Not only should one bow to the Prince of Qi, but one should also bow to Shen Han, since she was the princess consort of the Prince of Qi, bestowed by the emperor. Shen Sui said, "Greetings, Prince Qi and Princess Qi." "Father." Shen Han called out softly. King Qi helped Shen Sui up, saying, "Father-in-law, you are too polite. Please rise." Shen Sui invited Prince Qi into the mansion and led him to the Songha Hall. The second and third wives were all there, as were the third and fourth masters and the younger generation of the Marquis's family. Except for those who were still immature and might offend Prince Qi, everyone was present. Led by the old lady, a large group of people bowed to the second prince and Shen Han. Shen Han's gaze swept across Shen Tang's face, her brows furrowed with undisguised smugness. Regardless of whether the second prince liked her or not, she was overjoyed to have the title of second princess consort. From now on, Shen Tang would have to bow to her whenever he saw her, otherwise it would be a great disrespect to the royal family. Shen Han helped the old lady up, and then they sat down to talk. Because Prince Qi was there, the atmosphere in the room was obviously much more restrained. After a short while, Shen Sui invited the second prince to the study to talk, and also called the second master. Shen Sui had already decided in his heart that Shen Han was not his daughter, so naturally he would not regard the second prince as his son-in-law. In addition, with the second prince vying for the throne, Shen Sui was really afraid to be alone with the second prince and afraid to talk about the topic of the succession struggle. Perhaps because he had no children, Shen Sui had no interest in the merit of helping the emperor to succeed him before, and he still had no interest now. After the second prince and Shen Sui left, the second madam, who had been holding back for a long time, finally had to ask Shen Han, "Are you getting used to living in the Prince Chi's residence?" Shen Han nodded slightly, her face flushed with shyness, which showed that the Prince of Qi treated her well. The day before yesterday, King Qi got soaked in the rain when he got married, but all the civil and military officials came to congratulate him. King Qi drank a lot of wine, and although he did not like her, he still went to the bridal chamber. The second wife asked, "Did you bring back all the damaged dowry items?" Shen Han nodded. "I brought back half of them, as well as some calligraphy and paintings. They got a little wet from the rain. I'll take them to a calligraphy and painting shop to see if they can be salvaged. Should we send it for repair or send it for forgery?" Shen Tang drank the tea without saying a word. Shen Han thought Shen Tang would object, but Shen Tang didn't say a word. Shen Han guessed it was because Prince Qi accompanied her on her homecoming. It was worth all the time she spent coaxing Prince Qi to get him to accompany her on her homecoming. Although today was Shen Han's homecoming day, because of the wedding, Prince Qi had been caught in the rain, and the old lady didn't dare to hope that Prince Qi would accompany Shen Han back. Now that he had, the old lady breathed a sigh of relief. On such an important day as the homecoming, it would have been difficult for Shen Han to gain a foothold in Prince Qi's mansion if Prince Qi hadn't accompanied her. Now she didn't have to worry about it. The old lady was in a good mood and said, "I'll have your fourth aunt prepare a new set of the damaged dowry and send it to you later." Shen Han nodded. "Thank you, grandmother." Shen Han sat next to the old lady, leaning affectionately against her, as if she had returned to the past when the old lady doted on her the most. The two of them had endless things to talk about. The second wife was all smiles, and the third and fourth wives would occasionally say a word or two. Only Shen Tang did not utter a single word from the moment Shen Han entered. Not only was Shen Han unaccustomed to it, but the old lady also felt something was wrong. "Why isn't Tanger saying anything?" Shen Tang smiled and said, "I don't know what to say, so I won't say anything." Shen Han lowered her eyes and said, "Grandmother, my second sister still holds a grudge against me." The old lady wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. The second wife said, "This is where the second young lady is wrong. Even if the blood between sisters is broken, the tendons are still connected. Let bygones be bygones, why hold on to it?" Shen Tang's gaze swept across the second madam's face, but she still didn't say anything. However, the second madam suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, a chill that emanated from her very bones, something she had never experienced before. She suddenly felt a pang of panic, so panicked that her eyelids twitched, as if something terrible was about to happen. The second wife tried her best to suppress her unease. Just then, a maid ran in and said, "Fourth madam, your maid Chunlan, who has been missing for more than 10 years, has been brought back." "Fourth madam." Just a few simple words. The fourth wife was almost so frightened that her heart stopped. She did send someone to Wangzhou to fetch Chunlan, but she specifically instructed that Chunlan be brought back to the capital and settled on the estate first, not brought back to the manor. Why was she sent directly to the Marquis's manor? The fourth wife's face turned pale, and the second wife's gaze suddenly swept towards the fourth wife. It turned out that it was the fourth madam who sent someone to pick up Chunlan. For the sake of a maid, she spared no expense to redeem her from servitude, and even used the Marquis's mansion as a front. How dare the fourth madam? Didn't the master send people to ambush Chunlan on her way back to the capital? Why didn't they stop them? The fourth wife stood up and said, I'll go take a look." Shen Tang stopped her, saying, "Fourth aunt, please sit down. The person who sent Chunlan back to the manor was the one I sent." The person you sent is still locked up in Baiwalu. I'm afraid father will have to send someone to put pressure on them before Baiwalu will release them. Fourth madam looked shocked and incredulous. Was it your people who brought Chunlan back to the manor? She knew that Shen Tang had opened the letter Chunlan had given her. How could the second miss possibly guess the contents of the letter? The people she sent, under the guise of the Marquis's mansion, failed to bring Chunlan back and were even imprisoned by the 100 Flowers Pavilion. How did the second Mrs. People manage to bring her back to the capital? The fourth wife had many doubts in her heart, while the second wife was on pins and needles, her heart trembling like a sieve. The old lady then asked, "Is Chunlan still alive?" Since Shen Tang sent someone to bring her back, fourth madam had no say in the matter. She no longer needed to go to the front yard. Her legs felt weak as she sat down. The old lady looked over and dared not refuse to answer. "I didn't expect Chunlan to still be alive. She's been trapped in the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Wango all these years. When she sent me a letter, I was still on my way back from my parents' home. Fortunately, second miss met the messenger. We, mistress and servant, will meet again." Fourth madam dared not conceal anything and could only tell the truth. The old lady's brows furrowed deeply. It was already unexpected that the fourth madam would send someone to fetch a maid who had been missing for over a decade and was now trapped in a brothel. Tanger had also sent someone to fetch her and brought her directly into the mansion. In the past few months, Shen Tang had done many things that surprised the old lady. Her intuition told her that Shen Tang hadn't made these arrangements casually, especially on the day that Prince Qi accompanied Shen Han on her homecoming visit. The second wife said, "Today is the day Prince Qi accompanies Honor back to her parents' home. How can you bring a maid who was redeemed from a brothel into the manor with such a grand gesture? Does the second young lady have no sense of propriety at all?" Shen Tang found it amusing. "May I ask you, second aunt, when have I ever done anything inappropriate? Before criticizing me, shouldn't you ask me why I brought Chunlan into the manor?" Two consecutive rhetorical questions rendered the second wife mute, and she felt extremely uneasy. Shen Tang patiently waited for Chunlan to arrive. After a while, there was a commotion outside the door. Two servants carried Chunlan in, followed by two bodyguards in black. This scene stunned everyone in the room, including the fourth wife. Fourth madam was unaware that Chunlan had broken her leg. The maids and servants exchanged bewildered glances, wondering why Shen Tang insisted on bringing fourth madam's missing maid, who had been missing for over a decade, to the old lady. Wouldn't it have been better to wait until her leg healed before seeing her? It happened more than a decade ago, and not many people in the mansion know about it anymore. But Wen Mama still remembers the day that the fourth mistress's maid Chunlan disappeared. It was the same day that Jiang gave birth. Back then, Jiang suspected that the disappearance of Chunlan and Xiaowei was related to the theft of her child. Could it be that the second miss brought Chunlan back now because of this? Hopefully she's wrong, otherwise the Marquis's mansion might be in for a bloodbath today. Knowing that Chunlan had been brought back, Inxing went to the front yard. Inxing followed her back and walked up behind Shen Tang, whispering, "Just now, the second master tried to kill Chunlan to silence her, but she was saved by the guards." Chapter 182. Buried Alive. Shen Tang's eyes were icy. She had just been wondering why the guards had followed her in, and even two of them together. Guards usually wouldn't show their faces in public, especially since Chunlan's case involved the infighting between the brothers in the Marquis's mansion. Xia Gimo's help had caused her father and the second master to break off their relationship. The old lady might not be happy about it, so she would naturally avoid it if possible. It seemed that she had no choice but to do so. She had finally managed to get Chunlan into the Marquis's mansion, but if she was to be harmed by the second master in the end, all her efforts would be in vain. Chunlan was carried in, and the servant put the stretcher down. Chunlan looked at the fourth madam, her eyes filled with tears, and choked out, "Madam." The fourth wife also burst into tears. Chunlan was her dowry maid, who had been with her since she was a maid. Although they were mistress and servant, they were as close as sisters. Since being kidnapped and taken away from the capital, Chunlan had longed to return to the fourth madam's side every single day. She thought she would never have the chance to see the fourth madam again in her lifetime. Unexpectedly, she was able to return to the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion and see the fourth madam again. For so many years, she had been guarding the secret that the fourth madam had asked her to investigate, enduring the torment day after day. It was all worth it. Chunlan sobbed uncontrollably, and fourth madam said, "It's all my fault, I've made you suffer." Chunlan shook her head. "If I can see madam again, I will have no regrets even if I die in this life." Shen Tang asked stewardly, "Have you gone to fetch father?" Stewardly replied, "I have already informed the Marquis." The maid who had been missing for over a decade was trapped in the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Wangzhou. The second miss asked the Prince of Jingyang to send someone to rescue her, and she did so on the day of the eldest aunt's return home. There must be something important going on. How could Stewardly not report to Shen Sui? Before long, Shen Sui arrived, along with the second master, the third master, and Prince Qi. Shen Sui walked in and asked Shen Tang what happened. Shen Tang stood up. "Father, you should ask second uncle why he killed Chunlan just now." One sentence immediately drew everyone's attention to the second master. Shen Sui looked at the second master, who wanted to deny it, but Stewardly was present when he made the move, so he couldn't argue. The second wife said, "Today is the day that Prince Qi is accompanying Honor back to her parents' home, but the second young lady has allowed a courtesan to swagger into the mansion. It is really impolite." It all boils down to this one sentence. Shen Tang said coldly, "What are you afraid of, second uncle and second aunt?" Who's afraid?" Although the second wife was stubborn, her voice trembled, and everyone in the room with ears could hear it. Shen Sui looked at Shen Tang, who said, "Chunlan disappeared on the day my mother gave birth to me. Before she died, my mother suspected that Chunlan and Xiaowei, the daughter of Granny's son who served my second aunt, disappeared together and that it was related to my second brother being switched. She asked my father to search for Chunlan all over the capital. Today, I brought Chunlan into the mansion so that my father and grandmother could ask Chunlan if she knew anything." Chunlan looked at the fourth madam. Fourth madam said, "Tell me everything you know." Chunlan nodded, wiping away her tears, and said, "On the day madam gave birth, madam went to the Jokhang temple to offer incense. When she returned, madam had already given birth. Madam went to see madam, and on her way back to the north courtyard, she took a small path and faintly heard the sound of a baby crying. Then she saw Xiaowei, the daughter of Granny's son who served second madam, carrying a food box and sneaking out of the mansion. Madam found it strange and asked me to follow her to see. I followed Xiaowei out of the manor and watched her leave the city. She found a desolate mountain and dug a hole under a big tree. I found it strange, but then I saw Xiaowei take an infant out of a food box and was about to bury him alive. This servant knocked Xiaowei unconscious and took the child out. Upon hearing this, Shen Tang couldn't contain her excitement and asked, "Is the baby a boy or a girl?" "It's a boy," Chunlan replied. "My second brother is still alive?" Shen Tang's heart was pounding in her throat. Chunlan shook her head. "This servant doesn't know. When I brought the young master out, he was still alive. I originally intended to secretly take the child back to the Marquis' mansion and hand him over to the madam for disposal. However, on the way back, I encountered some local ruffians who targeted me. I couldn't escape, so I had no choice but to put the food box containing the young master into a carriage parked by the roadside. Those ruffians caught me and sold me to a slave trader, eventually ending up at the Baiwa brothel in Wangzhou. Whether the young master is alive or dead, or where he is, this servant has no idea. She was barely able to protect herself at the time. How could she possibly protect the young master?" Shen Tang was somewhat disappointed, but mostly relieved. After all, Shen Han had told her in her previous life that her second brother had been buried alive. As long as they haven't been harmed, there is still hope for survival. Shen Sui sat there listening. Ever since he believed that Shen Han was not his biological daughter, but his second wife's daughter, he had come to believe Jiangshi's claim that she had given birth to twins. Now, hearing with his own ears that his newborn son had almost been buried alive, Shen Sui felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He felt guilty towards his deceased wife and even more sorry for his newborn son. He couldn't protect either of his two sons, and he didn't even believe in his own existence. The old lady was pale, her hands and feet were cold, and she could barely hold onto the prayer beads in her hands. The second wife pointed at Chunlan and looked at the fourth wife. I have no grudge against my fourth sister-in-law. Why would she frame me like this? Fourth Madam has always been aware of the situation of the fourth branch of the family and has never made enemies with the first and second branches. She just keeps to herself and lives her own life. However, Madame Jiang lost her eldest son and her newborn son was stolen and replaced. Fourth Madam couldn't bear it. Now that Chunlan has been found, she has revealed the evil deeds of Second Madam. Second Madam is not repentant and even turned around and accused her of framing her. Although Chunlan wasn't brought back by her, Chunlan was her maid. Back then, she was ordered by her to follow Granny Sun's maid, Xiaowei. If the truth isn't revealed today, the fourth branch of the family won't be able to stay in the Marquis's mansion any longer. The fourth wife retorted, "What good would it do me or our fourth branch of the family to frame you?" The second wife coldly replied, "Who knows what sinister intentions you're harboring?" Fourth Madam, who never argued with anyone, was so angry that she couldn't speak when faced with Second Madam's shameless sophistry. Chunlan was loyal to the Fourth Madam and couldn't bear to see the Second Madam slandering the Fourth Madam like this. She sat on the stretcher, looking up at Shen Sui. Those thugs who arrested me back then, one was called Tough Guy, one was called Air Guzzy, and the other was called Skinny Monkey. Those three made me suffer so much. I will remember them even in death. They claim to be well known in Kyoto. Although 15 years have passed, they may not all have been punished for their evil deeds. Lord Marquis, just send people to investigate. As long as one of them is still alive, you will know that I am not lying. Shen Tang immediately looked at the guards and said, since he is a notorious local ruffian in the capital, the Dali Temple must know about him. Go to the Dali Temple and ask him. If anyone is still alive, bring him here. The guards obeyed and left. As the guards left, Shen Tang gave Yinxing a look, and Yinxing followed suit. Chapter 183. Thugs. Chunlan revealed the secret she had kept for so many years. All that was missing was a witness to prove that what she said was true, so that the second master and second mistress would have no way to deny it. In fact, everyone in the house believed what Chunlan said. After all, Chunlan and Xiaowei left the mansion one after the other back then. At that time, Xiaowei was carrying a food box, which everyone in the mansion knew. Furthermore, everyone in the mansion knows how much the second wife dotes on Shenhan. If what Chunlan is saying is not true, then why did the second master kill Chunlan to silence her? What else could it be but a guilty conscience? Jiang, who believed she had given birth to twins, but no one believed her, and she was even suspected of having lost her mind, eventually died in depression. The maids and servants in the house were all heartbroken. The old lady was pale, her hands trembling as she held the prayer beads. Her gaze swept from the second wife's face to the second master's, but she couldn't utter a single word. The second wife forced herself to remain calm and said, "Mother, please believe us. Master and the Marquis are brothers. How could they possibly do such a thing?" The old lady's eyes were sharp as knives, and the second wife didn't dare to say a word. She only felt the cold air rising from the soles of her feet to the tips of her hair, and the cold air emanating from her bones. The Pingyuan Marquis' residence was not far from the Dali Temple, and Siat Gimo's secret guards were exceptionally efficient, quickly bringing the person into the residence. The servant came in and said, "My lord, the people sent by the second young lady have brought that scoundrel into the manor." The second wife's already pale face was now filled with fear, and the second master was in no better shape. Everyone stared at the door, but the first to enter were not the guards or thugs, but Master Jiang and Master Jiang II. Upon seeing them, the old lady's face turned deathly pale. Although Master Jiang and Master Jiang had arrived, they were actually a little confused, not knowing why Shen Tang had sent people to summon them to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence in such a hurry. Seeing them enter, Shen Tang stood up and said, "My two uncles have arrived." Master Jiang asked, "Tanger sent someone to summon us. Is there something you need?" Shen Tang nodded and said, "It concerns the grievances my mother suffered back then. I felt it was my duty to let my two uncles know, so I sent someone to invite you here." Shen Tang told Master Jiang about the second wife's sleight of hand, how she swapped her daughter for her newborn second brother, and how she almost buried her second brother alive. When Master Jiang found out, his face darkened, and he was so angry he wanted to kill someone. Their faces were so grim they looked like they could be squeezed for water. They sat down, and the guards brought in a thug. The thug had a scar over his eye, which made him look like a dangerous man. The guard said, "Of the 3 thugs that Miss Chunlan mentioned, only this tough guy is still alive." He kicked, and the muscular man fell to his knees slamming heavily onto the bluestone floor. He gasped in pain. Despite his muscular build, he tried to get up, but the guards held him down, preventing him from moving. "Why did you arrest me?" the tough guy shouted. Chunlan looked at him. "Do you still remember me?" Gun Dao Ro looked at Chunlan and felt that she looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember her. After all, 15 years had passed, and Chunlan was back in that brothel, by Hualu, so it was normal that he couldn't recognize her. Shen Tang said, 15 years ago, didn't you and 2 other thugs chase after a maid carrying a food box in a desolate mountain outside the city, and then sell her to a slave trader? How did you know about this?" Tough Boiled Pork looked surprised. This one sentence alone is enough to prove that what Chunlan said is true. Shen Tang said, "Tell me everything that happened that day." "You think I'll just tell you because you want me to?" the tough guy retorted. "How dare they speak to the prospective heir apparent of the Jingong prince's mansion like that?" The bodyguard grabbed the thug by the collar and slapped him twice. "Say what I told you to say." The guard's 2 slaps were no light touch. He knocked out 2 of the girl's teeth. She dared not utter a word of complaint, spitting out blood before blurting out, "That day, Guzi, Shoho, and I went to the desolate mountains to see if there were any new graves or burial goods. When we arrived, we saw a beautiful maidservant, all alone, carrying a food box in the wilderness. We were filled with malice and went after her. The maid ran for her life. When she saw a carriage, she tried to find someone to rescue her, but there was no one in the carriage. The maid put the food box in the carriage and continued to run for her life. The 2 of us chased after the maid. One of us went to check what was in the food box. When he saw that it was a child, he ignored it. The 3 of us originally wanted that maid, but on the way back we picked up another maid. We thought she was pretty, so we sold her to a slave trader at a high price. We don't know what happened after that." Shen Tang asked, "What about the maid you picked up?" Gun Dao Ro remained silent, feeling a chill creep down his spine. Afraid of being beaten again, he immediately said, "We wanted that maid to be our 3 wives, but she had a terrible temper and was incredibly stubborn. So we beat her up, but we didn't expect her to be so weak. She died. We just dumped her in a dilapidated temple." The tough bastard he was talking about didn't just mean physical violence. Otherwise, we wouldn't have died naked in the dilapidated temple. When Sun's mother arrived, she heard these words and rushed over to avenge her daughter, punching and hitting the tough guy, but she was pulled away. Shen Tang waved his hand, and the guards dragged the tough guy away. Master Jiang and Master Jiang sat there, too angry to speak. Shen Tang looked at the second master and second madam. "Chunlan told the truth of what happened back then, and you said that she was instructed by 4th and to deliberately slander you. Now that the local thugs have also come, if you still believe that she is slandering you, I will go to the Ministry of Justice today to beat the drum of grievance and go to the main hall of the Ministry of Justice to make the Minister of Justice interrogate me clearly." Shen Tang summoned her 2 maternal uncles, determined not to allow the second branch of the family any chance of getting away with it, nor to allow the old lady to show any favoritism. For the sake of a title, The second wife harmed her elder brother and caused the entire Jiang family to feel guilty for 15 years, leading to her mother's death with resentment. Anyone who dares to protect the second wife is Shen Tang's enemy. Even your own father won't do. The second master and his wife knew there was no escaping it today. The second master's face was cold, and he didn't say anything. He looked at the second wife, and the second wife's heart sank to the bottom. After more than 10 years of marriage, how could she not know what the second master's eyes meant? The second wife glanced at Shen Han, then Yunxiu clenched her fists and knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face. I know I was wrong. I was bewitched back then. I did it. Master knows nothing. The second master knows nothing? The second wife was truly devoted to the second master, willing to bear everything herself to protect him. The second master kicked the second wife in the chest. You poisonous woman. You killed my sister-in-law and brought unrest to the Marquis's mansion. I'm divorcing you today. Chapter 184. Threaten. The second master's kick was quite forceful, causing the second mistress to fall onto a small table, scattering teacups and pastries all over the floor. Blood trickled from the corner of the second wife's mouth, her eyes filled with sorrow. She knew that the second master was sacrificing a pawn to save the king, but this kick made her suspect that the second master wanted to kick her to death. Shen Tang sat there, her face as cold as if covered with frost. She didn't believe that the second madam had done all these things alone. If the second master was unaware of the situation, then why did he kill Chunlan to silence her today? Could it be that the second master heard that the second madam ordered him to kill someone, and he didn't even ask a question before taking action? Given the second madam's actions, divorcing her would be too lenient. Moreover, this is just a pretense. Shen Han is the second madam's biological daughter and has just married Prince Qi. On the day of her return to her parents' home, the fact that the Princess Qi's birth mother was divorced would not only be a disgrace to Shen Han, but also to the royal family. The King of Qi's eyes were sinister. He stood up and said, "The Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion has truly prepared a great gift for me." With a flick of his sleeve, King Qi left. He was unwilling to give Shen Han the position of principal wife in the first place, but the eldest prince's faction pressured him, and the emperor bestowed the marriage upon her, leaving him no choice but to accept. He was also forced by the imperial decree to marry her and was afraid that the eldest prince would cause trouble, so he accompanied Shen Han back to her parents' home. But what happened was that she exposed Shen Han's true identity in front of him. She was not Shen Sui's daughter, but a daughter of the second branch of the family who had been secretly replaced by the eldest branch. The daughter of the second branch of the Pingyuan Marquis family, is she even worthy of being the second prince's principal wife? If this gets to the ears of the eldest prince, he'll probably laugh his head off. No. It's likely that the eldest prince knew Shen Han wasn't Shen Sui's daughter, which is why he spared no effort to make Shen Han the principal wife. King Qi clenched his fists under his sleeves, his heart filled with murderous intent. Seeing the second madam coughing up blood, Shen Han wanted to help her up, but dared not. In her heart, she was already cursing Shen Tang to pieces. Then she heard the Prince Qi's suppressed rage and cried out, "Your Highness." She took 2 steps after him, but the Prince of Qi didn't turn his head. She stopped, her eyes sweeping coldly over Shen Tang. "Today is my homecoming day. Did you have to choose today to make things unpleasant for me?" Shen Tang found it ridiculous. The second branch of the family put you in the first branch of the family. Who did they ask? Do I need to pick a day to send you back to the second branch? You. Shen Han was so angry that she couldn't speak. The second wife crawled to the old lady's feet, grabbing her legs. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have harmed the eldest son's heir." The old lady said with disgust, "Pull her away from me." 2 maids came over and pulled the second mistress aside. Shen Han couldn't stand the maids dragging the second mistress away, so she pushed the maids away and protected the second mistress. The second master said, "Bring me paper and pen." The maid dared not disobey the second master and brought over the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Shen Han's eyes were bloodshot, and she pulled out the gold hairpin from her hair and held it against her neck. "If you want to divorce my second aunt from the Marquis's mansion today, I will die in front of you." She actually threatened them with her own life. Did she really think anyone cared whether Shen Han lived or died? Shen Tang looked behind the screen and said, "I would like to trouble the Dali Temple to provide a testimony that it was Princess Qi who committed suicide on her own, and it has nothing to do with our Pingyuan Marquis's mansion." Everyone looked towards the screen and saw the Minister of the Court of Judicial Review walk out from behind it, looking rather embarrassed. He had thought the minister was just there to arrest and convict local thugs, but he hadn't expected to encounter something like this. Shen Tang smiled sarcastically. "Threatening someone with your own life? Only those who care about your life or death will be threatened by you. Do you think you can intimidate me?" Shen Han gritted her teeth and broke them, her gold hairpin piercing her neck, and blood flowed down. The old lady was startled and quickly said, "Stop her." When Wang's mother tried to step forward, Shen Han wouldn't let her get any closer. The old lady looked at Shen Tang and said anxiously, "Don't upset her. Shen Han is already married, she is the princess consort of Qi, and she has only been married to the princess consort of Qi for a few days. If she were to die in the Prince Qi's mansion on the day of her return visit, even if the Dali Temple testifies, Consort Yi would still pursue the matter to the end." Shen Tang knew what the old lady was worried about. Shen Han was sure that the old lady didn't have the guts to let her die in the Marquis's mansion, so she dared to threaten people like this. Shen Tang would not tolerate her. "My mother went through the pain of my eldest brother's disappearance and almost miscarried. She finally gave birth to the child, but her son was stolen and taken away right under her nose. My father and grandmother were confident that no one would dare to do such a thing. They didn't believe my mother and even assumed she had gone insane because of my older brother's disappearance. They locked her up, causing her to become depressed and die with resentment. This left me without my mother's protection at such a young age. My second aunt, however, used the pretense of feeling sorry for my older sister, who had almost been strangled to death by my mother right after birth, to grant my older sister's every request. My second aunt's mistakes were so bad that my second uncle divorced her. Yet my eldest sister dares to try to put pressure on the Marquis's mansion by relying on her status as the princess consort of Qi. Does my eldest sister think that only you can threaten people?" Shen Tang stood up and looked at the old lady and Shen Sui, saying, "My mother's dying wish was for the Jiang family to raise me. If today's events cannot provide a satisfactory explanation for me and the Jiang family, I will not return to the Marquis's residence. Uncle, let's go." Master Jiang and Master Jiang stood up. Shen Tang turned to leave, but Shen Sui said, "Father has already disappointed your mother once. He won't disappoint you again." Shen Tang felt a lump in her throat and stopped in her tracks. Shen Sui glanced at the old lady and asked the second master, "Are you truly unaware of what this wicked woman did? Then tell me, why did you kill Chunlan today to silence her?" The second master's mouth seemed to be sealed with mud, and he couldn't utter another word. The second wife said, "It was me. I told the second master to kill Chunlan." Shen Sui sneered and looked at the old lady, saying, "Does mother believe it?" The old lady's face was ashen, her eyes were red-rimmed, and she did not speak. Shen Sui turned around, clenched his fist, and punched the second master hard. The second master dared not retaliate, and Shen Sui's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. On behalf of Jiang, on behalf of his own son, and on behalf of so-called brotherly affection, Shen Sui wished he could break the second master's arm on the spot. With a final kick, he sent the second master flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. The brothers were killing each other right in front of her, but the old lady didn't even dare to stop them and wept uncontrollably. Shen Sui looked at the old lady with a resolute gaze. While the old lady was heartbroken, is there absolutely no room for negotiation? Room? He didn't know how to apologize to old Master Jiang and old Madame Jiang. Shen Sui only asked one question. "Can Lady Jiang come back to life?" These words struck the old lady like a heavy hammer blow, causing her pain so intense she almost suffocated. Shen Sui seemed to be asking a question, but he was actually telling the old lady that unless Jiang Shi came back to life, unless the grandson who was put in the food box back then was found, he, Shen Sui, would never forgive the second branch of the family for what they had done. The old lady closed her eyes tightly. Let's divide it up. The second branch will be separated from the Marquis's residence. Without the Marquis's permission, no one may set foot in the Marquis's residence again. Shen Sui looked at Master Jiang and Master Jiang with a pleading look in his eyes. Master Jiang then said to Shen Tang, "The dead cannot be brought back to life, Tanger." Shen Tang looked at Shen Sui. Will father still allow the second branch of the family to enter the Marquis's mansion? Never. The voice was firm and resounding. Shen Tang also believed that Shen Sui could do it. But she didn't believe that the old lady could go her whole life without seeing the second master. Shen Tang then said, "Since it will never happen, let's just remove the second branch from the family genealogy." Chapter 185. Cut off. Tanger. The old lady's voice grew louder, and her face turned completely pale. Shen Han stared intently at Shen Tang. Shen Tang. How dare you? Shen Tang's cold gaze swept across Shen Han's face before turning to the old lady and saying, "Everything I do is for the good of my father and the Marquis's mansion. I only want to sever the relationship between my father and the second branch of the family. As for my grandmother, if she gets tired of living in the Marquis's mansion and misses my second uncle, she can move in with him any time so that he can fulfill his filial duties. I have come to the Court of Judicial Review today for no other reason than to ask them to help me write a letter of severance, to serve as a witness for the Pingyuan Marquis's residence." Shen Tang looked at the old lady with a resolute gaze, which made the old lady feel uneasy. Especially Shen Tang's line, "Everything I do is for my father and for the good of the Marquis's mansion." Shen Tang did indeed do a lot for the Marquis's mansion. She was the one who found Shen Yan, and she was also the one who sent people to bring Chunlan back to the mansion so that they would know what kind of injustice Jiang Shi had suffered back then, and that the eldest branch of the family did not have no sons, but had two sons. Shen Tang was indeed acting in Shen Sui's best interests. While her parents were alive, she agreed to separate the family. In order to appease the Jiang family's anger, she relented and allowed the second branch to be separated. Moreover, without Shen Sui's permission, the second branch was not allowed to return to the Marquis's mansion. This was no different from severing ties. However, Shen Tang still insisted that Shen Sui remove the second master from the family genealogy. Their attitude was so resolute, as if whatever the second wife might do would bring disaster to the entire Marquis's mansion. The old lady just stared at Shen Tang, who remained expressionless. Even Master Jiang couldn't understand why Shen Tang was doing this. For the sake of the title, Master Shen harmed Shen Sui's two sons. The brotherly affection between Shen Sui and Master Shen had vanished, and there was no need for that severance document. Tanger knew that even if there was a severance document, it would not sever the mother-son relationship between old Madame Shen and Master Shen. She had no intention of doing such a thing, but she insisted on having that severance document. Master Jiang advised Shen Tang, "Let's leave it at that." The old lady was heartbroken. "Do you really have to force your grandmother like this?" Shen Tang said, "If grandmother really can't bear to remove the second branch from the family genealogy, then just cross father's name off the genealogy." Master Jiang said, "How come you're getting more and more outrageous?" Shen Tang said, "Uncle, I've never been this serious before." These words were meant for Master Jiang, but even more so for the old madam. A blatant threat. The minister of the Court of Judicial Review was completely bewildered. It was fortunate that the man who married Miss Shen was the heir of the Prince of Jingong. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to handle it. The second master's forehead veins bulged, and his hands were clenched so tightly that he wished he could slap Shen Tang to death. But would the second master dare to do that? If they dare not, they can only sign a letter of severance. After seeing the severance agreement signed, the minister of the Court of Judicial Review pressed his fingerprint on it and said impatiently, "I have other matters to attend to at the government office, so I'll head back now." Stewardly escorted the minister of the Court of Judicial Review out of the residence. Master Jiang and Master Jiang also left together. After the minister of the Court of Judicial Review and the two lords of the Jiang family left, the old lady looked at everyone in the room and said, "All of you, get out." The old woman dragged the second mistress, who was slumped on the ground, out. Shen Han glared at Shen Tang fiercely a few times before leaving as well. All the maids and servants left, and finally, the second master left. Shen Tang didn't leave because the old lady had kicked everyone else out so she could ask her questions. After everyone had left, the old lady looked at Shen Tang and said, "Tell your grandmother, why did you have to do something so hurtful to her?" Shen Tang didn't hide anything and said truthfully, "I'm afraid the second branch of the family will commit a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations, which will bring disaster to the first branch." A chill ran down the old lady's spine, and she blurted out, "Your second uncle wouldn't do such a thing." Shen Tang chuckled, "What if I told you the second wife has already done it? The crime of exterminating 9 generations of one's family is no joke." Shen Sui asked, "What did the second branch of the family do?" Shen Tang looked at the old lady and said, "I dare not tell you, grandmother, for fear that you would be so angry that you would die." The old lady said, "If you don't tell me, it will only make your grandmother anxious to death." Shen Tang then said, "Grandmother, do you still remember the flower viewing banquet at Prince Shen's mansion, where I was drugged and knocked unconscious?" The old lady nodded. "It wasn't long ago that this happened, but even if a long time passes, she will never forget it." Shen Tang said, "That day, Shen Han stuffed me into a box, intending to send me out of the Shen prince's residence. The prince of Jingyang's heir was furious, so he knocked her unconscious and threw her into the box. The people in the Shen prince's residence were unaware of this and sent Shen Han out of the residence, giving her to the Marquis of Chomping's heir." The old lady's face turned deathly pale. Everyone in the capital knows what kind of person the heir of the Marquis of Chomping is. Shen Han will not have a good time if she falls into his hands. The old lady remembered that Shen Han sprained her ankle the day she returned to the manor. Shen Tang skipped this part and continued, "On the day of the Empress's birthday banquet, Consort Yi planned to frame Shen Han and give her to the Prince of Jingyang's heir. In order to retaliate, the Prince of Jingyang's heir joined forces with the first prince. Originally, they wanted to push Shen Han to the Marquis of Chomping's heir and force him to take responsibility. However, something went wrong. The first prince did not have time to discuss with the Prince of Jingyang's heir and took it upon himself to change the person from the Marquis of Chomping's heir to the second prince." The old lady's face was as white as a sheet of paper. Shen Tang wasn't satisfied yet and bombarded her with 2 more questions. "Does grandmother know that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Wang family is very likely carrying the child of the Marquis of Chomping's heir? Does grandmother know what kind of crime it is to confuse the royal bloodline?" The old lady's hands were shaking so badly she couldn't even hold the prayer beads. Shen Sui also gasped a few times. "Why didn't you tell father about something this big?" Shen Tang said, "I told father, and then what?" Shen Han schemed against her daughter, and father is still going to stand up for her? I don't have such a kind heart. What happened after that was beyond my control. All I could do was make my father sever all ties with his second wife so that they would have no further connection. Chapter 186. Carriage. The point of Shen Tang's words was not to tell the old lady how shameless the second branch of the family and Shen Han were, but how they had cuckolded the second prince. After all, even if the matter were exposed, the second prince and Consort Yi would deal with it privately to save face and protect the Chomping Marquis' mansion. The key point is that the Prince of Jingyang supports the first prince. Because of the relationship between Consort Yi and Princess Consort of Jingong, everyone assumes that even if Xia Guimo does not support the second prince, he will never be an enemy of the second prince and will stand on the side of the first prince. The emperor has 8 sons, but only the eldest and second princes are capable of vying for the position of crown prince. The crown prince position will be chosen from these 2. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Whoever sits in that position will settle scores with their rivals. Shen Han married the second prince, and the second master will definitely support the second prince. Otherwise, if the family is not divided and the second master is not removed from the family genealogy, which side will Shen Sui stand on in the future? Because of Shen Han's influence, the Pingyuan Marquis mansion has been implicitly considered to support the second prince. Regardless of whether Shen Sui actively or passively participates in the struggle for the throne, the credit for the second prince's ascension to the throne will only fall on his father-in-law, the second master. Shen Sui's efforts will only benefit the second master. If they were to support the eldest prince, then in the eyes of all the officials, the Pingyuan Marquis family would be playing both sides, which is a major taboo for officials. They would be pleasing neither side, and if the eldest prince succeeded in the future, they would not give Shen Sui an important position. They would not benefit from it, and they would suffer all the consequences. Taking advantage of the fact that the second branch of the family was harming the eldest son's offspring and the matter was exposed, we should just sever ties decisively. From now on, everything the second master does will have nothing to do with the Pingyuan Marquis mansion. From now on, father can choose to support the first prince or not participate in the struggle for the throne. At least no one will simply categorize the Pingyuan Marquis mansion as part of the second prince's camp. As for the second prince succeeding in the struggle for the throne, Shen Tang has never considered that possibility. Originally, Shen Tang forced the old lady to agree to expel the second branch from the Marquis mansion. The old lady was still somewhat resentful. After all, Jiang Shi died depressed and resentful back then. In addition to the second branch harboring evil intentions and switching the bride, there was also their doubt and distrust towards the Jiang family, which added insult to injury. Even the Jiang family had no face to come and ask them for forgiveness. The fact that the second master divorced his wife and separated the second branch from the Marquis mansion was enough to appease the Jiang family. Now, hearing that there are so many twists and turns behind this matter, the old madam can imagine how dangerous the upcoming struggle for the throne in the court will be. If she is not careful, the entire Pingyuan Marquis mansion will be ruined. Shen Tang was thinking of the Marquis mansion and the legacy of their ancestors, so the old lady didn't blame her. Unfortunately, there is no evidence to prove that Shen Yan's disappearance was the work of the second master. Otherwise, Shen Tang would not have needed to explain. He could have simply thrown the second master out of the Marquis mansion, and the old madam would not have dared to utter a single word. Shen Tang looked at Shen Sui and told Shen Sui and the old lady about bringing Chunlan back to the capital. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt were concerned that second uncle was father's younger brother. Without solid evidence, they dared not reveal anything to father. On that day, I gave fourth aunt the letter that Chunlan had entrusted to someone to send to the capital. Fourth aunt immediately sent someone to Wangzhou with money to redeem Chunlan. Later, I guessed that the contents of the letter were related to second brother. In order to ensure that Chunlan could enter the capital safely, I also asked the Prince of Jingong to send someone to Wangzhou to take care of her. Second uncle wanted to kill Chunlan, not only in the manor, but also yesterday at the inn outside the city. He had already tried to silence her. I had them send Chunlan into the mansion without even saying hello to my fourth uncle and aunt. They must have been terrified. Shen Tang wasn't worried about Shen Sui, since the fourth branch was helping Shen Sui find her son and was loyal to the eldest branch. What Shen Tang was worried about was the old lady, fearing that she would take her anger out on the fourth branch, since the second master and Shen Sui were both the old lady's biological sons, and both were equally dear to her. Perhaps the old lady felt that without Chunlan, the things the second master had done would not have been exposed, and the second and first branches of the family would not have fallen into such a terrible state. No matter how close her grandson was, he could not be as close as the flesh and blood of her own flesh and blood. Shen Tang didn't say it outright, but how could the old lady not hear her worries? The old lady felt uneasy. In her granddaughter's eyes, was she really such an unreasonable person? The old lady looked at Shen Sui and said, if it weren't for Chunlan, we wouldn't know the grievances that Jiang suffered back then, or that you still have a son who might still be alive. I remember that Gongzheng has 2 adjacent shops in the south of the city. Send the property deeds to the fourth branch of the family later. If I didn't truly care about you, how could I dare to meddle in this matter? If it were anything else, one might suspect that the fourth branch was after the title. Shen Sui broke with the second branch and had no children, so it was possible that he could adopt a child from the fourth branch. But the fourth branch was looking for Shen Sui's son. Even if Shen Sui found his long-lost flesh and blood and was just an illiterate hoodlum, the title would not be of any interest to the fourth branch. Without the old lady saying anything, Shen Sui knew what to do. How could Shen Sui not be moved when his own younger brother harmed his son, while his half-brother and sister-in-law secretly went to great lengths to help him find his son? Now that we know that my second brother wasn't buried alive, there's still hope for him to live. Chunlan is the only one who has seen my second brother, and there's also the carriage. Madame Wang went out and called back the fourth master, the fourth madam, and Chunlan. The fourth master and fourth madam were filled with unease. They knew that it was best not to interfere in the quarrels between husband and wife or the conflicts between siblings. Even if the bones were broken, they would still be connected and might get back to normal in a few days. In that case, they would be caught in the middle. However, Shen Sui had always been good to the fourth master. If he didn't know about this, fine, but if he did, how could he not care? Especially the fourth wife, because Chunlan never returned. She was not sure if what she heard back then was the sound of a baby crying. Madame Jiang insisted that she had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and that her son had been switched. She did not dare to stand up for her. Without evidence, she could only watch helplessly as Madame Jiang became more and more depressed. All she could do was spend more time with her, comfort her, and tell her that she could only find her son if she lived. Later, Jiang died with resentment. Over the years, the fourth wife never stopped feeling guilty. She regretted not standing up and telling Jiang about that faint cry. Perhaps with her trust, Jiang might have been able to hold on. Knowing how ruthless the second wife was and how powerful she was in the Marquis's mansion, the fourth wife avoided the second wife's sharp edge and never dared to antagonize her. She wished she could close the door and live her own life. Chunlan is probably the only one who knows the truth. Knowing that Chunlan is still alive, how could the fourth madam not redeem her and bring her back to the capital? If she pretends that she knows nothing, she will have no face to face Madame Jiang in the afterlife after she dies. Shen Tang stood up and apologized to fourth madam. I didn't tell fourth aunt about Chunlan's matter beforehand. Please don't be angry, fourth aunt. Fourth madam shook her head. Chunlan just told me that if you hadn't sent someone, she would have died in Guangzhou by now and wouldn't be able to return to the capital alive. Shen Tang looked at Chunlan and asked, do you have any clues about my second brother? Do you know whose carriage it was back then? Chunlan replied, that carriage wasn't particularly grand, but it wasn't bad either. There was a sign on it with the character Lin on it, so it must belong to a family surnamed Lin. The second young master has a large birthmark on his arm, from his shoulder to his elbow. Anyone who has seen it will remember it vividly. Jiang only told Shen Sui about the birthmark on her young son's arm, because no one believed that she had given birth to twins, let alone a birthmark. Even if she told them, no one would believe her. Shen Sui also never told anyone else about it. The old lady said, the carriage is parked outside the city, so it's possible that the people are from the vicinity of the capital. Let stewardly take some people to inquire first, and if that doesn't work, we'll post a notice. Shen Sui said, I will send someone to look for it. Chapter 187. Instigation. The old lady was exhausted, both physically and mentally, so Wang Mama helped her back to the inner room. The servant carried Chunlan out. Having been trapped in the brothel for so many years, Chunlan could no longer serve the fourth madam. Shen Tang then said to the fourth madam, for the sake of second brother, Chunlan has suffered for so many years. I will have stewardly buy a small courtyard behind the Marquis's mansion to settle Chunlan. From now on, she will be supported by the Marquis's mansion. The fourth wife thought the same thing, but instead of her paying for it, the Marquis's mansion is now footing the bill. Tears welled up in Chunlan's eyes. This servant thanks you, second Mississippi. Shen Tang said, It is I and the Marquis's mansion who should thank you." In order to inform the fourth madam of her second brother's whereabouts, she endured more than 10 years of torment in a place like the 100 Flowers brothel and sent messages to the Marquis's mansion countless times. Thinking of the messenger, Shen Tang said, "I remember that man said that he would help you send the message and that you would marry him when you redeem yourself. If you really have this intention, when the Marquis's mansion sends someone to the 100 Flowers brothel in Guangzhou to pick you up, you can bring him to the capital as well." Having suffered for half her life, Shen Tang hopes that Chunlan can live a happier life in the second half. Chunlan looked at the fourth madam. Is it all right?" Fourth madam was surprised that Shen Tang would be so thoughtful. She nodded and said, "Of course, it's very kind of you to send a message for me from afar, even if it's just a side thing." Chunlan's broken leg had not yet healed, and she had traveled a long way to Beijing, enduring great fatigue. So, the fourth madam took her to settle down. Shen Sui went to the front yard and asked stewardly to take people to inquire near the capital to see if there was a family surnamed Lin who would adopt a child. After making the arrangements, Shen Sui called the fourth master over. In addition to the 2 adjacent shops that the old lady had given him, Shen Sui gave the fourth master another shop, a 4-courtyard house, and 300 acres of fertile land. The fourth master asked in alarm, "What are you doing, elder brother?" Shen Sui said, "You and your sister-in-law treat me like your own elder brother, so naturally I, as your elder brother, cannot treat you unfairly." The fourth master said, "My elder brother also said we're brothers, so this is too formal with me." Shen Sui stuffed the things into the fourth master's hands, saying, "The old madam gave them to your fourth branch, so take them with you." The fourth master said, "Chunlan was able to return to the capital alive thanks to Tanger and the Prince of Jingyang." Shen Sui said, "I know what's going on. If it weren't for my sister-in-law's kindness, Chunlan wouldn't have persisted in sending her messages for so many years. Please thank my sister-in-law properly for me." The fourth master couldn't refuse, so he accepted it. He gave away quite a few things, but after returning to the north courtyard, the fourth master didn't keep any of them and gave them all to the fourth madam. Fourth madam felt bad for accepting so many things without having been of any help. However, since she had already accepted them, she would not return them. She would give half of them to Tanger as part of her dowry when Tanger got married. Knowing that it was given by the old lady, the fourth wife was relieved and asked, "Will the third and fourth wives be dividing the family property together?" The fourth master said, "I didn't dare ask my eldest brother. As trees grow tall, branches grow wide. As children grow up, families separate. Separation is inevitable, but because the old lady is still alive, even though they are born out of wedlock, they don't need to separate." The old lady's idea was to divide the family property, but at Tanger's insistence, it was changed to removing the names from the family genealogy. The difference between the two is huge. Now, whether the third and fourth branches will take the opportunity to separate from the mansion together is something even the fourth master cannot control. Although it was only a matter of time before the family separated, the fourth master and his wife were reluctant to part ways with their old home in the Marquis's mansion, having grown accustomed to living there. However, given the incident in the mansion, it's not necessarily a bad thing for the fourth branch to separate. As for the reluctance, it's only a matter of a few years in advance. Once they get used to living elsewhere, it won't be a big deal anymore. The fourth master said, "Let's see what the old lady and eldest brother think." As for Shen Tang, when she returned to Qingyi Garden, she saw Zhou Mama standing on the corridor with red eyes. Yinqing said, "Zhou Mama should be happy. Why are you crying?" Zhou's mother wiped away her tears and said, "I'm only crying because I'm happy." Unexpectedly, the injustice suffered by the lady back then will one day be revealed, and the young master whom the lady was worried about until her death may still be alive. Zhou Mama couldn't wait to go to Jiang's grave to burn paper money and tell Jiang this good news. Madame Zhou said, "Madame will bless the eldest and second young masters from beyond the grave." Thinking of the ruthlessness of the second master and his wife, Zhou Mama wished she could skin them alive. She cursed the second wife's family countless times in her heart. Meanwhile, in the South Campus, the atmosphere was more somber than ever before. The eldest son had no son, and the maids and servants of the second son's family all believed that the Marquis's mansion would be inherited by the second master in the future. However, before they could inherit the title, they were removed from the family genealogy and driven out of the Marquis's mansion. Shen Tang returned to the Qi prince's mansion. After the second master and second madam returned to their room, the second master slapped the second madam, causing her to fall onto the table. The teacups and snacks on the table were smashed all over the floor. The second master was so angry he wanted to kill his second wife. Back then, you encouraged me to do these things. Did you ever think this day would come? The second wife felt a surge of blood rising to her head. She gave a mocking laugh. If the master and the Marquis were truly brothers, and if they truly had no doubt about their titles, how could I possibly instigate or provoke them? You! The second master was so angry that his vision blurred. The second wife was so angry that she retorted. Back then, in order to switch the baby with the baby, she even sent the fourth wife out of the mansion. Who would have thought that the fourth wife would still catch Qiaohui sending the child out of the mansion? All her plans were ruined by that maid named Chunlan. No, it's not a Chunlan. It's Shen Tang. She hadn't expected that Jiang was pregnant with twins. In order to give Shen Sui a surprise, Jiang had kept the fact that she was carrying 2 children a secret. She had suspected it several times, but Jiang had always brushed it off by saying that the children could eat. She was unprepared and could only keep Shen Tang, that jinx, in the Marquis's mansion so that she would oppose the second branch of the family at every turn. It's too late to regret it now. Shen Tang forced the old lady to expel the second branch of the family from the Marquis's mansion. The Marquis ordered them to move out within 3 days. Thinking of Prince Qi's departure today, the second wife was worried about Shen Han. Originally, Consort Yi and Prince Qi did not want to give Shen Han the position of principal wife. They would definitely take the opportunity to demote Shen Han to a concubine. Thinking of all this, the second wife wanted to skin Shen Tang alive. The fact that the second wife was persecuting the eldest son's offspring was not only not silenced, but Shen Tang also had it spread outside the mansion, and now tea houses and taverns are all talking about it. Many people in the capital knew about the disappearance of the eldest son of the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion at the Lantern Festival when he was 4 years old. Many people in the capital had also heard about how Madame Jiang claimed to have given birth to twins and wanted to strangle Shen Han. Back then, many people felt sorry for Shen Han because she did not have her own mother's love. Now, they felt even more sorry for Madame Jiang. Her newborn son was switched, and no one believed her. The second branch of the Pingyuan Marquis family was truly ruthless in their struggle for the title and the family property. Now they have been expelled from the family, which is their just deserts. When this news reached Consort Ye's ears, it nearly made her die of anger. If this mess had been exposed a few days earlier, her son wouldn't have had to get soaked in the rain. She was already dissatisfied with Shen Han and unwilling to give her the position of principal wife. Now that the position is available, Consort Yi said, let the censorate impeach Master Shen and demote Princess Qi to a concubine. Chapter 188. Character. The next morning at court, the second master was beaten by Shen Sui and was so bruised and swollen that he couldn't attend the court session, so he asked for leave. The morning court session was unusually lively. Before the emperor arrived, the civil and military officials were discussing the affairs of the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence in small groups. Wealth can corrupt people's hearts, causing brothers to turn against each other, and even family members to kill each other. What about the title and property of the Marquis of Pingyuan? It's not that the Marquis of Pingyuan didn't have sons, but that he had 2 sons. One was lost at the Lantern Festival and the other was switched at birth. It's truly heartbreaking. It's likely that the disappearance of the eldest son wasn't so simple. Otherwise, the Marquis of Pingyuan wouldn't have expelled his own brother and nephew from the family before even finding his own son. Once removed from the family genealogy, it would mean the end of their chance to inherit the title. Marquis Pingyuan was so angry that he would not forgive his own brother, even if the title was passed on to his half-brother. However, from Shen Sui's perspective, it was indeed unbearable. The second prince had just married the daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan, and yesterday was the day he accompanied his bride back to her parents' home. The fact that the Marquis of Pingyuan had exposed such a family scandal must have infuriated the second prince and consort Yi. After some discussion, the emperor arrived, and all the officials stood at attention, respectfully welcoming him. They first discussed important matters of the court, as these were of utmost importance. After the important matters were discussed, an imperial censor stepped forward to impeach the second master. The first to step forward were the crown prince's men. The censor has the responsibility to investigate all officials. Someone of the second master's character is not fit to serve in the court. He should be stripped of his official position and never be employed again. The eldest prince's influence in the court may have been slightly weaker than that of the second prince, but after Xia Guimo secretly supported the eldest prince, it was as if the Jingyang prince's mansion was on the eldest prince's side, and its power was definitely no less than that of the second prince. At the Empress's birthday banquet, Shen Han and the second prince had an intimate encounter. Consort Yi and the second prince were unwilling to give Shen Han the position of Empress. Shen Han was able to reach that position thanks to the first prince's support. Now, the first prince's people are impeaching the second prince, which makes the second prince's faction so angry that they are about to vomit blood. The eldest prince is clearly trying to get the second prince to have a wife who can't help him at all. Consort Yi intends to demote Shen Han to a concubine, but a concubine must be able to help. Otherwise, she will be occupying the position of concubine of the second prince in vain. A member of the second prince's faction stepped forward and said, "As far as I know, these things were all due Shengong's wife." Shengong was unaware of them. Shengong originally wanted to divorce his wife to rectify the family's conduct, but Princess Qi threatened to kill herself, so he had no choice but to give up. Marquis Pingyuan has already punished the entire second branch of the family too severely. I think Shengong did nothing wrong in handling this matter. The fault lies with Princess Qi. As a princess consort, she should be a role model for all women in the world. Knowing that her birth mother had committed many evils, she did not try to persuade her, but instead used her status as a princess consort to put pressure on Marquis Pingyuan. She is really not worthy of being a prince's principal wife. Then a minister stood up and seconded the motion, saying, "Censor Zhao is right. The Princess of Qi should be demoted to a concubine as a warning to others." Then 7 or 8 ministers stood up and all agreed to demote Shen Han to a concubine. The eldest prince's men stood up to object. "Do you really believe that Shengong knew nothing about his wife doing such a wicked thing?" The second prince's men said, "Why don't you believe it? The incident of Madame Shen's substitution happened right under the nose of Marquis Pingyuan, and he didn't know about it. Not only did he not know, but when the late madam said that she had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and that her son had been switched, Shen Sui didn't believe it either. What's so strange about Shengong being kept in the dark?" Shen Sui stood there, his face as long as a donkey's. Right under his nose, his son was switched at birth, sent out of the manor and buried alive. His position as a marquis was a complete joke. In order to protect Shengong's official position, the second prince's faction dragged Shen Sui into the mess and put him down, leaving the first prince's faction speechless because it was the truth. But just because Shen Sui didn't know doesn't mean Shengong didn't know. Without evidence, arguing is useless. The minister of the Court of Judicial Review knew a little about it, but since the second master hadn't made a personal promise yesterday, he didn't speak up. In this round, the Crown Prince's faction has lost, but since they can't remove Shengong from his official position, they can at least demote him. With such a vicious wife, I don't believe Shengong was completely unaware. He failed to properly manage his wife and should be punished. This should also serve as a warning to all men in the world to keep a close eye on their wives. The second prince's faction remained silent on this point. Husband and wife are one. If they can be separated, then they are no longer husband and wife. The emperor revoked the imperial title bestowed upon the second madam and demoted the second master by 2 ranks. Consort Yi intended to demote Shen Han to a secondary consort. The second prince's faction dared not disregard Consort Ye's orders. No sooner had the emperor demoted the second prince than a minister stepped forward to continue criticizing Shen Han, urging the emperor to demote her to a secondary consort. The crown prince's faction stepped forward to support them, saying, "Yesterday was the day Prince Qi accompanied Princess Qi back to her parents' home. Princess Qi knew that she was not born to Marquis Pingyuan and that her own father wanted to divorce her birth mother. It's only natural that she would act irrationally when she couldn't accept her true parentage. Marquis Pingyuan expelled the second wife from the family, and Princess Qi did nothing. To conclude that she is of bad character based on this, and to take back her position as the principal wife is too arbitrary." The second prince's supporters said, "Like mother, like daughter. Madame Shen is ruthless, and the Princess Qi's act of threatening suicide is enough to prove it." The crown prince's faction found it laughable. It is said that the dragon has 9 sons, each different from the other. Although Princess Qi is the daughter of Madame Shen, she was sent to Shen Sui's care as soon as she was born and raised by Shen Sui. The imperial decree of marriage bestowed by the emperor states that Miss Shen is virtuous and kind. Does Lord Lu think the emperor has misjudged her? These words were a fatal blow. Although the imperial decree of marriage was not written by the emperor himself, but drafted by the Hanlin Academy, the emperor had reviewed it and did not object, which meant that he also thought so. If they denied Shen Han, it would be to say that the emperor had misjudged her. The second prince's faction argued, Shen Gong is merely a 4th-rank official. How can his daughter become a prince's principal wife? The eldest prince smiled. Once he said that, he was certain to win this round. Even the right chancellor, who was not involved in the struggle for the throne, couldn't stand it anymore. A prince's consort should be judged by her character, not by her family background. The marriage between the Prince of Qi and the Prince of Qi was bestowed by imperial decree. As long as she is not of bad character, even if she is just a daughter from an ordinary family, her position as the principal consort should not be taken back. Many ministers agreed with the prime minister's words, and even the second prince's faction had nothing to say. With the help of the first prince's faction, Shen Han became the second prince's principal wife, and with the help of the first prince's faction, she retained her position as the second prince's wife. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was a member of the crown prince's faction. The news of what happened in the council hall quickly reached Consort Ye's ears, and she was furious. She hesitated to choose a consort for the second prince, so she thought of using the position to win over court officials and help the second prince seize the throne. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, Shen Han benefited from the arrangement. How dare a 5th-rank official's daughter become Consort Ye's daughter-in-law? The thought that the person was pushed onto her son by the Prince of Jingyang's heir made Consort Yi furious. Chapter 189. Recognizing Relatives. Upon waking up in the early morning, Shen Tang sat on the bed and stretched. The sunlight outside the window was so bright it was dazzling. It was almost midday. Yinxing and Xiaodong brought in a copper basin to help Shen Tang get up. Shen Tang said, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Yinxing said, "Miss went to bed late last night. Xiaodong and I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so we didn't have the heart to wake you up." The young lady wanted the old lady to kick the entire second branch of the family out of the house. The old lady was unwilling, but eventually she relented, only agreeing to pay her respects a little later. How could the old lady be angry with the young lady over such a small matter? Yinxing came over and straightened the loosened gauze curtains, saying, "The second young master learned that the Marquis had expelled the second branch of the family from the Marquis's mansion. He rushed back from the academy this morning and is kneeling in Songha Hall right now, begging the old lady not to send the second branch away. The Marquis's mansion actually has quite a few sons. The 2 sons of the eldest son's family are living away from home. The second, third, and fourth sons also have sons. The fourth son's family only has 1 legitimate son, while the second and third son's families not only have legitimate sons, but also illegitimate sons. Back then, No one believed that Jiang had truly given birth to twins, so he was naturally not included in the ranking of the young masters of the Marquis's mansion. Shen Tang called him second brother, which was the eldest son's title. If he hadn't been switched back then, he should have been ranked fourth. Besides her eldest brother Shen Yan, there was the second son of the second branch, Shen Gu, who was 17 this year, and the third son of the third branch, Shen Rong, who was 16 this year. Shen Gu and Shen Rong usually stayed at the academy, and even when the academy was on holiday, they would go out to meet friends, so they were not often seen on a daily basis. Hearing Shen Gu kneeling and begging the old lady, Shen Tang's expression remained indifferent. The letter of severance had already been written and spread throughout the capital, known to all the officials. Did he think severing ties was a child's play? He severed ties yesterday, and today he added the second branch's name back into the family genealogy. The fact that his newborn son was switched right under his nose had already caused the father to lose face. He changed his mind after the nephew knelt down, and the father would no longer be able to stand in the court. If they like to kneel, then kneel. Shen Tang got off the bed and sat in front of the dressing table, letting Qiu Tong do her makeup. As usual, after finishing breakfast, Shen Tang prepared to go to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. However, when she was leaving, a maid from Songha Hall came and said, "Second miss, the old lady didn't sleep well and her head is still spinning. She has sent word that no one from any of the courtyards needs to pay their respects to her today." It's no wonder that the old lady, unable to bear the blow of her two sons killing each other, fell ill and never recovered. Although the old lady forbade her to pay her respects, Shen Tang still went to Songha Hall. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Shen Gu kneeling on the ground. When he saw her, the sinister look in Shen Gu's eyes was exactly the same as that of his mother, the second wife. In her previous life, the eldest son's family had no sons. After her father's death, the title was inherited by the second son's family, and Shen Gu naturally became the heir. For many years, he regarded himself as the heir of the Pingyuan Marquis's mansion. When he went out, he was often flattered and fawned over. The old lady and Shen Sui doted on him and attached great importance to his studies, grooming him as their successor. The affection they showed me before was genuine. Perhaps if I kneel down a little, the old lady and Shen Sui will soften their stance. After all, the eldest son's family has no children yet. If they can never be found, someone will have to inherit the title. He is the old lady's own grandson. It is impossible to get Shen Sui to agree to leave the entire second branch of the family. If only he is left, there is still a glimmer of hope. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. In the future, when he inherits the title, the second branch of the family can then be recognized as part of the clan. They really know how to endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Shen Tang was well aware of the second wife's little schemes, but pretended not to see Shen Gu kneeling there and walked towards the inner room where the old lady lived. Upon seeing Shen Tang approach, the maidservant guarding the door announced her arrival. Inside the room, the old lady leaned against a large pillow, her face haggard. She had barely slept a wink the night before. Although the second branch of the family had brought this upon themselves, they were still flesh and blood of hers, and she couldn't just give them up so easily. And then there was Shen Han, who was like a sharp blade hanging over the second master's head, ready to fall at any moment. Madame Wang wanted to call a doctor for the old lady, but the old lady waved her hand, saying, "She just didn't sleep well, there's no need to see a doctor." The maid went in and said, "Madam, the second young lady has arrived." The old lady said, "Didn't I tell you didn't need to come and pay your respects to me?" Madame Wang said, "The second young lady is filial. She must have come because she was worried. In the Marquis's mansion today, no one dares to neglect the second Mississippi. While the word might not reach others, such a thing would never happen to the second miss. She refused to marry the Prince of Jinglong, but the Prince of Jinglong insisted on marrying the second miss. Even before the marriage, the second miss could already order around the people around the Prince of Jinglong. Those two bodyguards yesterday seemed extraordinary. She had served the old lady for decades. When the old master was alive, the old lady couldn't order around the bodyguards anymore. Of course, she didn't need to order them around. Thinking of what happened yesterday, the old lady sighed and said, "Let her in." The maid then went out. A short while later, Shen Tang entered the room. The old lady asked weakly, "Why have you come to grandmother's place again?" Shen Tang said, "I was worried, so I came to check on my grandmother." The old lady said, "Grandmother is all right." Shen Tang said, "We should still ask a doctor to take a look. If grandmother falls ill, father will be very upset." Madame Wang nodded. "Second miss is right." The old lady finally relented, and Wang Mama quickly sent a maid to the front yard to tell stewardly to send someone to invite a doctor into the mansion. As the maidservant left, another maidservant hurried in and said, "Madam, several people have arrived outside the manor, all claiming to be our young master. If only one person comes, the old lady might be happy, but if several come at once, she won't be happy." This is clearly because they heard that a young master from the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion was lost outside, and they came here to try their luck. The old lady coughed as she leaned against the large pillow and said to Shen Tang, "You should go back." Shen Tang said, "I'm planning to go to the Jiang family's place later." The old lady hadn't stopped Shen Tang from going to the Jiang family before, so why would she now? With the Prince of Jingyang's men protecting her, the old lady could rest assured no matter where Shen Tang went. Thinking of the Jiang family member who died with resentment, and thinking of how she had severed ties with the Jiang family for so many years, the old lady originally wanted to go to the Jiang family to apologize after Shen Yan was recognized as a member of the clan. Now, she was too ashamed to go to the Jiang family. The old lady said, "Old Master Jiang and old Madam Jiang must be furious. We should go and comfort them." Shen Tang said nothing, curtsied, and took his leave. She went to the main gate of the Marquis' mansion and saw the people who had come to claim their relatives. At first glance, Shen Tang's vision went black. Her twin brother, born on the same day as her, is only 15 years old. Who are these people who came? Putting aside birthmarks, at the very least, the age should match, right? 17 or 18 is considered young, and some even come with crutches. Please. Her father is looking for his son, not his father. Seeing the long queue, Shen Tang's eyes hurt. Out of sight, out of mind, Shen Tang got into the carriage. Chapter 190. Misfortune and Fortune. Shen Tang boarded the carriage and Xiao Tong lifted the curtain. Shen Tang counted at least 30 or 40 people who had come to the Marquis' residence to recognize their relatives, but none of them caught Shen Tang's eye. Those who came to claim kinship were not exactly ugly, but they were all rather plain-looking. Shen Sui and Jiang Shi were both exceptionally beautiful, and to have given birth to such handsome children as Xiao Huan and Shen Tang, their second brother's appearance must be quite remarkable. Even though he has been living a life of poverty and hardship for many years, and is now thin and pale, his physique is still there, so he is not in a bad state. The eldest brother had been missing for over a decade, and finding him was no easy feat, let alone the second brother. Shen Tang didn't expect to find him anytime soon. She believed that as long as the second brother was alive, their family would one day be reunited. The carriage rolled forward until it stopped in front of the Jiang family's gate. Under the attentive greeting of the Jiang family servants, Shen Tang stepped into the Jiang family and headed towards the green cypress courtyard where old Madame Jiang lived. She had only been in the inner courtyard for a short while when she saw the two sisters, Jiang Ning and Jiang Li, running towards her from afar. Jiang Ning was wearing a light green dress embroidered with orchids, which was as quiet and elegant as her personality. Jiang Li was wearing a light purple dress with butterflies embroidered on the hem. As the skirt fluttered, it looked as if butterflies were swirling around her, making her look playful and lively. Upon seeing Shen Tang, Jiang Li waved from afar and called out cousin. As they got closer, Jiang Li whispered in Shen Tang's ear, "I knew my cousin would be coming to the manor these next couple of days." Yesterday, my father and uncle returned home and got a terrible scolding from my grandmother. Shen Tang then asked, "Why is grandmother scolding uncle and the others?" Jiang Li said, "You want your uncle to deal with Master Shen, but my father and the others are holding you back. That's why grandmother scolded you." In fact, Master Jiang and Master Jiang didn't really plead for her. They just calmed Shen Tang down a bit when she was emotionally agitated. Even so, old Madame Jiang was still very angry. Master Shen was willing to abandon even his own flesh and blood for the sake of a title, and he even killed his own nephew. He was simply unworthy of being a human being. Heaven knows how angry and scared old Madame Jiang was when she found out that Master Jiang and his wife had buried Shen Tang's second brother alive. Before her death, Madame Jiang intended to entrust Shen Tang to the Jiang family for upbringing. However, due to her inadequate care for Shen Yan, he was lost. Furthermore, the old lady forbade it, and Shen Sui was unwilling to be separated from his daughter. The Jiang family went to pick up Shen Tang several times, but were met with ridicule and returned empty-handed. Madame Jiang was relieved that Shen Tang was a daughter and had no right to inherit the title. Otherwise, given the ruthlessness of the second branch of the family, she would probably have been dead long ago. Shen Tang sought help from her uncles, but instead of saying a word in her defense, the eldest and second masters of the Jiang family blocked her way. It's no wonder that old Madame Jiang scolded them. Shen Tang knew that her two uncles meant well for her. After all, the second master was not born out of wedlock, but was the old lady's biological son. Chunlan could only prove that the second wife wanted to bury her second brother alive, but she had not yet found evidence to prove that the second wife was responsible for her eldest brother's disappearance. After all, her eldest brother was lost under the care of the Jiang family. Even though her eldest brother had been found, her two uncles were still not confident. Her mother died depressed and resentful. Her two uncles always believed that they should bear half the responsibility. Yesterday, when she was not at a disadvantage, she did not need her two uncles to speak up for her. However, she knew that if her father and grandmother did not intend to deal with the second branch of the family, her two uncles would never agree. Shen Tang, Jiang Ning, and Jiang Li went to Suibai courtyard chatting and laughing. Old Madame Jiang sat on the daybed. Upon seeing Shen Tang, her eyes reddened. She gestured for Shen Tang to sit beside her and said, "The Jiang family and your father are useless. Your mother has suffered so much injustice, and now you, a daughter, have to help her seek justice." Shen Tang felt no pride at these exaggerations, only shame. Actually, the most useless person is her. In her previous life, she was manipulated by Shen Han and the second wife and suffered a complete defeat. Now, she is only benefiting from being reborn and having Xia Guimo helping her from behind. Shen Tang said, "Grandmother, please don't scold your two uncles." Madame Jiang said, "How could I not scold them? I asked them for help, but it turned out they did more harm than good." Madame Jiang gets angry just thinking about it, and she guesses that Master Jiang and Master Jiang won't dare to show their faces in front of her for the next few days. Jiang Li said regretfully, "It's a pity that the truth came half a month too late, and Shen Han still got the advantage. Otherwise, given her status, she definitely wouldn't have become the second prince's consort." Shen Tang said, "Consort Yi and the second prince are not willing to give her the position of principal wife. Whether this is a good deal or a trap is still uncertain." Madame Jiang looked surprised. She had thought so before. Old Master Jiang said she had oversimplified things. From Shen Han's perspective, she had gained an advantage, but the second prince had suffered a great loss. It was a curse, not a blessing, for an incompetent person to sit in that position. Tanger, at such a young age, was able to see through all the intricacies involved, which is truly remarkable. Shen Tang said, "I was afraid of upsetting my maternal grandparents, and I thought Shen Han wouldn't come to the Jiang family, so I didn't tell them that she wasn't my mother's biological daughter. This caused my maternal grandmother to give her her favorite bracelet." Madame Jiang chuckled. "Even if you told her, I'm afraid your grandmother might not believe it. If I had believed it back then, My daughter might not have died. Madame Jiang couldn't understand how the second branch of the family could have controlled everything and stolen her daughter's newborn son when her daughter was in charge of the household affairs and Shen Sui was also in the mansion. It was precisely because they thought it was impossible, coupled with the blow to Madame Jiang from Shen Yan's disappearance, that they all believed that Madame Jiang had gone mad. Thinking of these things, old Madame Jiang felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She didn't know how her daughter had survived those days. No wonder she held Tanger tightly, fearing that she would also be harmed by someone. Old Madame Jiang's nose stung, and tears streamed down her face. Afraid that she might hurt herself, Shen Tang tried to change the subject, but it didn't work very well. Jiang Li asked Shen Tang, "What's going on between my cousin and the Prince of Jingyang? Why did he go to my aunt's grave to burn paper money before?" Shen Tang, "Changing the subject is fine, but could you please not bring it up about her?" Shen Tang's face turned bright red. When asked, Shen Tang couldn't help but blush. She couldn't imagine how embarrassed the man must have been to be caught in the act, and how he had come up with an excuse that made people want to disappear into the ground. Visited the wrong grave. Saying that you brought the wrong brain with you when you went out would probably be more convincing. Everyone in the room was staring at her. Shen Tang said awkwardly, This is because my mother appeared to me in a dream, forbidding me from marrying him." Jiang Li said, "But when I told her, my cousin thought he was going to dig up my aunt's grave." Shen Tang, "Can't we just listen to whatever she says and not ask any more questions? She's not that thick-skinned." Shen Tang blushed and said, "I used the excuse that my mother appeared to me in a dream to reject him, and he got angry and said he would dig up my mother's grave to ask why she disagreed, and I took it seriously." The people in the room stared wide-eyed, then covered their mouths and laughed. Because his great-aunt appeared in his dream and refused to allow the marriage, the Prince of Jingyang had no choice but to burn paper money to please his mother-in-law. The heir of the Prince of Jingyang is really interesting. Even Madame Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that the Prince of Jingyang burned so much paper money for her daughter for this reason? Such thoughtfulness is truly rare. Chapter 191. To return. Feeling embarrassed by their stares, Shen Tang quickly changed the subject. Knowing that Shen Tang was shy, they didn't continue teasing her. Madame Jiang was overjoyed that Shen Tang had married well. Thinking back to those years when Shen Tang could only visit the Jiang family twice a year, Madame Jiang felt like she wanted to skin the second wife alive. Shen Tang chatted and laughed with old Madame Jiang. It was unusually hot today, and she didn't want to go to the garden to bask in the sun. When the conversation turned to the imperial examinations, Shen Tang said, "The palace examination is in a few days. How are your preparations going, eldest and second cousins?" About a month after the results of the provincial examination were announced, the palace examination was held to determine the final rankings. The palace examination did not eliminate people, so it was not so stressful. In addition, the Jiang family did not dare to hope that the eldest and second young masters of the Jiang family could pass the first-class examination. The difference between other rankings was not that great, so the management was not so strict. Madame Jiang laughed and said, "Your two cousins went out to meet their classmates, saying they were discussing current affairs, but they were just having fun." Shen Tang covered her mouth and laughed. "Is there no one interested in marrying their daughter to my eldest or second cousin?" Speaking of this, Jiang Li grinned and said, "Didn't you notice, cousin, that my mother and aunt aren't in the house?" Shen Tang hadn't noticed until she was told. She assumed her two aunts were busy and hadn't come over. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did your aunt go to propose marriage to my cousin?" "That's too fast." Jiang Li shook her head. "These days, my mother and aunt have been receiving so many invitations that they're overwhelmed. They're all asking them to come over for tea." Although the Jiang family was not of high social standing, no one could criticize their integrity, and the fact that two members of the family had passed the imperial examinations was quite an achievement. More importantly, the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion and the Jiang family resumed their ties. Two of the Jiang family's granddaughters married the second prince and were about to become the crown princess of Jingyang, which also boosted the Jiang family's status. After the Empress's birthday banquet, stacks of invitations were sent to the Jiang family. Of course, they were all under the guise of appreciating flowers and tea, inviting Madame Jiang and Madame Jiang to come to the mansion for tea. The Jiang family is not good at refusing people, so they go to any invitation they receive. These days, Madame Jiang and Madame Zhang's legs have become thin from running around so much. It's truly a bittersweet experience. However, now that we know Shen Han is not the Jiang family's granddaughter, there should be fewer posts. Seeing Jiang Li smiling happily, Shen Tang said, "There must have been men coming to ask for your hand in marriage, cousins too?" Jiang Li's face turned bright red. "We were talking about my older brother and the others. Why are you talking about me and my older sister now? Let's talk about the matter of the Prince of Jingyang burning paper money." If Jiang Li hadn't known that the Prince of Jingyang's heir had secretly sent people to protect Shen Tang, she definitely would have dared to say it. Inside the house, laughter and cheerful conversation filled the air. Just then, Ginkgo walked in from outside. She came in with her hands behind her back, and Shen Tang asked as soon as she saw her, "Did you get the things?" Ginkgo nodded repeatedly, "Got it." She stretched out her hand, and there she was, holding a brocade box. Inxing handed the brocade box to Shen Tang. Shen Tang took it, opened it, and saw a crystal-clear jade bracelet inside. Jiang Li saw it and said, "Isn't this the one that grandmother gave to Shen Han?" Shen Tang said, "I had Ginkgo go and get it back." The Jiang family gave Shen Han other things, but this jade bracelet was a favorite of old Madame Jiang, and Shen Tang was unwilling to let her have it so easily. From the moment Shen Tang saw the bracelet on Shen Han's wrist, she wanted it back, but she dared not show it at all. Shen Han's personality was such that she would rather break than bend. If she couldn't have something, she would rather destroy it than let someone else have it. Besides, it was given to her by old Madame Jiang. If Shen Han really destroyed it, she couldn't say anything. She only had one chance to get the jade bracelet back, either give it to her or destroy it. Shen Tang asked Inxing, "Did it go smoothly?" "It's unlikely to go smoothly." Inxing said, "When I went to the Qi Prince's mansion, the eldest mistress initially refused to see me. When she learned that I had come to ask for the jade bracelet back, she refused at first. But I did as you instructed, young lady, and threatened her." The eldest mistress gritted her teeth and agreed. "And even then, she gave me a different jade bracelet to appease me." Shen Tang was certain that Shen Han would not hand over the jade bracelet, but don't forget, the second master and second madam are still in the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. If Shen Han is reluctant to part with this jade bracelet, she will make the second master and second madam lose 10 times the value of the jade bracelet. She managed to force the old lady to agree to expel the entire second branch of the family from the Marquis' mansion. She wasn't bluffing. The threat was effective. Shen Han was furious, but she could only swallow her anger. However, Shen Han was unwilling to be threatened by Shen Tang. She had a jade bracelet similar to that of old Madame Jiang and planned to delay for 2 days so that Shen Tang would come to her to get it in person. However, Inxing had visited the Jiang family several times with Shen Tang, and she knew exactly what the old lady Jiang's jade bracelet looked like. She couldn't hide it from her. Shen Han had no choice but to have Ginkgo bring the jade bracelet back. Shen Tang handed the jade bracelet to old Madame Jiang, saying, "Grandmother, please keep it safe." This was Madame Jiang's favorite jade bracelet, which she always wore. That day, Shen Han praised the bracelet twice, her eyes lingering on it, clearly wanting it. Since it was the first time her granddaughter had visited in so many years, and she rarely wanted something, Madame Jiang couldn't refuse. So she took off the bracelet and gave it to Shen Han. Unexpectedly, Shen Tang asked for the jade bracelet she had given away back. Old Madame Jiang took it and put it on Shen Tang's wrist. Shen Tang said, "Grandmother." Madame Jiang patted Shen Tang's hand and said, "If your mother were alive, your maternal grandmother would definitely have given her this jade bracelet." She only had one daughter, so naturally she would have given it to you, especially since you brought it back yourself. There is only one jade bracelet among the two wives of the Jiang family. The old lady of the Jiang family does not want to favor one over the other, nor does she want to take it to the afterlife. Giving it to Shen Tang is the most suitable option. Shen Tang refused to accept it, saying, "It's because this is my maternal grandmother's favorite jade bracelet that I asked Shen Han to give it back." Shen Tang's filial piety is the most precious thing. Madame Jiang stroked Shen Tang's face, her eyes filled with kindness. Your maternal grandmother thought Shen Han was born to your mother and was willing to give her away, so how much more so would she give away yours? If you can wear this jade bracelet when you get married, your maternal grandmother will be very happy. Since Madame Jiang insisted, Shen Tang accepted it, saying, "Thank you, grandmother." The crystal-clear jade bracelet, worn on the wrist, makes the skin appear even whiter. Jiang Ning and Jiang Li were not jealous of Shen Tang. Shen Tang had helped the Jiang family so much, let alone one bracelet. Even if there were 10, they wouldn't be jealous. A maidservant came in and said, "Madam, the eldest and second young masters have returned." As they were talking, Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingwan came in together. Old Madame Jiang smiled and said, "You went out to meet your classmates. Why are you back at this hour?" Shen Tang also found it strange. Since they were going out to meet their classmates, discuss current affairs, and prepare for the upcoming imperial examination, they should definitely have lunch together and chat while eating. Jiang Mingwan said, "It's fortunate that my cousin has a lot of influence, otherwise my older brother and I would have lost face today." Shen Tang, with such influence, how could she possibly help her cousin? Old Madame Jiang asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 192. Kind. Jiang Mingwan then told old Madame Jiang what had just happened. Since the results of the imperial examination were announced, Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingwan, whose family produced two Jinshi, successful candidates in the highest imperial examinations, have been receiving numerous invitations. Today, they went to meet their classmates and entered a calligraphy and painting shop together. They picked out a painting and a few books, but when they went to pay, they found that their money bags were missing. Their money bags had disappeared without them knowing when. Normally, if they didn't bring money, they could just put the books back and buy them another day. But unfortunately, the two brothers rivals in the academy, the second young master of the Sun family of the Hanlin Academy, were also there. He came down from the second floor with a folding fan in his hand, openly mocking them and ridiculing them for not even bringing money with them when they went out and having to buy a few books on credit. At that time, many people in the shop looked over. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingwan were always shy, and they wished they could disappear into the ground when they were surrounded. Several classmates wanted to help him pay the bill, but they did not dare to offend young Master Sun. Young Master Sun was also on the list, ranking below Jiang Mingxiu, but above Jiang Mingwan in the imperial examination. Jiang Mingwan was furious. Jiang Mingxiu pulled him away, but when the painting he handed over was inspected by the shop assistant, it was found to be damaged. Young Master Sun insisted that they must buy it, otherwise they would be bullying people by taking advantage of the Jiang family's reputation for having two members who passed the imperial examinations. "I have no money, but I still have to buy the painting and no one dares to help me." Jiang Mingxiu asked the calligraphy and painting shop to go to the Jiang family to collect the money, but the young shop assistant said that their shop was small and they didn't have enough manpower to go to the Jiang family to collect the money, so they were at an impasse. Jiang Li, filled with righteous indignation, asked, "Who helped you?" "The Prince of Jing'ang." Out of respect for Shen Tang, the first person that came to mind was the heir of the Prince of Jing'ang. Shen Tang thought so too. Jiang Mingwan shook his head. It was the Prince of Ning's heir. He happened to be in that shop too. He bought the books and calligraphy and gave them to my older brother and me. He also said that his cousin had come to the Jiang family. Then we came back. They're obviously helping us because of my cousin. Shen Tang chuckled. Maybe it's because of my older cousin's own reputation. Jiang Mingwan was very confident. This is the first time I've spoken to the Prince of Ning's heir, and neither has my elder brother. What face do we have to offer? He may lack other qualities, but he is self-aware. Although he and his elder brother both passed the imperial examination and gained some fame, he was the heir of Prince Ning, the only grandson of the current emperor's uncle, the old Prince Ning. Even if they were the top scholars, they would be nothing in the eyes of the heir of Prince Ning. For some reason, I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw the heir of Prince Ning. Shen Tang just smiled and didn't say anything more. Old Prince Ning was a kind man. Her father had even expelled his own younger brother from the family. In addition, her elder brother was engaged to Princess Rugia. It shouldn't be long before he was recognized by his ancestors. At that time, her two cousins would naturally know that what she said was true. Remembering how her two cousins had gotten into trouble while boating on a lake with their classmates before the provincial examination in her previous life, Shen Tang was really worried and said, "The palace examination is in a few days. Before the palace examination, it would be better for your two cousins to stay in the manor. What happened today is too coincidental. Your cousins' classmates." Without evidence, Shen Tang couldn't speak recklessly, so she simply said, "It's best to keep your distance." Despite being classmates, Shen Tang saw no trace of camaraderie in this matter. The second young master of the Hanlin Academy was openly causing trouble for her two cousins, and fearing to offend the young master of the Hanlin Academy, she could only watch helplessly as her cousins were harassed. He hasn't even entered officialdom yet, and he's already so timid and cowardly. If he were to become an official, 9 times out of 10, he would just be a follower of the crowd and not worth getting close to. Furthermore, both of her cousins had lost their purses, and coincidentally, they encountered the second young master's son while buying calligraphy and paintings, which were then destroyed. Today, it was clear that the target was her two cousins. Shen Tang did not want to think the worst of people, but in her previous life, her cousins' lives and futures could be said to have been ruined by their classmates, so she had to be careful. Jiang Mingyuan nodded. "On the way back just now, my elder brother also said that the Prince of Ning mentioned my cousin, which means that we should go back to the manor and stay away from those classmates." Madame Jiang said, "Your cousin is right. It's best to keep those classmates away from each other in the future. After the palace examination, we'll properly thank Prince Ning for what happened today." Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan nodded and noted it down. "Now that you're back, let's have lunch together." The family chatted and laughed, enjoying each other's company. After finishing their meal, Shen Tang stayed for a while before leaving, with Jiang Ning and Jiang Li seeing her off at the mansion. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan wanted to see Shen Tang off, but Shen Tang refused, saying, "My two cousins should focus on preparing for the palace examination. I can go back to my residence by myself." Knowing that the Prince of Jingyang's heir had sent people to escort them, the two felt reassured and did not see them off. Luckily, they didn't send anyone, otherwise it would have been awkward. Not long after the carriage left the Jiang family's house, there was another person in the carriage. Seeing Xia Guimo enter, Inxing and Qiutong blushed and quickly got out of the carriage. Shen Tang's face was also red. Can't you come to the Marquis's residence to find me?" Xia Guimo said, "I came from the Marquis's residence." Shen Tang. Xia Guimo sat down next to Shen Tang, and Shen Tang moved to the side to make room for him. As a result, she moved her butt a little to the side and was picked up by him and sat in his lap. Shen Tang's face turned so red it looked like it could bleed. The servant who drove the carriage was from the manor, not his man. Although they were engaged, they hadn't gotten married yet. If word got out, the thought of people gossiping that he got the rash from kissing her cheek made Shen Tang feel like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Shen Tang looked at Xia Guimo. "Did you need something from me? Do I have to need something before I can contact you?" Xia Guimo asked. She said something pointless. Xia Guimo looked at Shen Tang and said, "I really want to just kidnap you back to the Jingyang prince's mansion." Shen Tang looked bewildered. "What is it now?" Xia Guimo's eyes were filled with sorrow. Originally, Mother Consort was planning to visit today to discuss the betrothal gifts and send them to the mansion tomorrow. However, something happened at the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. Mother consort was afraid that father-in-law and your grandmother would be in a bad mood, so she wanted to postpone it for a few days. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, he had no choice but to listen to his mother. The whole capital knew about the infighting among the brothers of the Pingyuan Marquis family. For the Jingyang prince's family to send betrothal gifts at this time was extremely inconsiderate. According to my mother, we should wait at least half a month until this storm passes. God knows how frustrated he was. Why was it so difficult for him to marry Shen Tang? First, his grandfather arranged the wrong marriage for him. After finally managing to break off the engagement, he had to rearrange the marriage, which took a long time. After going through so much trouble, he finally got the engagement settled. He thought that nothing else would bother him, but then this happened. It's not easy to marry you. Xiagimo buried his head in Shen Tang's neck. Hot breath seeped into her clothes, burning her neck and down to her heart. Shen Tang shifted uncomfortably a few times, then her waist was hugged tightly. She felt something pressing against her buttocks. Knowing what it was, her face burned. You let me go." Her voice was incredibly soft and sweet. Shen Tang was about to sit down when Xiagimo said in a hoarse voice, "Don't move." Shen Tang dared not move, but being held like this made her almost stiff. She couldn't remain calm in his arms, so why was he still holding her? Xiagimo held Shen Tang in his arms. The more twists and turns there were, the more worried he became, and the more eager he was to marry her. Shen Tang let him hold her until the carriage reached the vicinity of the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence. Shen Tang said, "We're almost at the Marquis' residence." Xiagimo said, "Have the servant go around one more time." Shen Tang,